Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
He's really strong. This kid might actually grow into someone who can uphold justice on his own. If I don't manage to complete my mission before I retire, maybe he'll be the one to carry that burden and become a symbol that stands above all evil. All Might sincerely hopes that One for All will fully awaken in Midoriya, letting the world see just how incredible this boy truly is. But he also understands reality. Even though Midoriya is already gifted and hardworking, he still has a long road ahead before he can shoulder the weight of the entire hero world. Expecting him to do that in the short term would be asking too much. Ye Qiu, on the other hand, sees himself simply as a hero driven by interest. If he encounters evil, he destroys it. If he isn't there or doesn't know about it, he doesn't pretend he can solve everything. He never claimed to be a saint. 10 times gravity. The room reacted at once. Even Wave knew that Ye Qiu wasn't an ordinary, special consultant. Among their peers, there simply wasn't anyone with physical strength on his level. Not even Mirio. Out of curiosity and respect, she wanted to see how strong Ye Qiu truly was at full power. Could he still fight under 10 times gravity? Could he still go on the offensive? There was no doubt. His movement slowed, but compared to normal people he was still terrifyingly fast. Even before this, his footwork had already reached a level where the naked eye struggled to follow. And on top of that, Wild Tiger activated his body-hardening technique again, a faint golden glow spreading over his skin. Cheater. Didn't he say we can't use quirks in the gravity room? If he can do that, even 20 times gravity wouldn't be a problem. Mineta, now slightly braver with Ye Qiu present, couldn't help complaining. Idiot. We've already seen Advisor Ye Qiu use this before, Jiro replied calmly. He said it himself. It's not a quirk. It's something he trained. Have you ever seen someone create light and coat their body with it as a quirk? All Might confirmed it with a nod. Yes, it's a martial technique. A power developed through training. That stunned everyone. They had always assumed martial arts were just for refining technique. None of them expected it could make the body itself this overwhelmingly strong. Wild Tiger watched them silently, a little speechless. Future heroes, blessed with incredible abilities, yet completely clueless about physical training. Aside from rare exceptions like Metal Knight, almost every great hero in the world trained their body relentlessly. Power meant nothing without a body that could withstand it. He thought back to his teacher, Bang. Through pure martial discipline alone, Bang had risen to the top ranks of heroes. Strong, calm, unstoppable. And now, watching Ye Qiu, everyone finally understood. Martial arts could change everything. For some, ambition flared. For others, it was awe. And for Monoma, who had been personally encouraged by Ye Qiu to pursue physical training, it was validation. If someone like Ye Qiu believed in him, then surely greatness was possible. Huh. Of course he picked me. A genius like me is perfect for martial arts. Monoma bragged, flicking his hair. Nobody responded. They were too focused on the screen. The gravity rose to 15 times. Even with his golden glow and reinforced body, Ye Qiu finally slowed. But still, he moved twice as fast as a normal person. If someone with gravity powers ever fought him, they'd be in trouble, Ochako murmured. Midoriya smiled. Not you, though. Yours removes weight completely. That's harder to handle than gravity. If the ground suddenly stopped pulling you down, it would take time for your body to adapt. But if you attacked before your opponent adjusted, you'd have the advantage. Everyone stared at him. When did Midoriya become so knowledgeable about martial arts? And why did it sound suspiciously like he was also casually flirting? Either way, no one denied it. They were learning. And slowly, their understanding of strength was changing. Damn, no wonder he and Advisor Ye Qiu seem so familiar. Did he already get personal guidance from him without spending a single credit? Lucky. And unbelievably unfair. I'll do my best to train like you suggested, Ochako said, blushing a little. If I don't understand something, could I ask you for advice? Midoriya scratched his cheek, embarrassed. I'm still just getting started myself. But if you ever need help, I'll share whatever I know. And if we really get stuck, we can always go ask Advisor Ye Qiu together. Hearing that, the girls from both Class A and B lit up and started gathering around him, chattering excitedly. Mineta and Kaminari stared, heartbroken. I want that. I want to learn martial arts and be surrounded by girls too. They deeply regretted one thing, blowing all their credits at the start of the term on medicated bath packages. If they'd saved up instead, they might already be on the path to training taijutsu. Meanwhile, Wave was carefully adjusting the gravity room. She didn't jump straight to the maximum. Instead, she slowly increased the gravity from 15 to 16, then 17, letting Ye Qiu adapt step by step. But even then, she underestimated him. 10 times gravity would crush most people. Even Science needed time to adapt. But Ye Qiu still managed to function, supported by the internal force flowing through his body. That power didn't just strengthen his muscles. It protected his organs, hardened his will, and pushed his endurance beyond human limits. 20 times gravity finally activated. Even after his improvement from the previous day's battle, the pressure bore down on him like a mountain. His movements slowed. At last, he seemed human. Wave let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. If he had stayed as fast as before, even under 20 times gravity, she might have lost all hope of ever catching up. Ye Qiu moved slowly now. Step by step. Every muscle stood out as he fought the pressure. Sweat soaked through his shirt in less than a minute. Then, instead of using speed or techniques, he dropped into one-finger push-ups. First normally, then inverted. The room went silent. Under that kind of gravity, using a single finger should have shattered bone instantly. Most people couldn't do that even without gravity changes. Monster. Absolute monster. Everyone silently decided never to compare themselves to Ye Qiu again. Survival of ego required it. Midoriya, however, watched with burning eyes. He didn't want to be ordinary anymore. Not after seeing what strong really looked like. His goal formed clearly. Train until he could handle 10 times gravity. And complete 100 one-finger handstand push-ups. If anyone else had heard that goal, they would have called him insane. But Midoriya only clenched his fists. When Ye Qiu finally walked out of the gravity room, every boy there looked at him differently. Not with jealousy, but with genuine awe. Meanwhile, Wild Tiger looked frustrated. The stronger Ye Qiu became, the further his own goal drifted out of reach. He still wanted to become the strongest monster of them all. Yet here he was, surrounded by hero students every day. What a joke. Ye Qiu wiped down with the towel Wave handed him and spoke calmly. Think carefully before you train here. And if you haven't used the medicated bath package yet, don't rush into gravity training. Your body won't handle it well. Everyone swallowed. Lesson received. Strength had a price. And Ye Qiu was already paying it. Ye Qiu doesn't need to say this. Everyone knows very well that Shoto Todoroki and Wave Spiral have already done negative teaching materials. Even if they only double the gravity, it will take a long time for them to get used to it. To try a gravity environment with more than 5 times the gravity is simply courting death. Feeling the hot eyes of Shoto Todoroki looking at him, Ye Qiu said, "Funny, don't look at me like that. What I said will not be forgotten. Now you go to the Wooden Man Alley and try how far you can go. Well, I hope you don't get kicked out after 10 minutes anyway. With your current strength, there is no way to clear Wooden Man Lane. Can't use quirks?" Shoto Todoroki asked with a frown. Yeah, these 2 basic buildings were originally designed to allow you to improve the speed-up effect. Don't think that the technical physique has no 833 bonus to quirks. Only when the body becomes stronger can it accommodate more strong quirks. Ye Qiu said as a matter of course. The stronger the body, the stronger the quirks. There is no doubt about this. It is like asking one's own quirks to use chi and blood. Minoru Mineta's quirks will cause nosebleeds when they are used too much. Aoyama Yuga's quirks is using too much, sometimes there will be stomach pain. It's all the same reason. If quirks want to become stronger, they must have a stronger physique. One of the reasons why quirks will become stronger with age is because with the arrival of the body's development period, the amount of energy that can be tolerated. Quirks will also become more powerful. I see. In 10 minutes, I will definitely persevere. It's not a gravity room. When the Wooden Man Alley was built, everyone was a little suspicious of this special classroom of Wooden Man Alley. They didn't know what kind of use those people who looked like decorations would be used. Lugu, come here and let him enter the Wooden Man Lane alone. It is still a bit risky. You go in with him, of course. Don't interfere with his behavior. See how long you can last. Only you're in the wood in the alley of people. It can reflect more of the real effect of the alley of wooden people. Ye Qiu thought for a while and added, "Why is it Stinky, not me?" Bakugo is really a little too angry this time. He has no idea why in the eyes of Ye Qiu, a demon advisor, he seems to have never existed. His quirks are clearly in Class A, at least the existence of the top 3 is good or not. During the test, although it was said that quirks was not allowed, but I had enough confidence that even if I was physically strong, I could rank in the top 5 of the 2 classes. His strength never depends on his quirks. Quirks are extremely powerful, but Bakugo will also exercise to varying degrees on weekdays, because he also has a goal, that is, All Might. You want to go in too? Ye Qiu was not in a hurry to refuse this time. Yes, I am the strongest. Bakugo glared at Ye Qiu fiercely. Ye Qiu also admired this kid a little. He was beaten so many times by himself, and his eyes were still so energetic. It was worth learning by many people. Well, there are not many credits to enter in Wooden Man Lane anyway. Let the 3 of you go in and experience it together, and don't talk to the others. Unless you use quirks, it's useless for you to enter. Tail and neck. Take a good look. The Wooden Man Lane is of great benefit to your cultivation. Maybe after seeing the performance of the 3 of them, you will want to enter the Wooden Man Lane to practice right away. Is it so miraculous? If he only used physical skills, Ye Qiu was not sure that he would be able to break through the Wooden Man Alley with his skills. After all, that is what Shaolin uses to break through the barriers. Even if the 72 Shaolin stunts are cultivated to a certain level, they may not be able to easily walk out of the Wooden Man Alley. One of the 12 stunts, when these stunts are combined, they form a regular and effective martial arts formation, which makes people hard to guard against. In the Wooden Man Alley, the most helpless thing is that sometimes you take a step, and often the attacks of those wooden men will make you go back 3 steps so that you can avoid the danger. When the 3 of Green Valley entered the wooden figurine into the alley, the big screen in front of the wooden figurine alley also lit up. This screen was originally used for the management personnel to keep an eye on the danger. Once the students are in danger, they have the right to stop their cultivation outside. Now it gives everyone a chance to observe. The wooden figures in the picture are motionless, but after the 3 people entered the wooden figure lane, they all seemed extremely cautious and did not take the first step rashly. It's a bit of a brain, but I didn't expect that stinky boy from Bakugo to be able to hold back and underestimate him. Ye Qiu was still very satisfied with the performance of the 3 of them. Hey, tell me, what is the specific effect of this Wooden Man Alley? There is no neutrality in it. There is only a pile of wood that does not move. Is that a sculpture or something? Can you explain it to me? Wave Spiral carefully poked Ye Qiu's arm with his fingers. Ye Qiu looked at her with a funny look. I'm sorry, I don't call him hello. There is no one like what kind of effect it has. You won't know if you can see it for yourself. Why do you still ask me? You are only Xionging High School now. Among the students of Xionging High School, please respect me as a special advisor, otherwise I can punish you. You! Wave Luoju was stunned. After Ye Qiu had eaten her tofu, he had such an attitude. He was simply despicable, shameless, obscene, a fighter among villains and bastards. What I am, show me obediently staring at the people in the screen, and you also show me the gap between yourself and these juniors. Don't think that you have reached the third grade and 8th grades and you are a strong man. Where am I not strong? Wave Luojuan's face was full of grievances. She was obviously strong, okay? The entire hero's world recognized him very much, but Ye Qiu, the inexplicable guy, always denied her. Well, then let her see what is special about this wooden man alley and see how the three apprentices are doing. Anyway, Shoto Todoroki's performance in the gravity room was not very good before. Compared with her own investigation, she wanted to see if these three juniors could perform well in this so-called wooden man alley. People feel amazing enough. After waiting for a while, I found that the shepherd in the wooden man alley did not move at all, and the three people in the picture couldn't help but wonder if they were too careful. Looking at the two little Green Valley angels beside him, he finally decided what to say about his first hole. Ye Qiu had already hinted that he was actually the one who could last the longest in the wooden man alley among the three. In this case, the little angel of Green Valley felt that it would be better to let him explore the way for Shoto Todoroki and Xiaoxing to see what strange places lie ahead. Just one step, the little angel of Green Valley felt a strong threat. That kind of tension and oppression should not have appeared in the wooden man alley. The strong wind blowing in his ears explained this special feeling to him. Why did it come? The wooden figurine, who is obviously not a living thing, suddenly moved, just like a clockwork doll, but his movements were full of mysterious meaning, just like the feeling of Ye Qiu's shot before. There was no wooden figurine at all. Of stiffness. Hiss. What kind of skill is this? In the end, what kind of skill can be used to design such a wooden man? It is a bit too wonderful. The most important thing is that the people watching outside suddenly have a feeling, as if their physical skills may not be as fast as 12 shot, the tricky angle of the shot and the subtlety of the shot are far away. Beyond them, it's just a wooden man. Lost, hopeless, feeling as if the whole world had abandoned them. If it was just like this and couldn't stand the blow, everyone's surprise became stronger as Green Valley dodged the attack of the first wooden man. The second, third, and fourth wooden figures seem to have been triggered by a mechanism, and a chain reaction occurs. There is no repetition between moves. Every time, they can always attack the Green Valley at the right time. Defensive part. Green Valley can also be regarded as a successful physical training, but in those incomparably subtle sieges, there is only room to avoid. When he blocked with his arm, he even felt a strong pain, and he was not the one who made the wooden figurine and wood. As simple as imagined, it is as hard as steel. Do you want to enter the wooden man alley and become embarrassed like the Green Valley? The expressions of Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo became hesitant. They thought many times in their minds, if they faced the same situation as Green Valley, would they be able to hold on or dodge the wooden man's attack? It seems that there is only one of those who attack them, and it is impossible to avoid all of them perfectly, and those attacks are bound to fall on themselves. Can you hold on? It seems can't either. No, I can't bear that stinky guy. He is alone in the limelight. What kind of wooden man lane? I am the strongest. Bakugo shouted, finally unable to suppress the popular sentiment in his heart. Sensibility instantly defeated rationality and rushed towards the attack range of the wooden man regardless. Shoto Todoroki rushed out after hesitating for a while. He felt that Ye Qiu let the three of them in together because he wanted the three of them to share the strength of the wooden man's attack. If so, there was nothing to be afraid of. Sure enough, when all three of them entered the attack range of the wooden man, those shepherds no longer stared at Green Valley blindly, but focused part of their attention on Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. With the two people around him helping him to share the pressure, the feeling of being attacked on the back and abdomen was reduced a lot, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pressure on his stomach and back has been slightly reduced, Lugu still found a very serious thing. That is, when he wants to move forward, he will touch the people in front, and the wooden figures behind will not stop attacking at all. Action. As long as Xiaoxing and Shoto Todoroki can't keep up with their own pace, the pressure that has been relieved in the front will no longer exist. Good horror, wooden men. What a terrifying gymnastics. It turned out that the physical skills that so many people cooperated with can burst out this kind of power in close combat. While dodging, the little angel of Green Valley was thinking, if the team they formed also encountered situations that required close combat during the hero's operation, would they be able to be as precise as the wooden people in the future? The answer is obviously not, at least in the short term. They are unable to do so fit. Not to mention that when everyone is fighting, there will be countless variables due to the use of quirks, but the level of physical skills, even if he takes a step forward on this road, he will not be able to reach the level of wooden people. Green Qiu, who originally thought that he was a bit powerful, can only smile bitterly now. When did he actually not even compare to the wooden man? Keep on keeping on. Green Valley wants to try the results of his own cultivation during this period, and also wants to see where his limits are through the wooden man. Green Qiu, whose eyes became firm, no longer used his arm to block the attacks of those wooden figures, but calmly stretched out a finger. Ye Qiu outside Wooden Man Alley finally showed a satisfied look. Sometimes it is impossible for a martial artist to turn your entire body into a weapon, but you must have the weapon you are most proud of. For example, Green Valley, his strongest weapon is his fingers. Exercising already strong limbs? No. Compared with that finger of his, it is far from strong enough. Is this guy crazy? Actually imitating the devil, trying to use his own fingers to resist those wooden figures who seem to be irresistible at all. 833 pairs. He must be crazy. Fingers will break. Except for Ye Qiu and All Might, almost everyone thought that Lu Gu was crazy. He was just a normal person. How could he do the same thing as a demon? Hey, Smelly Qiu, you want to die yourself. Don't hurt anyone. When Bakugo saw Green Valley's calm face, he felt a burst of irritability in his heart. If you fall, our 2 trials will end immediately. Although it is still very unpleasant to see the little angel of Green Valley, Bakugo is very clear about one thing, that is, if there is no containment of Green Valley, he and Shoto Todoroki will definitely be knocked to the ground by the wooden people in the first place. Such a shameful thing, he didn't want to be seen by so many people. Ignore it. Green Valley, who was reminded, didn't pay attention to Bakugo's unpleasant sound, but he still had such a kind reminder. That finger. With great determination. With absolute confidence. Green Valley knew that no matter who discouraged him, he would take this step, because now for him, the only thing he could trust was his own finger. His fingers are very strong. Very strong. Even if others don't believe it, he still believes in the achievements of his cultivation for so long. I did. In the end, I still met the fingers of Green Valley, and in the opposition of everyone, I still met with the bodies of those extremely hard wooden figures. Hiss. Some girls couldn't bear to watch the scene and quietly put their heads away for fear of seeing the tragic end of Lu Gu's broken fingers. It only took less than a second for Lu Gu to make everyone's eyes widen. He achieved that finger, and there was no fracture. Instead, he was at a standstill with the wooden man's body. And through this moment of stalemate, Lu Gu actually moved forward a step, avoiding the attack of the wooden man behind, and continued to move forward. Instead, it was Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki who were following him. At this time, because no one was standing in front of him, they were attacked by more people at once, and several fists and legs fell on them in a short time. There is no way to resist the attacks that are rushing around, and there is no time to react. How is this going? Could it be that Green Valley really got the true biography of that demon advisor? His fingers are completely hard beyond the limits of normal people, otherwise they wouldn't see Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki on the screen. Tooth grinned with a pained expression. And everyone is almost certain that in the process just now, Green Valley did not use his quirks. The strength of the quirks that the guy showed during the test was obviously violent. If he used quirks when resisting, I am afraid that the wooden man's body has already appeared incomplete. Forward. 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 Green Gu's eyes are full of incomparable determination. At this time, he has used all the experience and accumulation he has cultivated in his daily life. The fingers of both hands are constantly flying, and he can successfully resist the wood every time. Human attack. Okay, so handsome. Uraraka Ochiko put his hands together in front of his chest. His face was a little rosy. Obviously, he was completely attracted by the figure of Green Valley in the picture. Minoru Mineta, Kaminari Denki, and others, the clothes they were biting in their mouths were about to be bitten. They wished that the person who appeared majestic in the picture at this time was not Green Valley but himself, but he didn't understand very clearly, even if no more after cultivating for a few months. I am afraid that they will not be able to easily reach the level of Green Valley. It's kind of interesting, this kid, Green Valley, seems to be much better than I thought. Maybe from the beginning, being an ordinary person without quirks made his growth potential even more amazing. Ye Qiu stood beside All Might and whispered. All Might also showed a gratified smile. Compared with the two super geniuses who were a little embarrassed in the picture, Green Valley's performance can only be described as amazing. Ha 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 ha. With a smug laugh, All Might showed a proud expression. Whether it's your training in his physical skills development or the quirks you inherited from me, it's all for that kid. It's the perfect match. His hidden talents are indeed far beyond all of us estimates. Presumably when he becomes a qualified hero, it should not have to wait until I retire. No, although his success has something to do with us, the relationship is not that big. For everyone, success requires their own efforts. Green Valley's success is only the result of his own efforts. I don't think there is any credit for me. If a person doesn't even work hard, how can he succeed? You said it was All Might. Didn't we come from them too? Ye Qiu's words did not deliberately lower his voice. Yeah, who has not gone through countless efforts to become a qualified hero? All Might's eyes were a little nostalgic, and he seemed to think back to the time when he was studying in Xiongning High School, the teacher's meticulous attention to his fists. It seems that compared with their time, the little devils now have one less of the purest obsession with heroes and a little less desire to grow stronger, because their previous generation had already supported this group of little devils when a sky rose. The tricks of these little devils were not as hard as theirs. Yes, Ye Qiu is right. If these little devils are allowed to live too comfortably, sooner or later the evil under the sky will completely crush these little devils when they don't stop anymore. At that time, I was thinking it is too late to make them stronger. Young Ye Qiu, no matter what plans and decisions you have in the future, I will support you without hesitation. All Might is your firmest supporter. All Might extended his big hand to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment. He just sighed that the growth rate of Green Valley was completely beyond his imagination, but he didn't expect All Might to have such a big emotion, but he was overdue for that big thick hand. Still smiled knowingly and slapped it heavily on it. Well, I won't let you down. Xiongning is destined to be the pride of the entire heroes world. Just wait. Okay, I'll stick with it until that day. Will heroes become the pride of the entire heroes world? Listening to the conversation between the two men, whether it was the Wave's spiral scroll or the first-year kiddos who were inexplicably infected with a trace of blood, everyone began to gear up and suffer. It is impossible for other schools to have special buildings such as Wooden Man Alley and Gravity Room to torture the students of their own school. If they can climb up alive in this kind of hell, what reason would they not be the hero of the entire heroes world? What about pride? It's a pity that the three people in the Wooden Man Alley have no way to feel the blood. But for those three people, they never needed any reason for them to become stronger. For each of them, there is a belief that they must become stronger. Money is good, although the source of this belief is different, but it never changed. Even if Ye Qiu was strong enough to make people fear, they never stopped their hearts that they wanted to chase. Ye Qiu said before Shoto Todoroki entered that he couldn't hold on for a few minutes at all. Now even with the help of Bakugo Katsuki and the little angel of Green Valley to help him share the pressure, he still felt that the wooden man was deeply relative to them. Of malice. But Shoto Todoroki didn't show any signs of flinching. Those wooden figures hit him, and the painful attacks all turned into very firm eyes, making him walk forward without hesitation, no matter how many times he was attacked. Become more, even if the pain in the body becomes worse. The same is true for Bakugo. He can feel Shoto Todoroki's obsession around him. Since Shoto Todoroki, like her, has never practiced taijutsu and is still frantically resisting the attack of the wooden man, what reason does he have to back down? In the end, they still haven't practiced real taijutsu. For Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki, there is no other way to move forward except to stick to the mind. And even if they have a firm mind, every time they take 2 or 3 more steps, they will be kicked back to the starting position by the wooden man, and Lugu has only advanced less than 10 times with one-finger meditation. The distance of one step is far from clearing the entire Wooden Man lane. Ye Qiu is very satisfied with this result. The willpower shown by everyone is far beyond his imagination and even brought him a lot of surprises. I believe they will speed up for a period of time. After cultivating, the strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, because everyone has seen the fact how weak they are in this experience. 20 minutes later, Ye Qiu took the initiative to terminate the test in the Wooden Man lane. The three of them switched to support. When they walked out of the Wooden Man lane, they were already covered in bruises and wounds. Among them, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki were the worst. Jang's face could hardly be seen what it actually looked like, and he was bruised by the unceremonious beating of the group of wooden men. Green Valley was better, but he was still breathing heavily with his hands on his knees, and his sweat fell on the ground like raindrops. How? Do you still feel like a genius now? 833. Ye Qiu didn't have any words of consolation, but asked straight to the point. How to get more credits, tell me. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth while panting weakly and looked at Ye Qiu. Not only him, Shoto Todoroki was also staring at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu fumbled for his chin. Is the wolf strong? Strong. Although he didn't want to admit it, Bakugo Katsuki nodded and said not to be outdone. At least I am not his opponent now, but I will definitely surpass him, and I will definitely surpass you in the future. None of you will be my future opponent. Actually, the bad wolf guy, in a place, is not considered a top powerhouse at all. That place is called the Cemetery of Heroes. Without a firm hero's will, people who go in will only just a desolate tombstone. Hero's graveyard? Even All Might was a little moved. What kind of cruel place was Ye Qiu called the Graveyard of Heroes? Could it be that Ye Qiu's terrifying strength was tempered in the so-called hero's graveyard? The world of One Punch Man, in Ye Qiu's opinion, is a tragic graveyard. The heroes will be there to carry out their will, like an undocumented knight, but most of these dangers, many ordinary heroes, simply cannot resist. Living and being a good heroes is not an easy task. My British world, so happy. Yes, so happy. Obviously already possessing the strength far beyond the undocumented knights, these little guys have not been protected under the wings of heroes, and they have no desire to let them participate in actual combat. The evil wolf sneered. He really didn't expect that Ye Qiu's name for their area would be Hero. Yes, S Graveyard. Isn't it the Cemetery of Weirdos? Isn't it the Graveyard of Mankind? Although Evil Wolf was only here for a day, he could clearly feel that the so-called heroes reserved here did have strong potential, but they were a group of little devils with no sense of crisis. If a guy like this becomes a heroes, he will be able to hunt them all down without even a day's time. Where is this place? Anyway, even if the wolf thinks about it, he can't think of it. It even has such an idea. Could it be that outside the city established by the Heroes Association, there are other surviving city bases on the vast land? And those bases are far happier than they imagined. Maybe it's because there are more superpowers in those bases, as heroes. Just like the children in Xionging High School, there are many more powerful superpowers in front of them. Therefore, this group of little devils can grow up carefree, unlike them who have faced the threat of death since childhood. I want to see it. I'm going to see the place called the Tomb of Heroes by the advisor, even with my current strength. I'm going to see it to see if my own strength can become a real heroes. Bakugo Katsuki shouted to Ye Qiu firmly. Even Ye Qiu didn't think that this kid would have such an inexplicable obsession. Obviously, he just mentioned it, but after seeing his serious lack of strength, he wanted to call it the Heroes Cemetery. The place to enjoy a bit of a bigger hit. Of course, he may not want to see how the real heroes who are on the front line of life and death live, but want to earn more credits, but this possibility is not much. Ye Qiu just thought about it, and he completely disappeared from his mind. That is to say, from today onwards, he began to appreciate Bakugo Katsuki, a stinky brat. I want to see it too. Shoto Todoroki, the troubled boy, stared at Ye Qiu with the same firm gaze. Not to mention the little angel of Green Valley. In the test just now, his physical skills are obviously the best. And everyone can already confirm that the little angel of Green Valley is definitely not as bad as they imagined in terms of actual combat ability. although he basically never used his quirks in previous battles. We want to go see it too. Everyone's blood. Obviously, there is no way to disappear in such a short period of time. There is such a small fraction of the report upgrade, and the rest of the others also shouted out almost at the same time. They really want to go to the so-called for Hero's graveyard. See what a truly brutal battle is like. This kind of thing is not impossible, but the premise must be that you can practice for at least 10 minutes in the five-fold gravity room, or you can pass the Wooden Man Alley smoothly. Of course, the time to pass the level can't be more than 1 hour, otherwise don't have the right to go to that cruel place, because even if you look at it, you will lose your life in it. Don't think Heroes is a job without danger. Everyone will die. And no one will use their spines there anymore. Hold up the sky above your head for you. Those hazes can only be broken with your own strength. Ye Qiu said calmly. 2 conditions. These 2 conditions sounded extremely harsh. In the five-fold gravity room, they persisted for 10 minutes, and within an hour, the Wooden Man Alley, which seemed to have no flaws, passed through. For all the students of Xiongning High School, it is almost impossible to accomplish this goal in a short period of time, but there is no sign of wanting to give up in their eyes. On the contrary, there is still a trace of burning blood. Ye Qiu was about the same age as them, but he was able to hold on to a complete set of punches in a room with 20 times the gravity, and he even had spare strength. They're also the people who will become heroes in the future. Even if they are slightly inferior to Ye Qiu in terms of strength, talent, or effort, they are only 5 times as long. The gravity room is only 10 minutes. Everyone is the same. If a person has a goal but can't persist in achieving it, how can he become an excellent hero? Yes. The evil wolf, an unstable factor for the One Punch Man incident, has instead become a key presence in the world of Mai-ing, who has experienced the growth of Xiongning High School students. Even Ye Qiu himself did not expect the effect to be so good. This also strengthened Ye Qiu's idea that something in the 2 worlds should influence each other, and the heroes should all change. Let's go. Watch the training for yourself. It doesn't matter when this guy wants to practice against him, but everyone who practices against him remembers that after being defeated 10 times, he has to pay him 1 credit. After all, this guy has no other way to earn credits and can only get the last remaining value that belongs to him by being your human flesh target. Ye Qiu glanced at the wolf with a face full of indifference. He was not aroused in the least by the bloody wolf. This guy was still not abused enough. It should be said, these brats of Xiongning are really too weak. It's a little pathetic to be weak. Even if he was wearing a heavy-duty suit, he could easily defeat everyone here, and with the adaptation to the rich Huxia medicine, the strength of the wolf would only become stronger. Getting stronger and stronger. Even Ye Qiu doesn't know when someone will completely defeat this guy in battle. Human target? He is very dissatisfied with this name of the wolf, and since he is so dissatisfied, there is only one thing he can do, and that is to completely fight this shameful name back, and let those stinky bastards know the so-called human flesh target. How the hell did they get their nose bruised and swollen? After playing 10 times, you can get credits, and the credits can be exchanged for Ye Qiu's physical skills. This kind of relaxed vegetable abuse game still has some value to him. Speaking of which, Evil Wolf was very interested in Wooden Man Lane, and the incomparably precise skills of the Wooden Man made him feel a shock, and even if he put himself in his shoes, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to do it within 60 minutes. Inside, without destructive means, easily passed through the Wooden Man Alley. The move was so perfect, it was just like the old man he hated. The only thing that is more unfortunate is that this guy, Wild Ball, is too tight on himself. Even if he has no intention of leaving Xiongning High School, that guy does not allow himself to take off his heavy clothes and accept tasks like normal students. Gain academic credit. Alas, the road to earning credits is a long way to go. After leaving school, Ye Qiu planned to go to Saitama to see if he had been to the House of Evolution recently. If not, Ye Qiu still really wants to go with him. Dr. Kenos from the House of Evolution still made him very interested. He is a guy who interprets black technology to the fullest. In the world of One Punch, that guy may not be able to use his talents to the fullest, and there will even be many heroes who want to destroy him, but in Ye Qiu's view, as long as his talents are used in the right way, will definitely shine. Hiring Xiong, he can do research on genetics and improve the efficiency and medicinal properties of the medicated bath package. He is also a good talent. That's it. The reason why Ye Qiu has such an idea is that he has not seen Genos become an S-class heroes during this period of time, which means that it is very likely that he and Saitama have not evolved yet. S home. After greeting the king as usual, Ye Qiu jumped off the balcony. However, there is one thing that still makes Ye Qiu feel a little bit embarrassed, that is, he doesn't seem to know where Mr. Saitama's family lives. Looking around like a headless fly, I'm afraid it should be within a short time. I can't find Saitama-sensei either. For flowers. No. Logically speaking, all of Mr. King's achievements should be attributed to the bald Superman, or the bald Superman, which means that Mr. Saitama's house should live not far from Mr. King's house. There is still hope to find the location of his home within today. According to Saitama's style, every day I am not on the way to find a weirdo, or on the way to a discount store, and I feel that the goal is very clear, that is, to find a place where there are monsters fighting around, or a store with discounted goods. Speaking of which, this method did have a good effect. When he found the fifth store, he saw a bright bald head. Hey, I finally found you, Mr. Saitama. Ye Qiu showed a relieved smile. Ye Qiu. Saitama was still staring at Ye Qiu with a bewildered face. The saleswoman of the store had already started screaming loudly. As an avid fan, she suddenly saw her favorite S-class heroes. How could she not scream out loud? Ye Qiu covered his ears in pain. He didn't understand why he was recognized, and he didn't want to understand the methods of the Heroes Association to shape heroes. But now is not the time to think about such a thing. He made a decision immediately, that is, he took Saitama, who had already paid the money, and ran away. You are. Saitama, who was inexplicably pulled by Ye Qiu, scratched his bald head. Here it is. Before Ye Qiu could answer this guy who had forgotten himself, he was blocked by several black cars. Ye Qiu, you can't hide, join our Fubuki team. We already have 3 A-level heroes in our Fubuki team, and there will be more in the future. Hell Fubuki got out of the car and looked at Ye Qiu proudly. Ye Qiu has a headache. He obviously spent a long time looking for Saitama. Why was this woman Helbukabuki able to find him so quickly? Small. Don't think about it. I'm not going to join the Fubuki group. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed by driving? Ye Qiu was too lazy to say a few more words to this girl. Snowblowing team? He is not in the world of One Punch every day. How could he join any organization at will if he really got his contact information for the Fubuki team? In case of any powerful disaster, he can't be there. Wouldn't he be punished? People die. I remember. You're the guy who can turn into a man on fire. Teacher Saitama, who was stopped by Ye Qiu from running, finally thought of who Ye Qiu is. That is, he has some strength, and he will remember him in his heart. Are you here to fight me? Saitama looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Amazing strength. Although the giant, for him, it is a matter of 833 love, but Saitama is very optimistic about Ye Qiu's strength. At least he should be able to exercise a little. Ye Qiu pulled a helpless smile. It's okay to fight with you, but you have to make sure that you don't use all your strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be smashed into scum by you in an instant. I can still feel how terrifying your strength is. Arrived. Huh? You're the first person to say such a thing. Saitama's face is expressionless. All villains or opponents he has met before think he is weak. Only Ye Qiu felt his strength for a while. For Saitama, Ye Qiu is also a special one exist. How about it, Mr. Saitama? Are you interested in this? Ye Qiu looked at Saitama with interest. As for the Fubuki group car behind him, they were already left behind by him and couldn't catch up at all. No problem, you should be the only one in the world who can let me exercise for a while. I'm a little interested. Said to be a little interested, but Saitama's expressionless expression of scratching his face still made Ye Qiu feel that he was not really interested in fighting with him. Ye Qiu's purpose is actually very simple, that is, to let Qiu help him feed his tricks before going to the House of Evolution. Although Saitama-sensei was already strong and could easily smash his opponent to ashes without any moves, Ye Qiu knew that Saitama-sensei later participated in the ancient martial arts competition and was a very good target for feeding moves. As for why they didn't find Teacher Bangu, it was simply because Teacher Saitama could bring Ye Qiu a greater sense of oppression. Only the sense of oppression between life and death can make him stronger faster. Saitama can maintain full killing intent when fighting against him and can defend his Rakido just right. Very strong. A terrifying figure who has absolute control over his absolute power. Sure enough, after chatting with Mr. Saitama, Yi found that Chiyo Jinuosi hadn't met Mr. Saitama yet, which means that the plot of Evolution House has not yet started, and he still has the opportunity to participate in it. So strong. On this day, when Ye Qiu fought with Teacher Saitama, he really understood why this man was so strong. That is the purest power in this world. The speed, strength, and even the senses are all top-notch. Whether Ye Qiu uses the Fengshen leg or the 18 dragon subduing palms, all those changes and Rakido can be seen through by Saitama teacher at the last moment. Totally see-through. Ye Qiu's moves were all useless in the end. Of course, for Saitama, the battle with Ye Qiu also opened a door to a new world for him. The skill of the move really opened his eyes. It was a way of fighting that was completely invisible when fighting against monsters. What Ye Qiu felt most terrifying was that in the process of fighting with him, Saitama was still learning for a while, turning the skills of changing power and ancient martial arts into the most suitable fighting style for him. The two men, obviously, feel very interesting about the battle between each other. One is fighting with absolute power, the other is fighting with sheer skill. Ye Qiu keeps getting stronger every day in the world of One Punch, and the group of little devils in the world of My British are also getting stronger by absorbing everything around him crazily at a speed that exceeds his imagination. Comfortable? No. Even though they were studying in high school, with the existence of the evil wolf that completely surpassed their strength limit, the strength of those little devils was able to advance by leaps and bounds. Sure enough, there is pressure and motivation in the world of One Punch Man. On this day, Saitama-sensei arrived as scheduled to fight the mosquitoes. When he was fighting the mosquitoes, he did not use his wild intuition. Shooting mosquitoes, perhaps in the eyes of Saitama-sensei, is one of the few pastimes. When Ye Qiu was not fighting, he would occasionally watch the news on the TV in Teacher Saitama's house to learn more about the One Punch world. Sure enough, news about the female mosquito finally appeared on TV. After moving his body for a while, Ye Qiu was about to go in that direction when he found that Teacher Saitama had chased him out of the house without knowing when. Don't let me down too, Dr. Kinos. Throwing the shirt casually on the ground of Saitama's house, Ye Qiu chased after Saitama's figure, chasing in the direction of the city. Saitama-sensei, who was chasing mosquitoes, was not very fast. Huh? Ye Qiu, why are you here too? Saitama, who was holding the pesticide, looked at Ye Qiu, who was following him with a dull expression. How damaged this city is. Mosquitoes are really annoying. Ye Qiu frowned, seeing the black shadow that covered the sky. His whole person's mood became bad. Be careful, the two of you stay far away. Those mosquitoes will suck all the blood from the human body. Leave it to me to deal with it here. Genos stood in front of Ye Qiu and Saitama. Ye Qiu was a little helpless. With the 3.8 situation where he and Saitama were together, when would it be Genos' turn to take action? However, considering that he didn't want to have an extra robot apprentice, Ye Qiu felt that it would be better for him to restrain himself a little when he made a move. Those black mosquito swarms? It really couldn't hurt him. It seemed to be accurate. That group of mosquitoes couldn't even penetrate the surface of the skin that was defended by the King Kong indestructible magic when he was defending. However, in order to keep his clothes intact, Ye Qiu decided to use the power of a little fruit to turn all the mosquitoes into ashes, so as not to lose his clothes by the mosquitoes or be irritated by Genos. Attacked and burned his clothes. The ghost knows where the camera of the Heroes Association is pressed. Saitama is not afraid of embarrassment, but he is still quite worried. Sure enough, Genos' way of thinking that was already biased towards robots made him come up with an extremely brutal attack method. Boom! After a loud noise, The flame that burned the fruit completely turned into a huge ball, and Ye Qiu, who wrapped himself, could clearly feel the vibration of the ground. This movement is really big. I don't know what the young people think today. They can become stronger through normal means, but they want to turn themselves into robots. How powerful are robots? It should be said that number 17, who participated in the Cosmic Power Conference in Dragon Ball, should be regarded as a power benchmark. However, with the current level of technology in my British world, Ye Qiu doesn't think they have the ability to raise Genos' body to that level. Moreover, on the 17th, they belonged to artificial humans, which was a little different from robots. Genos' attack was too biased towards machine technology, and there was really nothing to watch. Not good. I seem to have killed 2 innocent humans. After Genos finished attacking, he realized it with hindsight. It seemed that the ordinary-looking bald-headed uncle and child just now should not be able to stop himself from such a terrifying threat of explosion. It's a pity that his robotic body made his mind a little bit numb. When he wanted to destroy the mosquito swarm, he didn't think of this at all. Ming, Mr. Saitama, you really have quirks in your outfit. I remember when the supermarket was on sale, they didn't sell clothes. With the number of clothes in your closet, it seems like you're going to spend a lot of money again. Ye Qiu didn't let his flames be seen, but after seeing Teacher Qiu's white and pink muscles, he quickly turned his head away. Spicy eyes. He has no interest in men at all, and Saitama is a little too disrespectful. He clearly has the ability to easily escape the impact of this attack, but he just stood there and did not move. I really don't want to take one more look. If I take one more look, I'm afraid there will be a needle eye. Saitama, who had reacted, lowered his head and looked at it. His expression was still extremely dull, and he didn't seem to have any hindsight thoughts. Genos turned his head in surprise. He never thought that 2 people who seemed to be completely ordinary people could stand there without any damage under his own attack. Among them, the younger one didn't even get the slightest bit of dust on his clothes, which is a bit too unbelievable. Don't look at me like that. Sometimes people are lucky, and they have to avoid danger automatically. We should be the one with good luck. I advise you to deal with the long flight in the air with peace of mind. He has to be a little ugly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that he will live a few extra seconds because of his ugly appearance. Ye Qiu shrugged and pointed to the mosquito girl who had changed to color in the sky and appeared again. Well, in his opinion, that look is really ugly. What? How dare you call me ugly? The ant lady flying in the air has incomparable confidence in her figure and appearance. She never thought that a normal man would actually say such words when he saw her. That boy who seems to be pleasing to the eye seems to really not want to live at all. In that case, let her blood become a part of her body to wash away the insults she once caused herself with her voice. The snake girl's expression of licking her lips made Ye Qiu feel helpless. Hey, I've also convinced you non-humans with bad brains. Don't those 2 guys look better to bully? Why do you keep your eyes on me every time? Am I really growing? A face of hatred? Don't force me to shoot. If I really shoot, I'd be afraid of myself, and don't stare at me with that kind of eyes. Don't think I don't know. You guys all want to devour me flesh. That face really didn't feel much hatred, but Ye Qiu's mouth still managed to draw a lot of hatred for him. At least from Ant Lady's point of view, the words just now were enough to be provocative. Never mind, boy, you talk too much. I don't like listening to others, because I am the leader of the right to speak. With a wave of the female hand, a scarlet storm flew towards Ye Qiu. Genos, a robot, obviously has no blood for him to absorb, and the only remaining blood is Saitama and Ye Qiu. Compared with Saitama's sluggish bald head, at least it was Ye Qiu's blood, which looked a little more delicious. Be careful. Genos shouted and quickly blocked Ye Qiu, for fear that he would be accidentally hurt by the mosquitoes. Ye Qiu thanked him. Thank you. It just so happens that I have to spare some strength to fight with Teacher Saitama, but you saved me a little trouble. Hey, Ye Qiu, how can you be like this? You are also very strong, okay? Why do you always take action every time you fight? Saitama looked depressed. No matter when he encounters a weird person or when he encounters some trouble, he is always responsible for taking action. Ye Qiu is often the one who watches the scenery over there. Because the bounty is not enough, I said, if you go to take the hero's qualification, even if you are interested in engaging in hero's activities in the future, you can get a lot of bounties, so you don't have to wait. The supermarket discounts and then buys things. Don't. Supermarket discount day is my heart. If you have money, you have to wait until the supermarket discount day to buy things. You can't be a salted fish. 833 Saitama's enthusiasm instantly burned. The two chatted first in the middle of the battlefield, but Genos and Snake got into a fight. Then do you want to be a hero's? Ye Qiu was a little speechless. What kind of adult fish is salted fish? Every time he grabbed the date and waited for the discount day, how could he feel that Saitama was more mature than him? It's all excuses. Okay, I'm going to be a hero's, but I'll talk about it after a while. You don't even tell yourself, you don't even know where the hero's test is. Saitama scratched his face. Can you put your clothes on first? I'm very burdened by you. Ye Qiu resisted his anger and said, when Saitama-sensei's clothes are all gone, the place where he shines is his whole body. The feeling that the whole body is glowing is horrible. Saitama glanced at the surroundings in distress. I can't help it, I have very few clothes. The buildings here have been destroyed, and there must be no clothes that suit me. Then it's up to you. I'll stay away from you to save my eyesight from deteriorating. After he finished speaking, Ye Qiu realized that Genos' side had reached the level of self-destruction. When deciding on Saitama, he kicked Mosquito Girl in the direction of Saitama. Okay. That sudden kick was so fast that even Genos didn't have time to react. It was as if Ye Qiu had suddenly appeared beside him, and even the robot's vision could not fully capture his figure. Great. Seeing that they have just survived, it is not due to luck. The words of the two who talked about becoming heroes just now should also be really capable of becoming heroes. At the most dangerous time, if it wasn't for Ye Qiu's sudden appearance, I'm afraid he would have turned to ashes now. In fact, Genos didn't know whether he could take away the Mosquito Girl who had evolved again if he blew himself up. Although he has become a robot with few feelings, Genos breathed a sigh of relief. If those two people were strong enough, the other residents of Odo City would not have been killed by this terrifying-looking tattoo girl. Genos' heart finally relaxed, but he was kicked away by Ye Qiu, intending to use Saitama, the naked guy, as his latest ingredient, Mosquito Girl, and met a not very fast fist. Boom! With one punch, the Mosquito Girl, whose strength was already astonishing, turned into dust in the air, while Saitama looked at the street that was swept through by his own punches. Finally got rid of the pesky mosquitoes. Today is perfect. Ignoring Genos' horrified eyes and open mouth, Saitama hurriedly ran away in the wind. He wanted to go home and get dressed. Please wait. Genos struggled to block Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Would you really not take care of your injuries? No, I just want to ask, do you know the address of the strong man just now? I want to visit. Genos looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu pointed to himself. Don't you think I'm also very powerful? This rhetorical question made Genos stunned for a moment, as if Ye Qiu was really strong, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kick that incomparably accurate kick. I think your strength is not as good as that gentleman. After a long silence, Genos choked out such a sentence. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Well, your intuition is still very accurate. At least I am not his opponent now. But in the future, who will be the strongest in the future is still uncertain. Please tell me the address of that gentleman. Genos said sincerely again. Ye Qiu nodded. He didn't plan to accept robots as apprentices. It should be said that he has no plans to accept apprentices either. After getting Saitama's address, Genos left with satisfaction. In order to avoid being chased by Saitama's bald head, Ye Qiu felt that it was better to avoid the limelight recently, at least not in a place where Saitama's bald head could see. In my world, everyone's strength has improved very quickly, but because All Might has been focusing on Xiangying's teaching tasks recently, it has not appeared in public very much. So outside Xiangying, a group of reporters will be surrounded every day. On this day, Ye Qiu was still avoiding Saitama when he happened to see such a scene. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, what's going on here? Ye Qiu, who easily pushed the crowd away, frowned a little. Aizawa Shoyuta pinched his eyebrows with a headache. You can also see, because the guy All Might was very famous when he was Heroes, so after the news of him was gone, all the media where there has been a decline in the degree of attention. And this kind of thing? It's really not easy for these media workers. It should be said that Guy Endeavor is really uncooperative. This time is not a good time for him to take the position. Why don't he know how to promote himself more so that the media can have something to do? You Xionging High School can't do this. We're interviewing All Might. He is the Heroes for all of us, not your Xionging High School. The female reporter standing in front of the crowd shouted fiercely. Ye Qiu glanced at her calmly. Do you know that Xionging High School is an educational institution and a place to train a new generation of heroes? What you said has seriously interfered with our teaching. If you don't leave now, we at Heroes High School have reason to take unconventional measures to protect the quality of our teaching. Who are you? When is it the turn of a young boy from Xionging High School to talk? Yeah, is it too disrespectful to our media workers by letting a student come out to communicate with us? Xionging High School is amazing. Relying on being a famous high school, you can ask for big names at will. That's right, the heroes of your school are heroes? Don't those heroes who are fighting on the front line be more arrogant than you? Hearing those roaring noises, Ye Qiu's brows furrowed even more fiercely. As expected of a writer, white can be said to be black. Since these guys like to talk so much and don't want to listen to what he has to say, then there is no other way. Ye Qiu can only follow what he said before and take unconventional methods. He is not a good talker. Boom! A flame burst out from Ye Qiu's body instantly, forming a wall of flames in front of Xionging's gate. This wall is Xionging's last bottom line. Anyone with strength can come in. At that time, I will kill you on the spot for the reason of endangering the safety of the teachers and students of Xionging High School. Ye Qiu's words were full of icy coldness, without the slightest emotional bitterness. Hiss! That fiery breath instead caused everyone to take a deep breath and feel the chill on their back, Qianhaohao, which was really killing intent. How can you heroes be like this? We will definitely go back and expose. After a moment of silence, the group of media workers did not have the courage to step into the gate of heroes, even if some of them had special quirks. If you are like this, it will be difficult for the principal. Aizawa Shoyuta himself is very satisfied with Ye Qiu's approach, but now that he is a teacher, he still needs to consider some social impacts. Ye Qiu said indifferently, I am Xionging's special advisor, and that is where Xionging's last bottom line lies. I will do whatever you can't do or dare not do, otherwise I won't agree to become a special advisor. Anyway, I don't either. If you plan to become a real professional heroes, you can write whatever the media likes. As long as the heroes who will be heroic and heroic in the future can take on more social responsibilities, some grandstanding articles will still be understood by some people. The last bottom line. This sentence may not have any feeling to others, but for the staff and students of Xionging High School, it has great meaning. At least even a person like Aizawa Shoyuta, who is incomparably calm, also feels that there is an inexplicable power growing in his body. That power comes from the spirit and is rooted in heroes. It is the pride that their generation of heroes has always insisted on. Perhaps because of Ye Qiu's words, when Aizawa Shoyuta and All Might finally decided to conduct the rescue test, All Might didn't go, and Ye Qiu was in charge of the rescue test project throughout the whole process. Ye Qiu was still somewhat impressed by the rescue test this semester. When he received the notice, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Finally, he was about to meet the guys from the League of Villains again, and the number of people who came this time seemed to be small. Quite a lot. It's time for him to make the AFO guy's heart hurt once. Ye Qiu, who entered the classroom of Class A, said with a little playfulness in everyone's fearful eyes. Originally, this test was to drive to the destination, but I thought about it and felt that the physical fitness of 833 has improved quite well recently. Some students have already started formal physical training. If so, then happy decision, run to the test center. Anyway, the distance is not very far, only a few hours' drive. I believe you can run to the destination in one day. What? It was obviously an exciting rescue test, but how could it become a marathon? They are practicing physical fitness every day, but they have to run such a long distance. When it comes to the test, really can you still maintain your stamina? What? I look at your eyes, and it seems that I am not very satisfied with my decision. If there is really something you are not satisfied with, then say it, and everyone can discuss together how to make everyone satisfied. Ye Qiu said indifferently. No, no, no. We are very satisfied with the advice of Ye Qiu's consultants, and we don't have any opinions. Yes, yes, yes. We are all very satisfied. Dare to say dissatisfied? Impossible. Who knows what other means Ye Qiu will use to torture them if they are satisfied, or running is safer. Since everyone agrees with this proposal, then you don't give me to change clothes quickly. If you don't change clothes now, I can't guarantee that if one of you can arrive at the test venue before sunset, you will still have a meal. Ye Qiu said casually. The originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy, especially those students who were not very physically dominant. Their expressions became extremely nervous. Who knows how far the test venue is? If it is true if you can't reach the test venue before sunset, it may not only be as simple as not having a meal, but also encounter other terrifying situations. Change clothes. Hurry up and change your clothes so that you can buy more time and make yourself suffer less. This is almost a consensus reached by everyone in a short period of time. But obviously, they still seem to think Ye Qiu is a little too good. Except for a few girls who are really weak, there is actually an inner bag hidden in it, and inside it is an iron body with different weights. Too much. It's just too much. Why is there such a thing in the clothes to carry out that kind of long-distance running? It is already very tiring, and if you add weight-bearing equipment, what is the difference between cultivating in a gravity room? However, for the little angels of Green Valley, this is not a big problem. In order to adapt to the practice environment of the gravity room with 5 times the gravity as soon as possible, when they entered the gravity room without credits, they all put on their own weights. Equipment, in order to allow the body to adapt to the extreme state. Interesting, without this demon advisor, I don't even know what kind of pressure it would be to be a student at Xiongning High School. Bakugo grinned and laughed wildly. Indeed, during the few months of admission, apart from being ruthlessly abused by Ye Qiu, a special advisor, the freshmen of the heroic high school did not feel any pressure from the outside world at all. Speaking of the few pressures, Ye Qiu forcibly captured the wolf from the One Punch Man world. There is pressure to be motivated. Although most of the time during this period is still in the practice of training and close combat, but when Bakugo casts quirks, he can obviously find that his quirks are much stronger than before, and this improvement is much stronger than before. Improvements have come much faster in any year of the decade. Although he hated that guy Ye Qiu, and even wanted to repay that guy countless times in his dreams, Bakugo had to admit that it was because of the existence of Ye Qiu that his strength could be improved so much in a short period of time. As for the other people, their thoughts are almost the same. It is precisely because of the existence of Ye Qiu that they feel the cruelty of social existence, and they have a clearer understanding of what it means to be an excellent heroes. What a difficult road. I will take the lead in the front, and the people behind will try to keep up. If you can't keep up, you should not be able to reach your destination. As for the consequences of not reaching your destination, I will not embarrass you anymore. Credits. If there are credits in the account, it will be deducted directly. If there are no credits, wait for the tasks issued by the school to slowly change the credits. Ye Qiu said casually and ran out first. Hiss. 500 credits for a long run? What a joke. No matter how rich the family is, in Xiongning High School, they are the real poor. Not to mention 500 credits, most people can't even get 100 credits, and it will take a long time to get 500 credits in school. So when will they be able to get the method of physical training in the exchange room? This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to keep up. Keep up, must keep up. The people who were not very motivated before, at this moment, suddenly became irritable because of the stimulation of the credits. Considering that those boys couldn't compare to him in speed, Ye Qiu didn't plan to use all his strength when he started running. Consultant Ye Qiu, I don't know if I follow you to reach the destination smoothly. Are there any credits? The strongest little angel in Green Valley has become very real recently. He will still ask about things that are beneficial to him. After all, everyone is trying to become the strongest heroes. How can you not cherish the opportunity? Ye Qiu was stunned. He didn't expect the little angel of Green Valley to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, Ye Qiu shouted to the little guys behind him, "The first person to reach the destination after me can get 200 credits, the second can get 100 credits, and the third can get 100 credits. 50 credits, you can handle it yourself." Of course, this condition is basically fair to everyone. I will increase the weight of each person according to your strength. The weight of his weight adds up to about 100 pounds, and if you can't grab the first place from his hands, I have nothing to say. Recently, some of the little guys left a message saying that because of their good relationship with the little angel of Green Valley, they have gone through a lot of back doors for him, and some exercises that can only be exchanged in the exchange city. It was given to the little angel of Green Valley to practice. For this kind of thing, Ye Qiu doesn't really care about giving the little angel of the Green Valley to practice. Give any shreds of special care to the interior. It can only be said that the strength of a person is sometimes related to chance, which just happened to let him meet the little angel of the Green Valley, and let some of his own become the opportunity for the little angel of the Green Valley to become stronger. The world is inherently unfair. Just like the little angel of Green Valley was doomed to not have his own quirks from the moment he was born. And his strength is also relying on that kind of narcissism to get Ye Qiu's approval. It's that simple. In Ye Qiu's opinion, the weight of 100 gene is far from the limit weight that the little angel of Green Valley can bear. After all, a person with a successful internal strength practice under normal circumstances, carrying an adult on his back for several hours will not feel it. Tired. However, this weight is enough for the time being. Green Valley's cultivation is not that advanced. After all, he has not many credits. After redeeming some medicated bath packages, he can now have 10 years of internal strength cultivation. Not bad, a weight of 100 pounds can play a proper exercise effect for him. Shoto Todoroki, how much weight are you carrying? Bakugo looked at Shoto Todoroki unwillingly. To be honest, with his current strength, if the weight on his body reaches 100 pounds, he will not be able to run freely for several hours. According to the information from his body, the weight hidden in the clothes should be almost about 50 pounds. Shoto Todoroki said coldly, 70 pounds. It's not that Shoto Todoroki's talent and aptitude, in Ye Qiu's opinion, can bear more load than Bakugo. It's just because this kid has a father who ranks second in the heroes' rankings, because he was against his father since childhood. Is also constantly stubbornly improving his cultivation of the physical body. If the little angel of Green Valley did not practice internal strength and one-finger meditation, I am afraid that his strength can only reach a state of 30 genes at most, which is completely incomparable with these real geniuses. Hateful. How could that guy, Smelly, have a weight of 100 pounds and Shoto Todoroki, the B******************* D, is heavier than himself? Bakugo's heart is full of anger. Obviously, his weight is less, but he is more likely to win the first place. But what he thinks is, why is he not as heavy as those two guys? Ye Qiu looks down on himself. At this time, it's not just the explosive family that has this kind of mentality, but other people have this kind of mentality to some extent. They really want to know whether their weight is heavier or lighter than others. Those who are heavier are definitely stronger, and they can be recognized by Ye Qiu, a demon advisor. However, except for a few people, other people basically only have 5 or 10 pounds in their abdomens, and most girls basically have no weight. Never mind. Since there is no psychological advantage in terms of weight bearing, he can only think about how to get the top 3. Only by getting more credits can he narrow the distance between himself and other students. For flowers, gotta get the top 3. Everyone has this kind of thought. Even the guy Minoru Mineta is thinking about whether to hug his thighs with someone. Just now Ye Qiu didn't seem to say that he couldn't use quirks. If he could use quirks to block other people, he seemed to get a good name. Don't think about using quirks to stop other people. This is a test of your physical strength and willpower. And if you use quirks, you will lose your physical strength greatly, and it is very likely that you will not endure the end. Ye Qiu didn't look back, but interrupted many people's thoughts. Minoru Mineta suddenly had a bitter face. Originally, he wanted to use his quirks, let others carry him, and then use his own quirks. But looking at the words of advisor Ye Qiu, he didn't plan to let them use words at all. In addition, Bai's results will not be recorded in the results, and her speed is completely unmatched by you. Ye Qiu added, "Do you need credits? That's really not necessary at all." For her, things like credits can be exchanged, and what Ye Qiu can give can be 10 times, 100 times better. Gap. Sometimes Bakugo thinks, how great would it be if Ye Qiu gave him a few more chances to earn 100 credits? Even if it is a little shameful, as long as he has credits in hand, he will become stronger than Ye Qiu sooner or later. Bakugo is extremely confident in his own talent, and that guy who is stinky just practiced for a period of time earlier than him. In fact, the road to the rescue training center is not so difficult to walk. If you go straight, it is still very close, but the road for cars is not so easy to walk. When Ye Qiu started, he set the time of the drive, just to let those little devils have a hint in their hearts, so that some people would want to preserve their strength. On the Green Valley side, he is good at analysis. He felt that Ye Qiu's speed was increasing. He was just wondering for a moment, but he completely improved his speed. He didn't think Ye Qiu would deliberately throw them away. If you keep your physical strength here, you will only lose the first place. About 2 or 3 kilometers away, we will reach the rescue testing center. Ye Qiu estimated the distance and looked at the clear-cut brats behind him who were using different tactics, and his feet immediately started to speed up. As expected, the little angel of Green Valley had already guessed that Ye Qiu's routine was absolutely impossible for them to reach the finish line so easily, and before that, they would have to go through an extremely tragic fight. Although he couldn't use quirks, the little angel of Green Valley still used the inner strength of his body to the extreme, and the wind was blowing under his feet. Even if he had not practiced any lightning exercises, his speed at this time was faster than that of normal people. Not a lot. Ida really wants to cry. It is clear that her quirks is the most suitable person to get credits in this test, but if she can't use quirks now, it's 833. What the hell is he? The speed advantage is completely unplayable. Poor as Ida, who was still in the Third Army at this time, did not use his own speed to run out. It is not that he did not try to accelerate, but the 20-pound load was still a lot of pressure for him, and he did not use the speed engine. When sprinting, there is no way to easily get rid of this pressure of physical restraint. Fight. Ida looked at the people around him. His muscles were considered the best. When everyone was more or less burdened, he still didn't believe that with his physical fitness, he couldn't fight a little bit. Those who were relatively strong in physical training, led by the little angel of Green Valley, all began to grit their teeth and began to charge forward fiercely. Fight. No matter what, you have to keep up. That guy in Green Valley will never exert his strength at such an inexplicable time. There must be other reasons for it. Ye Qiu glanced at the group of boys behind him who were gritting their teeth, and his satisfaction became even greater. Everyone has been working really hard lately. Bai was beside Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu said softly, "Bai, you should have seen it with your own eyes. In fact, compared with all the people in the other world, they all live a little too easy. Although I am strong here, even in the future when you are strong enough, you can stand up to solve 90% of the big problems like All Might. But don't forget, in this world with more and more quirks, not everyone is a good person. There will always be people who desire to grow and grow in the darkness of the human heart. I can't be responsible for the safety of the entire Earth alone. Well, I understand. The world of One Punch may need heroes like you more." Said wisely. Ye Qiu nodded. There is indeed a need for more, or even more, heroes. Their growth is not only for themselves, but also for the other world, and if they have the ability, they must take on more things. Evil Wolf, an ordinary person, can cultivate to such a powerful level. There is no reason why these brats with quirks don't work hard. Following Ye Qiu, their nearest Green Valley little angel, vaguely let him hear extremely shocking words. Another world? Could it be that the so-called hero's graveyard is in another world? In that case, it's no wonder he, an honest fan who knows heroes so well, or All Might, hadn't heard of a place like this. Speed up. But after just listening to a few words, Lugu Xiaotian felt that his strength was not enough to understand these things for the time being. He simply catalyzed his internal strength to the extreme. He had to get the 500 credits and then become stronger. Can't catch up. Really can't catch up. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo showed almost all their milk-feeding strength. The guy in Green Valley ran out of the 100-meter race as if he had no weight at all when he was carrying a 100-pound load. A feeling of interesting. It seems that I underestimate this kid. Ye Qiu didn't expect that something like a credit reward would be something that Green Valley could easily get. He didn't know that, when he wasn't paying attention, All Might was secretly helping Green Valley with tutoring. In order for his successor to become a hero who can be compared to the little monster Ye Qiu in the shortest possible time, All Might has not given his credits to Green Valley for personal gain. Crazy tempering his body. After some damage, and the medicinal bath package could not be fully absorbed in the first time, the residual medicinal power in the body naturally allowed Green Goo to get an unexpected improvement in a short period of time. However, the reward of credits today is not only in terms of testing speed. Ye Qiu feels that it is the best time to test them when they will fight, and more credits can be considered at that time. When we arrived at the rescue test center, Green Valley really won the first place. Ye Qiu patted Lugu on the shoulder. When I first saw you, your strength was so ridiculously weak that you didn't even have the strength to protect yourself. I didn't expect that in less than a year, Yi has changed from a person who is powerless to someone who has the ability to protect others. Continue to work hard. Be sure to become a powerful hero. Don't let me have your expectations for you. Don't let Xiangying have your expectations hope in vain. Well, I will. Lugu raised his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his chin, but he didn't show too much excitement. This kind of thing was already accustomed to him now. The idea of becoming stronger has long been rooted in his blood and does not need anyone's encouragement. Second place is not Bakugo, nor Shoto Todoroki, but Kurashima Ijiro. Because of the quirks, this guy can be said to be crazier than anyone about his body workouts during this time. No 3.8 is wrong. Make good use of your quirks and cooperate with the practice of upper body art. You will definitely become a powerful hero. Ye Qiu also encouraged Kurashima Ijiro. Bakugo sighed and Shoto Todoroki didn't even have a third place, and the third place was a tail. Years of martial arts practice made him more adaptable to the practice of close combat than others. Recently, he spent all his credits in the gravity room. The Kuronojiro Mashireo has been able to persist in his practice in an environment with twice the gravity of the gravity room. Damn it. Bakugo put his hands on his knees, sweat dripping down. Shoto Todoroki's side wasn't much better than Bakugo, but because of the heavy load on them, they couldn't get up at all in the end. Consultant Ye Qiu will not be able to include our faculty and staff in the next test involving credits. I also need to get stronger. When I don't have to keep running without quirks, I can also bring you who is carrying the weight. It is a bit unfair for us teachers to send credits so lavishly. We must know that we have to work hard every day to cultivate this group of little devils who don't understand anything. Aizawa Shuta's words made everyone feel speechless. I'm afraid this is a fake Aizawa-sensei. Was that arrogant Aizawa-sensei kidnapped by aliens or killed by villains? The person standing in front of them is probably a villain who transformed into quirks. Ye Qiu smiled helplessly. Mr. Xiangzhe, what you said is wrong. As teachers, you can receive fixed credits every month. Although 50 credits is a bit small, with a lot of free time, you can do tasks. You can also get credits in the tasks. Compared with these students, the channels for obtaining credits are obviously much easier. 50 credits per month. Hearing this number, many people are thinking about one thing for a while. When they become official heroes after graduation, should they go back to school to teach with enough credits and then go back to school? Become a social heroes, and then you will soon be at the top of the heroes rankings. To become a faculty member of Xiangying, the temptation of credits visible to the naked eye is simply too exciting. Okay, you bastards, you got so many credits. Don't be too happy. Today's class has just started. If someone dissatisfied me during the test process, I will apply to the school to withdraw you from school at any time. Heroes don't need trash students. Aizawa Shuta's words were still not polite at all, but everyone was used to his way of speaking, and they didn't feel that they would show any weakness in the next test. Even the timid guys like Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, after being infected by everyone, gradually regarded improving their strength as the goal of their life, because in the eyes of these two guys, the only way to improve their strength is to improve their strength. After going up, you can become a man like Ye Qiu's consultant, and he is liked by countless girls. Entering the rescue drill test site, everyone saw that the instructor of another course was teacher number 13, who looked a bit like a robot. Speaking of which, the place where the rescue exercise is carried out seems to be a little taller. No matter what kind of environment, you can find it in the place. The most important thing is that the characteristics of the environment are still very realistic, which is almost the same as the outside world. The environment is perfectly grafted over. Of course, this is very real to other people. For Ye Qiu, it is far less real than the world of One Punch Man. What kind of rescue exercise? If it weren't for these boys, who are currently too weak, he must take them straight to the world of One Punch Man for a real hero's combat drill. However, there is no need to worry too much. According to the current progress, many people today should be able to obtain most of the credits in the next time, and then exchange them for the method of physical training. On the 13th, he explained the basic elements of the rescue mission to the students. It's just that his words hadn't opened his mouth to mention that the lights in the half of the place, including all the power resources, began to become erratic, and in front of a small fountain, a Kurogiri that Ye Qiu was very familiar with appeared. It's still the familiar fluctuation, the guy who gets bullied by him every time. I really don't know why the people in the League of Villains are so tough. They know they will lose terribly, but they still come to him one after another to trouble him. They observed a small silence for a second. Ye Qiu shook his head and looked at the little Ziluos who kept coming out of the Kurogiri, without the slightest interest in doing it. As far as the strength of these guys is concerned, whether it is the Earth Dragon clan that he killed easily before, or the Mosquito Girl who was blown up by Saitama's punch, he can completely wipe out this group of scoundrels in an instant. As for the group of students, Ye Qiu has already been beaten to an unacceptable level during this period of time. In the face of such small wins and waves, they did not show any emotion at all, but rather regarded this incident as Ye Qiu. Another test for them. You all stay where you are and leave it to me to solve it. On the contrary, Aizawa Shuta's expression was extremely serious, even pulling the metal blindfold directly over his eyes, ready to fight alone. Aizawa-sensei, don't be so serious. These little devils have been in school for so long. Don't you have any confidence in them? Believe me, leave things to them to solve. With their current strength, they should give you a satisfactory answer. Don't think that they are still a group of children who have not grown up. Can you give them a chance? Take a good rest yourself. Ye Qiu put his hands around his chest, showing an attitude of indifference. Really? Okay. Aizawa Shoyuta stared at Ye Qiu with suspicious eyes. Ye Qiu waved his hand casually. How can a man say no? Of course I don't look down on those girls. 833 is just those guys who came out of Kurogiri anyway. Their strength is not very good. I believe your eyes also see it's just a little troublesome. Some people's quirks will give people a headache. Just take it as a test for those boys. Ye Qiu's hand was firmly on Aizawa Shuta's shoulder. Aizawa Shoyuta, through Ye Qiu's action, already understood exactly what he was thinking, and obviously didn't want him to make any move at all. Sure enough, after holding him down, Ye Qiu shouted loudly to the group of little devils behind him. How many villains can one villain's 20 credits achieve depends on your ability. When fighting, the weight can be completely removed, but I remind you, do not underestimate any villains, because you have no idea what kind of quirks he has. Credits are a good thing, but you also need to have the ability to get them. Don't you lose the ability to fight when you don't get any credits. What kind of special day is today, and why that demon advisor is so generous in taking out the credits, it is simply unbelievable. Everyone was shocked by Ye Qiu's generosity, and of course it was because of Ye Qiu's generosity that he became very motivated. Hundreds of villains appeared all at once. If you do a careful calculation, that means there are at least tens of millions of walking credits. Danger? With two teachers and Ye Qiu, The terrifying demon advisor, what have they to worry about? It was with this thought in mind that these little guys from Class A, after taking off the weight on their bodies, flashed extremely confident expressions in their eyes. Come on the credits. Let the credits come a little harder. Consultant, if everyone cooperates to defeat the villains, how will it be calculated? Minoru Mineta asked a question. Equally. Ye Qiu's words were simple. With that group of kid quirks, even the strongest ones, it's not an easy time to face hundreds of Quirks' unknown villains alone. It's better to form a team before the start. Forming a team one by one for them, the action is undoubtedly much safer. Soon, everyone was divided into several teams according to their usual familiarity and knowledge of their own quirks. Of course, with the characters of Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, they did not form a team with the others, but stood on the side with incomparable confidence. These two guys didn't seem to realize that in the previous run, they didn't get half a credit. Don't think that the weight is gone, and your superhuman quirks can get great play. On the League of Villains side, the dead wooden handle hanging out of the Kurogiri looks really weird. Regarding his identity, Ye Qiu didn't plan to inform All Might in advance. Whether this kid is the grandson of the former Ofe holder of All Might is not important to Qiu at all. He only knows that the kid who is standing on the opposite side of them is just villains. All Might is good at everything, but sometimes emotional. Sometimes Ye Qiu even thought that instead of giving that guy a chance to be emotional, it would be better for him to kill this opportunity in the cradle as soon as possible. Anyway, from Ye Qiu's own standpoint, he has nothing to do with the dead wooden handle hanging. Even if he is beaten into dust in the air, there will be no psychological burden at all. He still has absolute confidence in this point. The dead wooden handle hanging obviously also noticed the situation of the people in Xionging High School, but the reaction of the group of little devils at this moment was completely beyond his expectations. Why was there not the slightest fear in the eyes of those little devils, or the existence of nervousness, and even took the initiative to walk over to them? There are only a dozen people over there. Where did the confidence come from? And they appeared to be surrounded by them. It seems that he still looks up to the guys from Xionging High School to be more arrogant than he imagined. So in this case, they can only make them pay a painful price today, so as to learn the rule of the entire hero's world that the weak eat the strong, and if you have no strength, never underestimate your villains. Anyway, according to the original plan of the wooden handle, it was to kill all these stinky little devils. Only when they were all killed, the big target hidden behind All Might would appear logically. Speaking of which, the Noma he brought has already gotten the biggest improvement. If it wasn't for that powerful kid who appeared out of nowhere, his teacher wouldn't have made Noma stronger in a short period of time. What dead wooden handle hanging didn't know was that Ye Qiu was looking at them with a playful look where he couldn't see it. The number was indeed a bit large, and Ye Qiu had to admire such a large number of members in a short period of time. That FO did have his own way of winning people over. But that's it, the Alliance does have an absolute advantage in numbers, but in terms of personal strength, under his devil training and oppression, this group of boys is not the original group, seeing villain, will have weak legs. And the little devils who do not even have a strong desire to resist, for them, the so-called villains is the credit for being able to walk upright. It's really disappointing. Even though it's already dangerous to this level, All Might, whom you regard as your idol, still hasn't appeared. It seems that he, the so-called #1 in the hero's ranking, is just a vain name. The dead wood hanger sneered wanton. That's right. He was just laughing, and he didn't even mean to cover up this kind of ridicule. Anyway, those little devils were dead in his eyes, so let them listen to his absolutely confident words before they died. Bye, take it easy. If you let go of your hands and feet, those bastards will hate you. After all, credits are of no use to you at all, otherwise you will try Nomu for me first. The strength of that monster. It just so happened that your strength has risen to a bottleneck since this time. I believe you also want to personally test how strong you are now. Ye Qiu, who was standing in the shadow, gave by a faint smile. Jealousy, envy, hate, This is the most straightforward portrayal of everyone's mood. As Ye Qiu said, people who can become stronger without getting credits are not just a little shy outside the battle, and there are extremely brutal people in the battle. Yaoyorozu Momo? Who let someone be the fiancé of this demon advisor, who can enjoy such an enviable privilege? No way. Envy, jealousy, and hatred do exist, but everyone quickly calmed down. After all, this emotion has to be experienced many times every day, and it has long been accustomed to it. Rather than complaining about oneself over there, it is better to use this time to be one step ahead of others and kill a few more villains. Powerful. The fastest among them are Ida, and Uraraka Ochiko, as well as the team of Green Valley Little Angel. Consultant Ye Qiu, I think you are a bit unfair. Our teacher should also be able to participate in so many villains. If we don't take action, it is impossible to solve it safely. Aizawa Shuda's eyes originally looked a little dull, but in this case, the desire in the eyes made those eyes look extremely red. A villain's 20 credits. With his ability, although it is said that he cannot defeat all villains, he can still do it by solving the number of credits that are enough to exchange body arts and exercises, which is better than doing heroes day and night. The credits come even faster. What reason is there to refuse this kind of battle? What reason is there not to fight for yourself to participate in it? It's not really impossible. It's just that as a faculty member and heroes who has been famous for a long time before, if you and teacher number 13 enter the venue in person, the strength of the credit sweep is simply to make this group of the kid can't find any chance. You can enter the game, wait until they have eliminated more than 100 villains, and the villains you defeat afterward will get half of the credits of that group of students. How about it? Any comments? No. I don't have any opinion, and presumably teacher number 13 doesn't have any opinion either. After getting along during this period of time, Aizawa Shoyuda understands one thing very well. That is what Ye Qiu has decided. Whether you have an opinion or not, it is useless. Compared with the other teachers who stayed in the school, he and number 13 inexplicably had one more chance to earn credits, but they still had a chance to earn credits by a large margin, even if compared with those students. What they got by defeating a villains, the credits are only half, which is also very worthwhile for him. Would you like to form a team together on the 13th? Aizawa Shoyuda is very aware that his ability to continue fighting is not very strong, and those little devils still don't know when they will be able to kill 100 villains. What tactics should be used in order to get more credits from the hands of those little devils? Okay. As the teacher of Xionying, because Quirks is very special on the 13th, he rarely haunts the school on weekdays. As for Ye Qiu, a special advisor who suddenly appeared, he really wanted to get to know him. He really met him today, but he didn't expect him to be so young. For the 13th, I don't know exactly what the credits are and what are the precious things. Just based on the knowledge of Aizawa Shoyuda for so many years on the 13th, this guy is basically not tempted by any wealth, and he has no hobbies. Anything that can make Aizawa Shoyuda behave so excited must be a good thing. The identity of heroes does represent justice, and it does not mean that they have no desires. Number 13 still wants to get something good for themselves. The fastest Tian Ida over there, and under the partial weightless adjustment of Uraraka Ochiko's weightless quirks, the speed is also much faster. Have they found the most suitable opponent for them? A group of guys who seem to have many features that have been separated from human beings. Now they may be able to understand a little why all these guys are in the League of Villains. I am afraid it is because of the appearance. It is difficult to find a favorite object. Quirks does bring strength to people, but to a certain extent, everyone's aesthetics are still more inclined to the past, and it is not easy to find a suitable object successfully. On the one hand, it is better to look good, and on the other hand, it is more powerful, otherwise it will be difficult to find a favorite object at all. Just thinking about it brings tears. Joining League of Villains, it is not because they are not good-looking and have no strength. It is because of this that they will be cast aside by the society. Green Valley, Ida, and Uraraka still have to crush them a little bit in terms of looks. This immediately aroused the hatred of the guys from the League of Villains. The most unbearable thing is that these guys are good-looking and can entering a prestigious school. He is destined to become the hero's guy that the masses like in the future. These guys are completely different from the rats that live in the sewers. Go on. Be sure to devour these guys living in the sun alive. There are not as many powerful quirks as imagined. Most people only have partial alienation of their bodies, and they are not considered powerful quirks owners. Ida-san, you are in charge of supporting with speed. Uraraka-san, you are in charge of creating a difficult environment for the villains. Green Valley quickly set up the task. As for himself, he must be at the forefront. Well, Green Valley has been waiting for this day for a long time. Combining the OFA's quirks he got from All Might with the inner strength and body training exercises he learned from Ye Qiu, he would like to see this. How amazing the two forces can burst out. With the help of Uraraka Achiko, the Green Valley Little Angel's body suddenly became extremely light, and in that state, even if it was full of internal strength and even quirks who did not need to explode OFA, it would be much faster than normal people. Damn smelly. I must get more credits than you. Bakugo didn't want to see Green Valley showing off his prestige alone. Dead wouldn't handle. This time, things seemed to be different from what the boss expected. All Might didn't come, and the inexplicable confidence of the other party is completely beyond our imagination. Kurogyri, who was still delivering members of League of Villains incessantly, had a hint of surprise in his tone. The performance of the students of Xionging High School was beyond his expectations. The most important thing is that he just seemed to be among those figures and saw the person who made him feel heart palpitations to this day. Ran. Kurogyri, the teacher's plan is absolutely not wrong. All Might will come. When we kill the symbol of heroes, this twisted world will eventually become our ideal country. The voice and expression of the dead wooden handle seemed very frenetic. Nausea. An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted his fanatical mood immersed in his own world. It turned out that Bai already used Fengxian's legs to approach the dead wooden handle to hang several people at the fastest speed. Ye Qiu had long anticipated the day when he would fight Nomu and told them all of Nomu's characteristics. Baiyu is confident. Under Ye Qiu's attention, she will be a hero's reserve and will fight her own official battle. Humph. The dead wooden handle hanging quickly adjusted his emotions, and being able to approach him silently in a short time, Bai is definitely not a simple student. That girl's quirk should be very powerful. Even so, the dead wooden handle hanger is very confident about the Nomu beside him. This is the second-generation strongest Nomu that he reimproved on the basis of the Nomu he thought was perfect. No problem. No matter how strong Quirks is, he can't kill the Nomu beside him. Nomu, kill her. The sound of the dead wooden handle was full of icy coldness. Nomu, who was silent, quickly waved his incomparably thick arms, wrapped in a terrifying wind, and smashed it towards Bai's head. This move seems to be able to hit Bai's head for sure. Under the perverted palm of the dead wooden handle, there is also a morbidly infiltrating smile. I was very excited to take pictures of the flowers. That must be a wonderful picture. It's a pity that the wonderful picture that appeared in the dead wooden handle hanging's mind did not appear in reality. Instead, Bai's side used the Fengxian's legs to catch the wind and quickly escaped the attacked range. The palm of the fan-sized palm didn't touch her in the slightest. Taking advantage of the interval between Nomu's attack, Bai Yi successfully removed the eldest son from behind his death tyrant suit, put his fingers on the bowstring, and immediately 2 arrows made of steel appeared in his hands and shot at extremely fast speed. Nomu within easy reach. Damn, little reptile, it's fine to die obediently, but I'm still wasting my time. Do you know that if you waste a little more time, I'll see All Might, the heroes, which symbolizes the beauty of death later. Picture. You will pay for your actions, and I will never let you die so easily again. The tone of the dead wooden handle began to tremble slightly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Bai's dodging. But for Bai, that guy's disgusting voice will only make him want to defeat the villains in front of him. This kind of dark side living in the sewers, thinking is really disgusting. The steel arrows attacked Nomu with incomparable power. What Bai did not expect was that the steel arrows, which were supposed to be powerful, didn't even seem to cause any damage to the opponent. It seems that this monster is even more powerful than what Ye Qiu said. As expected, the manufacturer has strengthened its defense a lot. The simple steel thing should not be able to penetrate his physical defense. If this is the case, then only some special methods can be used. If you can encounter a monster with such a strong defense today, you may encounter a monster with a stronger defense tomorrow. Anyway, whenever you encounter a heroes, you must overcome and defeat these monsters. The arrows with all the attributes of frost instantly condensed on the bowstring in his hand, and the 3 arrows with a hint of cold air instantly hit Nomu's body surface. The surface of Nomu's body that was attacked quickly formed a frost, but this situation was obviously expected by the AFO. In the new generation of Nomu's body, there are still some quirks that belong to the flames. Almost in an instant, the layer of frost on the surface of the body completely turned into water vapor. The most terrifying thing is that the inner strength of Tianshuang Fist, which should have completely destroyed the meridians, was indeed smashing the meridians in Nomu's body. Facing this villains, there was no need to keep his hands. But this guy Noma is really terrifying. His powerful recovery ability allows him to reshape the meridians that were completely destroyed in an instant. That is to say, Nomu, who seems to be injured internally and externally, is actually not injured at all. Kind of tricky. It was the first time Bai's eyebrows were wrinkled so badly. This was her first battle since practicing with Ye Qiu and teacher Bangu, but she didn't expect that the beginning of the battle would make her feel unimaginable obstacles. Is there really no tendency for meridians to be injured at all? Ye Qiu had to rely on the power of Hong Dongmei before, because after eating the burning fruit, he had no way to successfully cultivate Tianshuangquan. Bai Xian knew exactly how terrifying the additional attributes of Tianshuang Fist were. They had experimented with the meat they could eat before, and with Bangu's rapidly growing Tianshuang Fist cultivation, the energy they cultivated almost instantly turned the meat into a state of necrosis. Can Nomu? Truly a monster. Flowing water rock fist. Bai quickly put away the bow and arrow, and directly created a pair of gloves that covered his hands. Boom. Flowing array triggered. Bai really stopped Nomu's rapid attack again, but her body was shot flying by Nomu without any accident. Rakido is too strong. With her current strength, she can't take it. Jia. It's just a freshman from Xionging High School, and he wants to compete with Nomu. He really overestimates his quirks. The dead would handle Hanger grinned again. He was very satisfied with the situation at this time. Although the heroic little devils seemed to show a little bit of combat power, it was precisely because of this combat power that he felt that the game was very interesting. For flowers. That's right. If a mouse can't run, what's the point of being a cat? As for those pendants, they were originally used to send death. Whether they will survive this mission has nothing to do with the dead wooden handle pendant. That's right, even if they die, as long as All Might dies along with them, this so-called League of Villains has meaning. The 3-person team on the Green Valley side has already killed nearly 20 villains at the fastest speed. 400 credits. That's 400 credits. Even if it is divided equally among 3 people, each of them can have more than 100 credits, and I don't know how to get so many credits at ordinary times. Point 0. As for Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki's side, because the solo fight did encounter a lot of trouble at the beginning, but for them, the powerful genius of the quirks, it was quickly overcome. Kill. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki are not other people. Without the influence of the little angel of Green Valley, these 2 guys directly burst out the tyrannical emotions in their hearts because of the oppression of the demon Ye Qiu. To die or not to die? It seems that Ye Qiu didn't mention it, so in order to prevent themselves from being killed by their opponents, they can only use quirks to the limit. As for whether the opponent will die, that is not what they need to know. Yes, these 2 boys are indeed suitable to be heroes in the one-punch world, and sometimes, when heroes people do not need any mercy. Ye Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Because everyone didn't use quirks when they were running just now, so they can appear so calm in the battle at this time, but it is still a bit of a waste of physical strength. This can be considered an alternative weight-bearing battle. As long as they can successfully pass this level, this group of boys will definitely become stronger in a short period of time. On the 13th, his scalp was numb, and he did not expect that the new generation of heroic students would be so murderous. He began to worry about how he should explain to the people above. Small. This kind of thing, you get used to it. Aizawa Shoyuda is a hawk from Xionging High School, and he basically supports Ye Qiu's thoughts with both hands. There's nothing wrong with being a hero without being intimidating. Ye Qiu once said a word, that is to eliminate evil, and sometimes lock up those people, and they will have the opportunity to come out again. A wicked person may bring the ruin of countless families. When those innocent people suffer this kind of unfair treatment, many of them will have evil thoughts. This is a vicious circle. Rather than allowing this vicious cycle to continue, Aizawa Shoyuda and Ye Qiu had the same idea as Ye Qiu, and it would be enough to suppress this viciousness directly from the source. Hundreds who were blasted out had no injuries at all. Before being blasted out, they had already used the method of unloading the 850 force. Not much problem. The strength is a little scary, but in the daily teaching, Teacher Bangu also taught them how to face such an opponent who is known for strength. Flowing water rock-crushing fist is the kind of power that gets stronger as it gets stronger. Flowing stream. Hundreds who became serious directly put on the starting form of the flowing water formation. Such an opponent can only go all out to solve the problem with the power of ancient martial arts. Stupid woman. When I meet Nomu, I still think of using melee combat to solve the battle. It's just courting death. Deadwood sneered. Dead wouldn't handle. There seems to be something wrong with the current situation. Kurojairi said in a cautious tone. Well, something is wrong. The children of Xionging High School seem to be a lot stronger than we expected in terms of strength. The dead wooden handle hung his eyes on the battlefield. In fact, it's not a bit higher, but it's much higher than he expected. 3 people like Green Valley, Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki definitely have the strength of professional heroes, and the quirks of the 3 seem to be too. Not weak at all. But the strongest person is the woman who looks down on him. Blocked. Obviously, she just made a strange gesture. The woman who was directly beaten by Nomu before now actually takes a few steps back every time she receives Nomu's attack. This situation is so bizarre that a dead wooden handle hanger doesn't even know it's time to guess about quirks. Nomu is a monster born for all might, and the opponent is just a high school girl who looks helpless. How can he resist all of Nomu's attacks abruptly? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. According to Kurojairi's description, the previously defeated Nomu was only able to break the limit of his physical defense because of the impact of the hot and cold quirks. Hundreds do not have such natural quirks, and in terms of power, they are far from comparable to the monster described by Kurojairi. But there is one thing, that monster boy Baiha doesn't seem to be a person who can burst out with great power. That kind of power against Nomu is so weird. Definitely not quirks. Dead Wooden Handle is a mentally ill guy, but his brain is countless times smarter than many geniuses in Xionging High School, which is why he is valued by AFO. It's not the power of quirks that can actually block Nomu's damage. I'm afraid this is a piece of information that is more important than All Might discovered by coming here today. Originally, it didn't matter how many times the little gangsters died. As long as Nomu was there, how many little gangsters of Xionging High School would be killed, but now Nomu's trump card was blocked, and the other 2 the teacher didn't make a move, which made the confidence of the Dead Wooden Handle instantly drop by 30%. Would you like to do it today? Kurojairi hesitated for a while, but still made such an opinion. No, this is the task that the teacher gave me. All Might didn't show up. If we leave like this, the so-called signboard of the League of Villains will be gone, and there will be no fools to join us in the future. Dead Would Handle hanging some regrets. He remembered the guy in Kurojairi before, who rescued a guy called Hero's Killer, but the Dead Would Handle hanger didn't like that guy very much, and the 2 people's ideas were completely different. If that guy was there, even if Nomu was blocked, it would still be a slaughter feast for the League of Villains for the students of Xionging High School. Flowing Stream. While fighting against a formidable opponent like Nomu, Bai's rock-shattering fist that he cultivated is also getting stronger. Get stronger over and over again. From the beginning, every time Nomu punched, Bai Hui took 3 steps back. After holding on for 5 minutes, every time Nomu punched Bai Hui could only take 1 step back. Nomu has concentrated many excellent quirks in one, but while constantly recovering his body, it is actually a consumption of direction change for Nomu itself. In terms of consumption, the 100 who possessed the divine weapon of inner strength for a long-term battle had almost an absolute advantage in this kind of battle that only required defense. So far, the consumption may be less than 1/10. In the gap blocked by the flowing water array, he used the energy of Tianquang Fist to continuously invade the meridians in Nomu's body. Bai has already done everything he can do to the best of his ability. Whether her attack will cause damage to the monster or whether she can defeat it is not important to Bai, because she knows that if she can't stop Nomu, the group of classmates will be unlucky. 100 people. Achieved. The 13th is ready. Aizawa Shoyuda directly put on his goggles and wiped the bandage wrapped around his neck with both hands. Grab credits with these little devils. You must move quickly, otherwise we won't get anything. Okay, I get it. The two teachers from Xionging High School finally joined the battlefield. Damn, 3.8. I only got 300 credits. It's not enough. Bakugo took a breath. Because he was afraid of being robbed of his credits by others, he did his best from the very beginning, and after getting 300 credits, he was already a little too weak. No way, until the League of Villains guys Quirks, their variability has brought many surprises in the battle. Shoto Todoroki is the Quirks of Ice. It is easier to save energy than to freeze the opponent directly, and then solve it is much more convenient. There is no need to think about how to accurately attack the opponent. Get 500 credits. Even Shoto Todoroki's serious expression has eased a lot. With so many credits, even if teachers enter the field to grab credits, he can exchange the exercises he wants in the exchange room. Look, a classmate, if you move faster, those guys are too fierce. If you don't move faster, the three of us will definitely not get too many credits in the next time. Go faster. Ida looked at the other places in the building that were still fighting. Everyone tried their best to continuously grab credits. For their group, on average, each person could only get about 200 credits. It's not enough. He knows very well that in the entire class, aside from Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki, the strongest person is the Little Angel of Green Valley. As long as the Little Angel of Green Valley exerts its full strength, they can still spend the rest of the time within the snatch to get more credits. Well, I see. I will do my best in the next time, Ida-san. Please rest assured. The Little Angel of Green Valley took a deep breath. The two teachers have entered the arena, and the battle for credits seems to have reached a fever pitch. Now is not the time to think about preserving physical strength. He must use all the internal energy stored in his body to use it in this competition. Grab the credits above. 12 Ye Qiu looked at Bai's battlefield. Although it seemed that he had been beaten down, he knew the situation of the battlefield better than the dead wooden handle hanging. Bai's internal strength is indeed extremely mellow, and the energy of Tianquang Fist is constantly destroying Nomu's meridians, but after all, the training time is still too short, and the internal energy will definitely be insufficient. It is not so easy to decide the outcome of the battle. It's time to take Bai's strength to the next level. Ye Qiu's qi and blood are extremely mellow due to the fact that he has practiced the body refinement technique. He didn't even think about exchanging other things to enhance his strength, but with her current strength, she just needs one item to completely improve her strength. Break the shackles of your own strength. Now that he has learned the Sky Frost Fist and the fighting style of the rain of arrows in the sky, Ye Qiu has already thought of an item that is suitable for Bai. 72 changes creation. Even though it was the second time, or even the third time, to create those treasures that made his qi and blood almost evaporate, Ye Qiu still felt a serious lack of his own strength. Luckily, he hadn't thought about creating a comprehension-level treasure, otherwise, the amount of blood on his body wouldn't be enough for Quirks to absorb. Frozen fruit. That's right, Ye Qiu has another devil fruit from Logia, which is the devil fruit frozen fruit owned by one of Marine's 3 Admiral Lightweights. The frozen fruit, combined with the power of the Heavenly Frost Fist, believed that Bai's strength would be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. The effect of eating frozen fruit, the constitution can be turned into ice and produce frozen gas, and physical attacks are invalid. It can make ice through its body, and it can also turn objects it touches into ice. Most importantly, Ye Qiu felt that after eating the frozen fruit, Bai Yi would become safer. At least his elemental body would allow him to avoid all physical damage within a certain time and range. If it wasn't for the lack of blood, he really wanted to exchange a devil fruit for every person he loved around him, so that they would have an extremely powerful power beyond strongmen in a short period of time. It's you. When Ye Qiu dodged, entered the battlefield, and suddenly smashed Nomu out, Kurojire's face became extremely ugly. If it was just the students of Xiongning High School and the two teachers of Xiongning High School, they were completely sure to deal with the League of Villains, but the sudden appearance of this guy twice destroyed what they thought was the perfect action. And for a moment Kurojire had to retreat immediately. Idea. Who is Kurojire? Why do I feel deep disgust when I see that face? Dead wooden handle hanging stared at Ye Qiu very unhappily. I don't know the name. I wanted the Heroes Association to investigate. There doesn't seem to be any information about this kid there. The boss's plan, if it weren't for him, the entire Heroes world should have been greatly damaged by now. Kurojire shook his head. The dead wooden handle has a very simple and direct way to deal with people who are unhappy with him, and that is to directly destroy them completely. What's more, this is a person who has destroyed his teacher's plan twice. Personally, he is going to be completely destroyed. Old Wu is almost perfect. Raise so much. Kurojire is not optimistic. The last time Nomu was destroyed, it was because the two extreme quirks, ice and fire, collided. Originally, according to their investigation, Shoto Todoroki, who has the ability of ice and fire, has never used the ability of fire at all because he has a serious ideology with his father, and at the level of that kid. Even if he uses the ability of fire, he will not agree with him. The flame ability that Ye Qiu used before could not be compared. To put it simply, for the evaluation of this mission, the boss gave 4 words that are not enough to worry about. Variable. A variable whose whereabouts have never been grasped. If Kurojire and the others acted later, they might have seen countless negative reports on the news about Ye Qiu, who appeared in Xiongning inexplicably, criticized his medical treatment and domineering, and criticized Xiongning High School's bad school spirit. In the past. It's a pity that the 850 moved too much in advance. 100, no matter how unpalatable this fruit is, you must swallow it, even if it takes 1 bite, and then you will gain unexpected power to defeat that very disgusting monster. Ye Qiu directly put the frozen fruit into Bai's hands. A fruit that looks very strange. This is Bai's first impression of frozen fruit. If there is any other impression, it is definitely not there. Nomo, go get me that fruit, I want it. The dead wooden handle hanging immediately felt that the frozen fruit is definitely an item with the power to change anyone, and there is no hidden greed in those crazy eyes. He must get that fruit. Perhaps it is precisely because the fruit is in the teacher's mouth, a mysterious and gifted guy, that you can smash the teacher's masterpiece at such a young age. It has to be said that the intuition of hanging with a dead wood handle is still very accurate. Whoever gets the power of the frozen fruit can become strong enough to rank among the top 10 heroes leaderboards in a short period of time. Of course, compared to Yaoyorozu Momo, this frozen fruit is more suitable for Shoto Todoroki, but Shoto Todoroki and Ye Qiu are not related, so he would not create such a super powerful item that wastes energy and blood for that kid. It's so bad. Bai just took a sip and found that the strange-looking and somewhat attractive water had passed, and the taste was so unpalatable. If she had to find a word to describe it, this was the most disgusting fruit she had ever tried since she was born. The unpleasant taste could not be described by any known taste. So terrifying. Ye Qiu. In Baina's big watery eyes, she looked at Ye Qiu with a trace of resentment. She thought that this guy Ye Qiu was deliberately joking with her during the battle. After Ye Qiu punched Nomu out again, he looked at Bai innocently. The taste is indeed a bit unpalatable, but you will gain an unexpected power, a power that even I envy. Such a pity. Ye Qiu still has no way to deal with the devil's curse hidden in devil fruit, otherwise he will start thinking about swallowing a second devil fruit. Of course, when it comes to devil fruit's ability, Ye Qiu feels that he only needs to burn the fruit. He has a plan for his ability. He doesn't need so many abilities. He just needs to go a little farther in the fire element and body refining. Have you felt your own abilities? Ye Qiu asked. As long as devil fruit is absorbed and eaten with devil fruit power, you will soon be able to find a series of changes in your body. Felt it. Bai's expression changed. She did not expect that another kind of power really appeared in her body. This kind of power was like a new Quirks, but it felt stronger than the Quirks' power. On many. Ye Qiu, what kind of power is this, and why is it so powerful? The remaining fruit in Bai's hands, because it was too unpalatable, was thrown on the ground by her, and at this time there was no trace of it. Noma, did you get it back? Deadwood sneered. Despite being kicked away again and again, in the end most of the mysterious fruit was not brought back by him. But when Nomo opened his big hand, there was indeed a fruit that had been bitten. Remnant, this is the power of the devil, and it is naturally incomparably powerful. Ye Qiu glanced at the dead wooden handle hanging in an indifferent way. Demon power? I didn't know there were demons in this world. That's right, even the wonderful power of Quirks was born, so what if a demon appeared? The opposite of heroes should be the devil. Ye Qiu, when I get the power of the devil, I will definitely tear you to shreds. Instead of thinking about giving the rest of the fruit to Noma to eat, he swallowed it directly into his belly. The powerful ability that belongs to the devil is safest only when it is in his own hands, and there is no need to give it to Nomu, who can't even control his own actions. I'm sorry, Ye Qiu. Bai lowered his small head in a low voice. Ye Qiu stroked Bai's long black hair and said indifferently, don't worry, if devil fruit is really effective, how can I let that monster take it away? However, I did gain a powerful power, and this power quickly deduced my Tianshuang fist to the realm of great achievement, so don't continue to comfort me. Bai's tone was very low, but he still raised his head. Even if my strength is not as good as that guy, I will definitely take responsibility for what I did wrong, and I will defeat him completely. What a silly girl. Ye Qiu was both moved and funny. 100, don't do that, just use your power. That guy doesn't get any power at all. The reason why you feel unpalatable is because it smells of the curse of the devil. Only the first bite can make the curse and power absorb themselves into the body at the same time. After the first bite, the remaining pulp has become the most common fruit. Really? Bai's eyes recovered a lot, but he still had some disbelief. Ye Qiu looked at her seriously. Don't worry, after that guy eats it, you'll know if it's true. After you understand, I only want you to do one thing, and that is to use your strength to press those guys. The dead would hanging completely listen to Ye Qiu's words, but he didn't believe Ye Qiu's words at all. It's just to comfort the woman. How could the power of the devil be completely swallowed into his body just because he took a bite? This is too unreasonable. Common sense? If Ye Qiu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him without hesitation. Those items and abilities from other worlds could never be measured by common sense to my English world. Does it work? Ye Qiu looked at the dead wooden handle with great interest. This guy is really confident. He always thought he was in control of the whole situation. In fact, in his own chess game, the dead wooden handle hanging is just a slow ant. The fruit is delicious. It was not as unpalatable as Bai's performance just now, but this made dead wooden handle hanging some doubts about his own judgment. After he ate all the fruits, he didn't feel any changes in his body, and even really felt that he only ate an ordinary fruit. Could it be that what Ye Qiu did before was not to give that woman a powerful strength, but simply to act together and ask him to act together? Hateful. Ye Qiu, right? I remember this name. The man who ruined the teacher's plan time and time again, made fun of me again. Play? It's really not that. Ye Qiu told all the truths he could tell, but the dead wooden handle hanging simply didn't believe the truths he said. Have you felt the power in your body? Ye Qiu looked at Bai. Are you still acting? Deadwood sneered. Xianli's, what devil fruit? The name is good, but it's just an ordinary fruit. At this time, he is still acting loose. Something's wrong. Maybe he's not lying. As a witness to 2 consecutive events, Kurojire fully understands Ye Qiu's strength and heritage. The key is that every time this guy meets after a short period of time, his strength is indeed improved by leaps and bounds, and this kind of improvement is very terrifying. Kurojiiri always felt that this guy, Ye Qiu, would never stop easily on the road of sabotaging the boss's plan. I feel it, I know what my strength is. Thank you, Ye Qiu. Bai looked at Ye Qiu affectionately. Ye Qiu felt a little embarrassed when he looked at him like this. Originally, he was only the fiancé of 100 people, but now he has to be responsible for many people. To be honest, Ye Qiu is still very grateful to Bai for being so selfless. Inexplicably, everyone present felt a bit of depression. Only the quirks with the ice attribute and the quirks who are using the ice attribute are constantly attacking Shoto Todoroki of the League of Villains, and, a little repressed, he turned his attention to the battlefield on the Bai side. Powerful ice attribute fluctuations. Shoto Todoroki didn't think he would feel wrong at all, that kind of incomparably cold aura, even he, who had the quirks of ice, felt terrifying and infiltrating. What kind of power is it? Definitely not quirks. Shoto Todoroki didn't think there was anyone on the field who could completely surpass him on quirks like ice. What kind of power is that? So scary. That kind of cold feeling even makes people feel the heart palpitations of the soul. The expression on the dead wooden handle was extremely ugly, and now he was almost certain that none of what Ye Qiu said just now lied to him. Okay, it's very good. It's been a long time since no one asked me like this. I want to see if the Nomu made by the teacher is more powerful, or the power from the devil is more powerful. Nomu, kill those two brats. The tyranny in the dead wooden handle was completely aroused, and now there is only one thought in his heart, and that is to kill. 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 Kill Yaoyorozu Momo, kill Ye Qiu, kill -850 whoever wants him. After Nomu received the will of the dead wooden handle, he also started to run wild, inspiring all the quirks on his body. The muscle state instantly increased by more than 2 times, and under the invisible skin, those muscles even showed a metallic luster. In addition, behind Nomu, there are even a pair of fleshy wings as sharp as a sickle. The extreme state of the new generation of Nomu is a complete killing machine, which will not mix any superfluous actions when facing opponents. Kill. Almost instantly, Nomu moved behind Bai, and that terrifying fist slammed into Bai's back. Be careful. Jiro, the girls who had a good relationship with Bai on weekdays, exclaimed that they even closed their eyes in fright. They couldn't bear to see the scene of Bai Xiangxiaoyu's death. The boulder wanted to rush over to help, but stopped halfway. Including Aizawa Shoyuta and number 13, who were killing, all looked in the direction of Bai in horror. Turned into ice. When Nomu attacked Bai's body turned into a complete block of ice. It was pierced, but it looks like it was pierced by Nomu's fist. It's just a piece of ice, not Bai. What the hell is going on here? Isn't Bai's quirks a creation? Quirks should be innate, a kind of innate thing. Acquired cultivation simply can't give one more talent. The most important thing is why this talent suddenly awakened. It was too sudden and completely unreasonable, and there must be something in it that they didn't know. Someone who was attentive suddenly thought that Ye Qiu seemed to have eaten a piece of fruit for Bai before, but Bai's expression was very bad when he was eating the fruit. Is it that fruit? Ye Qiu's words were not heard by any heroic person because of the distance. Aizawa-sensei, what the hell is going on? The urn on the 13th was angry and looked at Aizawa Shoyuta in confusion. Aizawa Shoyuta smiled wryly. I don't know what's going on, you just need to know. Try to get as many credits as possible. The new special advisor of our Xiangying High School has many strange abilities, but wants to obtain abilities from him. The first thing you need to get is credits. As long as you have enough credits, you can acquire powerful abilities. As long as there are credits, can you really get so many abilities? 13 is still a little confused. In fact, for him, the black hole quirks that he was born with is not weak, but relatively, his own melee combat ability can be said to be almost non-existent. If he doesn't cooperate with his teammates and is approached by villains again, the end will be very miserable. That's right, it's miserable. Heroes in my British world, often in school, will be guided to make the quirks play to the extreme, which often makes their strength seem very one-sided. In Ye Qiu's view, a truly powerful hero should make quirks strong and at the same time cultivate those weak abilities to at least a medium level, otherwise, his lifetime achievements will be very limited. Number 13 heroes at this level, of course, is very clear about this. Mr. Aizawa, while those boys are in a daze, let's hurry up and get credits. There are not many credits left, and I've long been tired of carrying such heavy equipment for the hero's mission. One day I will take the initiative to take this gear off. Well, it's a waste to give credits to those guys who haven't developed quirks to the extreme. It's better to spend it on us. We can use the exchange things to make ourselves stronger, then the responsibility on the group of boys does not need to be so heavy. Aizawa Shoyuta said, of course. Sure enough, after becoming a professional heroes, everyone became a lot more shameless. In an instant, Number 13 and Aizawa Shoyuta glanced at each other sympathetically, or professional heroes knows more about professional heroes. Is this the power of the devil? In the eyes of the dead wooden handle hanging, there is an extremely greedy look. If he is thinking of taking a share and bringing Bai back, will his teacher be able to completely plunder the devil's power from Bai's body? It might work. After all, it is the strongest Quirks AEO in the world. All power exists for AFO to become stronger. This is the truth that Deadwood Hanger has always believed. Catch that girl alive. No, she doesn't need to be in such a comfortable state to meet research or death, or she can be severely injured. The Deadwood Hanger remained confident in the full opening of Nomu's state, but he did not expect that the ice cubes that had changed 100 times would turn into a human form again in the corner, and turned into a human form again. Is this my new power? She was horrified to discover that she used to need fat to create items, but now because of eating devil fruit, as long as devil fruit's ability is not exhausted, she can use ice to create infinite items. That's right. Because of the fruit, her fat can also be turned into ice, and the appearance of ice makes her previous quirk stronger. Ye Qiu, you really gave me a big gift, thank you. Bai looked at Ye Qiu affectionately. It is the most difficult to accept the grace of beauty. Ye Qiu knew what Bai was thinking, but in his opinion, no matter how precious devil fruit was, even if he could never create the same fruit in the future, it was not as important to him as Bai. Feeling the incomparable power in his body, Bai's powerlessness when facing Noma just now disappeared. After being suppressed for so long, it should start to fight back. The ability of frozen fruit is basically familiar. This is an ability stronger than Shoto Todoroki quirks. Ice Spear. With a wave of Bai's plain hand, countless sharp ice spears appeared in the sky. When she waved her hand towards Nomu, these ice spears shot out like bullets at a glance. A rain of arrows. It's not over yet. When the ice spear attacked Nomu, it seemed to be blocked by the pair of terrifying flesh wings, but Bai actually transformed into an ice bow, which kept pulling the bow and shooting arrows in an instant. Whoosh! 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 The real sky is raining with arrows and rain, and with the inner strength of watching fists in the sky, the frozen fruit has been greatly strengthened. What these ices contain is the frost that can destroy the meridians, the inner strength of the fist. Compared to Shoto Todoroki, who also uses ice as an attacking weapon, Bai's ice is no longer pure ice. If you have to describe it, it is somewhat similar to the strange fire in Doppo, but of course it doesn't have such a powerful attribute. Back off. Even though Nomu's muscles swelled again, and even took 2 steps forward with the ice arrow, he was eventually forced to retreat. That kind of behemoth, a monster with terrifying muscle quirks, actually retreated step by step. How could this happen? Even though everyone was fighting, they were shocked by what happened on this battlefield. Especially Shoto Todoroki, he understands the properties of ice very well. Perhaps the razor-sharp quirks of ice can stab some defenses and their powerful quirks owners, but in terms of power, they are not as strong as imagined. Shoto Todoroki actually doesn't understand one thing, that is, the quantitative change reaches the qualitative change. Maybe a drop of water can't bring much impact to human beings, but if it is a tsunami, as small as human beings can't resist it at all. The same goes for Nomu's back. Bai's attack is indeed not very powerful. For opponents who don't have the terrifying defensive power of Nomu, the ice arrow mixed with the strength of Tianchuang's fist is enough to cause fatal damage, but for a monster like Nomu, it is obvious. It is far from enough. All she can do is to use the power of frozen fruit to shoot arrows continuously. That's right, it's a steady stream of arrows being fired. Compared to the ability of the frozen fruit, the consumption of arrows in a mere amount can be said to be nothing, and the arrows are shot without consuming the slightest energy. No way, no consumption. A green pheasant can make a glacier out, but it is just an infinite arrow, and there is no pressure at all. Still going back, still going back. Noma wanted to destroy all those annoying arrows, but the speed of his destruction was completely inferior to the speed of 100 arrows, which caused him to be completely suppressed. How is it possible? Why is the Nomu in the ultimate state also suppressed? In the eyes of the dead wooden handle, there was finally a look of incomparable horror. Originally, I didn't plan to take action. Since this situation has occurred, it seems that I can't do it if I don't take action. Are you going to take action? I advise you to consider the consequences. If you take action, the consequences may not be able to bear even for you. Ye Qiu flashed in front of the dead wooden handle hanging and Kurogiri in an instant. No way, the realm of inner strength cultivation is a bit high. The dead wooden handle hanging in a low voice was completely caught in his ears. Do you think you can stop me? The dead wooden handle directly grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. He actually dared to get so close to him, then he had no choice but to accept this arm. If he didn't accept it, he would be very sorry for the generous gift that came to the door. Don't be impulsive. Kurogiri woke up suddenly. He remembered Ye Qiu's ability, and after reacting, he immediately reminded him, but unfortunately the dead wooden handle was already suppressed because of Ye Qiu and Bai's actions. Bah! The quirks hanging on the dead wooden handle activated. He seemed to see Ye Qiu's skin completely falling off, and his entire arm was turned into pieces of flesh and blood because of his own collapsed quirks and gradually withered. For flowers. But soon, the dead wooden handle hanger found that there was a burning pain in his palm. Good. When he reacted, the entire palm had become bloody and even had a scorched meat smell. I've said it before, don't shoot casually, you will pay a great price. It's not that Ye Qiu didn't think about killing the dead wooden handle directly, but after thinking about it for a while, he didn't do it right away. It's not a saint, and a guy of this level should leave it to those little devils to practice. Anyway, the dead wooden handle hangs this guy. In his eyes at most is a little scoundrel. He doesn't have as much blood debt in the hands of Stain, but he is immersed in his own world all day long, like a morbid lunatic. 0. What Ye Qiu is really interested in is the AFO. That guy wants to bring All Might to the altar, and Ye Qiu also wants to completely destroy this man who has always had the impression of a demon in All Might's heart. In my British world, the only opponents Ye Qiu is really interested in are All Might and AFO. The recent training has made him not even thinking of fighting Endeavor. Just like after the frozen fruit, the strength instantly surpasses Shoto Todoroki, who also has the quirks of ice. Under the cultivation of Jiuyang divine art, the ability to burn fruit has been developed by Ye Qiu to be much stronger. Endeavor's flame ability is not in his eyes at all. The dead wooden handle stared at Ye Qiu's arm. The arm was completely different from what he imagined, and it turned into flames. Even the Endeavor he knew should not have such an ability, right? Elemental body? How to beat this guy? Deep in the heart of the dead wooden handle hanging, there was a trace of despair inexplicably. He felt that as far as the power he had at the moment was concerned, unless he used his scientific ability, or simply using quirks, he could not think of a way to completely defeat Ye Qiu. Look carefully, your Nomu is good. Let me make up my mind to give Bai Pei a terrifying ability. Ye Qiu stayed quietly not far from the dead wooden handle hanging the two of them, not at all worried that the two would attack him again. Anyway, even if they did, neither of them would be his opponents. Small. Bai's performance was obviously not over yet. With the information that the frozen fruit gave her, she understood one thing, that is, there is an incomparable power hidden in her body. Ye Qiu, can I get rid of all these annoying guys? Bai was very interested in the information conveyed in the frozen fruit, and she also wanted to test the limit of the ability of this fruit. Yes, anyway, in this battle, everyone gets credits by virtue of their strength. They can't get credits themselves, and it has nothing to do with you. Ye Qiu shrugged indifferently. Okay, then I'm ready to shoot. Bai, who was still casting Frostbolt, showed a sweet smile. Before entering school, all the tension about becoming a hero's disappeared because Ye Qiu was always by his side. 850. Not good. On the 13th, speed up and kill these guys. If it's a little later, maybe we won't get credits. Aizawa Shoyuta, who often meets Ye Qiu, naturally knows how much this guy is willing to pay for the woman around him. Well, that's simply envy and hate. As colleagues, and even everyone is sometimes discussing, if someone's quirks becomes a beauty, he must be able to quickly become a strong man. Not only Aizawa Shoyuta, as a classmate of Bai, the students of Class A also know one thing very well, that is, how much strength this Ye Qiu's fiancé has become in a short period of time. For now, the position of the first person in Class A is the one who does my part. Long range, melee, physical, impeccable. And now there is more elemental ability, that kind of confident smile. There must be some big move to let go. In that case, I can only give it a go, use quirks without any scruples, and grab as many credits as possible. In order to become a stronger heroes, you must not keep your hands at this time. Do your best to kill the villains in front of you. Whether you kill them or not, you must get the most credits. There is no way to worry about it anymore. Yes, there is no way to be concerned anymore. The battle for credits has entered a white-hot stage. After Ye Qiu's period of devil training, in fact, the entire Class A students did not realize that their use of quirks was many times better than before, but they did not encounter real battles on weekdays. I didn't realize how much stronger I was. Only when you really experience the battle will you find out that both yourself and your companions are actually strong to a level that was previously unrecognizable. Ice Age. Sure enough, just like what they thought, Bai's smile was clearly about to make a big move. The overwhelming ice poured in the direction of Nomu in an extremely terrifying way, and the speed was much faster than Shoto Todoroki's quirks. In an instant. Before everyone could react, they could no longer find a target to fight. All are frozen. Not only Nomu, who is still retreating, but also the entire training ground, except for the people on his side who are shivering. Everyone else has been frozen. How is it? Have you seen the power of the devil? Ye Qiu looked at the dead wooden handle hanging and Kurogyri, who had instantly turned into ice sculptures. Hoo. In the training hall, the trembling students of Class A all had expressions of resentment on their faces. Those special eyes were both staring at Bai and Ye Qiu. As I said before, the villains killed by Bai will not be counted as credits, but at the moment when Bai took off, there are clearly more than 200 villains in the field. This move, just like its name, really seems to make people completely enter the Ice Age. So terrifying. The dead wooden handle hanging that turned into an ice sculpture, some helplessly found that his mind was indeed able to move freely, but his body was instantly stiff, and he wanted to use the collapsed quirks to destroy these ice cubes. An easy thing to do. Is this the power of the devil? Damn it. Don't those guys from Xionging High School always advertise themselves as the spokesperson of heroes? They obviously want to be a heroes that everyone admires. Why are they able to gain the power of demons instead? Could it be that the power of demons should not be the power that only those who try to kill All Might can possess? The dead wooden handle hanging can't make any counterattack. At this time, countless questions arise in his heart, and he can't answer these questions at all, because in his data, there has never been a strong and strange person named Ye Qiu. Bai. As for Nomu, the order has been given, but judging from the feedback from Nomu's body, it is impossible to break free from the shackles of the Ice Age. Every time he breaks free, he will be frozen again by the power of the frozen fruit. Call. Bai's little face was a little rosy. It was the first time that she had released such a terrifying power, but she was still a little out of it, and her breath became disordered. But compared to these, there is more excitement. This powerful power really comes from her hands. It's just that compared to Akiji, the owner of the frozen fruit among the pirates, Bai's development of the frozen fruit is still a little too immature, and the strength that can be exerted is less than 1/10 of the frozen fruit. It's not thick, it seems that the ability of frozen fruit really matches you very well. Ye Qiu smiled and stated Bai, who was a little weak. Shoto Todoroki's eyes looking at Ye Qiu had become extremely hot, as if he was going to swallow him alive. In fact, not only Shoto Todoroki, but even Aizawa Shoyuta and number 13 looked at Ye Qiu with extremely hot eyes. That kind of power. I'm afraid there will be another one, Heroes, a powerful element system like Endeavor. Ye Qiu, this little devil, it seems that Xiongning High School has not fully come up with valuable things. In the future, he must increase his real power to 3.8, and he will have to come up with more precious things. Aizawa Shuta's heart burst into flames. It's not that he doesn't have passion, it's just that after being a heroes and teacher for so many years, he has developed his own strength to the extreme, and has long lost the passion he had when he was young. But it's different now. From Ye Qiu, he has seen countless possibilities. Whether it's the gravity room or the wooden man alley, or even the specific exercises for physical training, these are things that never appeared when they were heroes in the past. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, how about rekindling enthusiasm again? Isn't it to become a stronger heroes? This belief is just buried in the depths of my heart. This time it is just to dig out the enthusiasm again. What about that monster? Bai looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Although the ability of frozen fruit is powerful, she is still far from developing the ability of frozen fruit to the extreme. If the ability of the frozen fruit is really developed to the extreme, then the freezing power of the frozen fruit can be used to completely wipe out the vitality of the monster Nomu. The most important thing is that because of the vigor of cultivating Tianchuang Fist, Bai's power at this time has a more terrifying growth potential than the Ouchi in One Piece. The only pity is that the time to contact the frozen fruit is really short. It's too short, otherwise it will definitely be able to destroy this monster in an instant. It doesn't matter, I have already notified the people on the police side, and I believe they will be here soon. We don't have any idea of dealing with such monsters, they always have. But I feel a little distressed for those police officers. There are so many more prisoners in the sub-prison, I really don't know if they can bear it. Ye Qiu said with a playful smile. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be. These guys all have criminal records. The police should have wanted to capture these guys a long time ago. After all, there are still many vacant prisons in the country. This is only a few hundred people, and it is completely unable to meet the needs of those prisons. That's the best way. If Aizawa-sensei happens to have this kind of training, I'll leave it to you and teacher number 13. I don't think there will be any powerful villains coming over, so I'll go first and improve. The strength cannot be delayed. You must have seen how strong the monster is today. If it hadn't been blocked in vain, I don't think anyone present would be able to stop it, including you two teachers. Ye Qiu's words were not polite at all. Zhe Xiaodai also had a serious look on his face. Consultant Ye Qiu said that we originally thought that our strength was outstanding in the hero's world, but now it seems that we used to sit back and watch the sky. Said, whether it is strength or gorilla, there are many deficiencies, and I hope you will give more advice in the future. You're welcome. Remember to count the credits of each student. This time is a good opportunity for them to improve their strength. Don't be greedy for credits. Ye Qiu joked. Aizawa Shuta's face is full of speechless. He just wants to be greedy, but he doesn't dare at all. These boys now see the credits as if they saw the flesh and blood of hungry wolves. All of them are wild in their hearts, dare to take credit for them. Immediately rushed over to fight with you. He couldn't stop this kind of thing. Ye Qiu and Bai finally left the training ground ahead of schedule, but the ice-like environment in the North Pole and South Pole still gave everyone a deep shock, which was completely different from the shock that Shoto Todoroki gave them. Damn, the strength is still not improving fast enough. How much do we need to improve? Only quickly can we catch up with those two increasingly powerful monsters within a limited time. Of course, after the two left, the dead wooden handle hanging that had been hidden for a long time finally used his collapsed quirks to forcibly break the ice seal brought by the Ice Age to the body. With Kurogiri's teleportation ability, panicked fled the scene. Just when the two fled the scene, Ye Qiu and Bai had already come to the world of One Punch Man. Bai went to teacher Bangu's dojo to practice taijutsu as usual. After obtaining the ability of frozen fruit, she needed to do the training she proposed. Only by constantly honing taijutsu practice can she master this skill faster. Shares did not originally belong to their own power. As for the moon, it was even simpler. In addition to avoiding the pursuit and interception of the leader of the Fubuki team, there was only one thing to do, which was to find a bald teacher for physical training. Only when the bald-headed Saitama teacher's opposite can stimulate his body refining technique. Even when Bangu is using the flowing water and rock-shattering fist, he can't fully stimulate the medicinal power hidden in the autumn of Ye's body. That kind of death threat in a desperate situation can only be brought to him by a bald teacher. No. Teacher Saitama is definitely not bald. According to what happened, in theory, he should be a bald teacher, not a bald head in the true sense. Huh? It seems that I came by a bit of a coincidence. I didn't expect that Mr. Qiu was actually fighting. Do you need me to help you to get rid of these little fish? Ye Qiu looked at the busy master and apprentice with great interest. Genos is too weak. Transforming into a robot or something is simply giving up the greatest human talent that can be cultivated. In the face of a group of miscellaneous fish in the House of Evolution, Genos' performance is not even as good as most A-level heroes. Here, there's no need for Mr. Ye Qiu to intervene, but we should come to the door later. If possible, please ask Mr. Ye Qiu to follow us there to prevent danger from happening. Genos replied in place of his teacher. At this moment, for Genos, the House of Evolution is most likely the scientist who harmed him back then. He said that even if the place where he lived, even if it was upgraded to his current strength, Genos did not feel that he had the ability to make this evolutionary house is completely destroyed. And now he didn't know much about teacher Saitama's strength, so he could only increase his strength, and Ye Qiu, who was also invisible, went to fight with them. No problem, 850, no problem. It just so happens that I have something I want to find the owner of these guys. If you are willing to let me accompany me, I will be very happy. Today's battle should be very interesting. Ye Qiu's fighting enthusiasm ignited a little. But Qiu, let's talk about it first. If you encounter a powerful opponent, please let me take the shot first. Recently, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I won't fight against a few powerful opponents. Catching up with your strength is really a far-fetched thing. Okay, you go first. Saitama doesn't care about this kind of thing. After all, the most powerful opponent he has ever seen is Ye Qiu, who is full of firepower. Except Ye Qiu, no one can let him fight. It's time to be a little more serious. If it's an opponent that even Ye Qiu can't beat, there's really no need for him to shoot. Teacher, is Mr. Ye Qiu that strong? Genos looked at Saitama with a puzzled face. After Saitama got rid of the stray fish, he touched the back of his bare head and said, "What is Ye Qiu's strength?" "You are not his opponent in 50. Is it that strong?" Genos looked behind him in disbelief, but Ye Qiu gave him a playful smile. The two masters and apprentices haven't gone to the Heroes Association, so naturally they don't know about the Heroes qualification test. In fact, he is also one of the current S-rank heroes. However, that Quirks is a bit rigid and cute little robot. If he really wants to try his hand with him and try his strength, then Ye Qiu doesn't mind sending this little robot back to the factory for repairs. Fortunately, because Ye Qiu gave Genos a little help when he was fighting against Mosquito Girl, and he was also his teacher's friend, Genos didn't mean to do anything with Ye Qiu, but followed him. Behind his teacher, he flew in the direction of the House of Purification. Saitama used to run, Genos used to fly. Ye Qiu also directly displayed his function legs and followed behind the two of them unhurriedly. At this moment, Genos, who was following himself and his teacher, did not realize that Ye Qiu's strength was indeed incomparably powerful and could be understood from his movements. This should be a strong performer of physique. When the three arrived at the House of Evolution, all movements were watched by the monitor, Dr. Kenos, who was lurking inside the base. S-class heroes. Not only S-level heroes, but also two monsters with combat power comparable to S-level heroes. The only way now is to release the monster locked in the 18th floor underground. Otherwise, it will evolve. The home will never be turned over. Boom. Sure enough, Genos didn't wait for Ye Qiu and Saitama to finish looking at the House of Evolution and decisively blasted the 6-story building on the surface of the House of Evolution into ruins. Not only was Saitama very speechless, Ye Qiu also had a helpless look on his face. Sure enough, his psychological endurance was very fragile, so he constantly wanted to make his robotized body more robotized. However, this power is not small at all, and it is no wonder that Genos was directly rated as an S-level Heroes after participating in the Heroes Association test. If Ye Qiu made a move, unless the ability to burn the fruit was used to the extreme, it would be difficult to blow such a large building to the ground in an instant. It's just that I don't like this kind of fighting method too much. It's a huge waste of energy. Only Genos, who is a robot, can use such a wide range of moves without any scruples. The attack is only such a wide range of moves. Pity. Ye Qiu shook his head regretfully. Saitama, who had no expression on his face, seemed to understand what Ye Qiu's words meant and showed a hint of helplessness. It shouldn't be so easy to succeed, right? Saitama tilted his head to look at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu walked up to the ruins and glanced around. There seems to be an entrance here, and the building on the ground seems to be a cover. Dr. Kinos is definitely a talent among talents. Being able to build a building that is not disturbed by weirdos in the absence of resources, and to study so much data about genes, this stuff is simply a waste in the world of One Punch Man. Genos, promise me a condition. After entering, please keep your hands, and don't destroy it so quickly. If the doctor has nothing to do with your affairs, please leave him to me. Ye Qiu spoke to Genos sincerely before going underground. Mr. Ye Qiu, that evolution house is not a base created by some kind person. What do you think about that kind of person? Genos didn't understand Ye Qiu's words very much. Ye Qiu said meaningfully, actually, that guy's gene research is of great use to humans. He is the first person who has lived for decades and can still use hemoptysis to stay young. No matter what. Whether it is in the research of genetic medicine or the genetic research of human beings' rational strengthening, this guy is the top genius. If you can't take one-sided view, if this guy uses all his research in the right way, I think that human beings should have the ability to completely retake the Earth from the monsters in 10 or 20, 30 years later. Is genetic knowledge so important? In fact, whether in Saitama's heart or Genos' heart, this is a world full of the laws of the jungle, and they believe in using their own power to become stronger, rather than the so-called genetics. Okay, as long as he has nothing to do with what happened back then, I will give him to you. Genos was silent for a while, but still assured Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu nodded, and this was the only way to completely lift the piece of iron that led to the underground entrance, revealing a dark passage full of damp aura. Inside the passage, the sound of machine guns was already full, and there was an incomparably strong smell of blood. Ye Qiu is not in a hurry. It seems that the lunatic Ashura unicorn has been released by Dr. Kinos. This place is really disgusting. Saitama looked helpless. This kind of dark, damp, and bloody place is no different from the areas outside that have long been destroyed by weirdos, and it doesn't look like a place where humans live. It's really not that people like it very much. If it were me, I wouldn't choose to live in such a place. This is a kind of torture for any living person. Ye Qiu said with emotion. So I think those who live in this kind of life are probably all monsters. The three quickly followed the smell of blood and walked to the end of the so-called passage. At the end of the passage, they saw a white glowing, incomparably huge Qianli's room. Pine. S-level heroes Ye Qiu? I don't know which gust of wind blew you here. Aren't you a non-dragon level disaster? Dr. Kinos said with a little trembling. After all, it's an S-rank heroes, and Ye Qiu's record is all against dragon rank disaster. Even though Saitama gave off a very strange and powerful feeling in Kinos' heart, Ye Qiu, who had terrifying data, made him even more worried. But apart from worry, Kinos is more excited. The perfect sample. Whether it is Saitama or Ye Qiu, for him, they're extremely perfect samples. As long as he can get the data on their bodies, his research will definitely be able to go further. Ashura Unicorn is only a half-finished product. He must get the data of Ye Qiu and Saitama, and make the most powerful evolutionary. Is Mr. Ye Qiu an S-class hero? Genos was a little shocked. It turned out that he also knew that being able to mix with his teacher was definitely not a simple character, but he still hadn't thought that Ye Qiu, a boy who looked younger than him, would be an S-rank. Heroes, of course, is a person who can't be seen. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I must have a spar with Mr. Ye Qiu. Now I am not a teacher's opponent at all, but if I can spar with an S-level heroes, I should have a clear understanding of my own strength. No, Ye Qiu didn't know, because of Dr. Genos' words. Genos, the little robot, had a raging war in his heart. Dr. Genos, I'm really interested in you. I don't know if you have any plans to join the Heroes School. It's a place dedicated to cultivating heroes. Maybe the knowledge you've learned will bloom there. Ye Qiu did not fight directly, but persuaded in a gentle tone. As for why I came here, the reason is very simple. Do you think the strength of the Azura unicorn is not comparable to the dragon-level disaster? Let me tell you the truth. I faced the 2 dragon-level disasters before. From the Chi 850 in terms of interest, he is far less powerful than the guy next to you. And he should be regarded as the strongest dragon-level disaster I have ever encountered so far. Don't be stingy with your compliments. Although Azura unicorn, that guy looks very ugly, Ye Qiu feels disgusted by his body shape, appearance, and even his face, but he has to admit that whether it is from strength, speed, or even flexibility in terms of S***X, this is a perfect monster. The elders of the Earth Dragon clan who he faced before were scum in front of the Azura unicorn. Are all the schools of heroes? I never thought that you, as an S-class heroes, came from such a place, but I have never heard of such a place before. Existence. If it was 40 or 50 years ago, maybe I would agree to your request, but now it is impossible. I am a man abandoned by the heroes' world. I want to be their opponent. I want to get more of the genetic information of many strong people, in this way. Can cultivate more perfect weirdos, and kill all of you hypocritical heroes and guys who interfere with my research. Dr. Kino's expression became more and more crazy. Saitama was expressionless. Ye Qiu, this guy is so troublesome. Can you solve it quickly? I think it's more interesting to fight with you. Okay. Since both of you have said so, then I can only take action. Whether or not I can get the best of me depends on whether the Azura unicorn is strong enough, and if he is strong enough. You can get everything you want from me. If he is not strong enough, then there is only one end, which is to be beaten to pieces by me. Jiang Zhan. Domineering. Ye Qiu didn't pay any attention to what those guys thought of him. His expression now had completely changed into a proud look. The improvement in the city during this period of time had gradually allowed him to develop his own unique aura. When fighting, there are 4 words. I am the only one. If you can't believe that you are the strongest, then you will never be the strongest being. Azura Unicorn is very unhappy with Ye Qiu's attitude. He doesn't care how strong an S-class heroes is. He only knows that the strongest existence in this world must be himself. Almost instantly, the Azura Unicorn appeared behind the 3 of them. He glanced at it and slapped Genos with a slap. Genos reacted very quickly and made an attack action in an instant. The flames burst on the body of Ashura du Calixian, but for the rough-skinned Azura, those are simply not enough. Not even its skin can be damaged. Boom. D. It's too slow. It's too weak. If you only have such strength and let that guy be jealous, then I can only smash all of you into powder without any scruples, saying that I want to become a minced meat guy. You wait, I will be the last to clean you up, slowly torment you, and let you experience how painful it is to live. The Azura Unicorn smirked. In just a few rounds of fighting, he beat Genos into a mess. Saitama didn't do anything. Ye Qiu's expression became even colder. You are indeed very strong, which reminds me of another monster. That monster is just like you, with extremely strong defenses, but he is a brainless waste and only obeys the orders of others, so he will not take it lightly. You provoke me and die very easily, but you are different. If you dare to attack the people I brought in front of me, then I will have no choice but to. Everything you said just now is returned to you. Ye Qiu is angry. Really angry. This guy, Azura Unicorn, can be said to be an N times stronger version of Nomu. He has all the advantages of Nomu and the ability to think independently. It can be said that he completely crushed Nomu's existence. Originally, if Ye Qiu was prepared to have a chance, he would bring this guy back and train him like Hungry Wolf to become a living target for the students of Xiongning High School. Anyway, this guy is rough and fleshy. No matter what kind of quirks, he is basically unable to do so. Defeat him, and his reaction speed has skills, and there is infinite room for improvement. It is such an ugly guy, and now he is so bold to provoke him, then all things can only be said differently. Catch the shadows. The guy from the Azura Unicorn still wants to use Genos, but Ye Qiu obviously won't give him this chance again. Are you fast? Sorry, I'm faster than you. Ye Qiu's figure almost instantly appeared on the road that Azura Unicorn was about to attack. The Vajra Indestructible Magic and the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruagong were activated together. Ye Qiu's entire body exuded a faint golden light, and he just stretched out an arm, which blocked the kick of the Azura Unicorn. Down. But even so, Ye Qiu was kicked back quickly, and his blood was fluctuating. Interesting. This guy's strength is at least 10 times that of Nomu, if not more, and today's battle should be very interesting. Ye Qiu's eyes were full of fighting intent, but at this time Jero's was in a state of embarrassment, while Azura Unicorn's eyes were full of contemptuous smiles. Originally, he thought how strong the S-rank heroes was, but when he fought, he instantly suppressed the so-called S-rank heroes. What is an S-class heroes? Ha ha. Now you think who can tear who to pieces. How dare you call me a daddy with your strength? The Azura Unicorn laughed arrogantly. However, Genos admired Ye Qiu unceasingly. He was able to endure something as terrifying as the Azura Unicorn, entirely because his body had been completely transformed into a robot and no longer possessed the characteristics of a human being. And Ye Qiu is just an ordinary person, but he was able to block the attack of the Azura Unicorn with his body, which shows how powerful his body is. At least Genos' body is already the best machine metal at present, and it is still unable to withstand the terrifying, violent bombardment of Azura Unicorn. As expected of an S-class heroes. An idea suddenly popped into Genos' mind, that is, go to the Heroes Association with the teacher, take a Heroes Test certification, and see what level of heroes he can be rated at. Catch the shadows. Ye Qiu did not have the slightest emotion because of Azura Unicorn's words. His face was still extremely cold, and he looked at Azura Unicorn as if he were a dead man. Boy, what kind of expression did you have when you got there? Don't you know that the strongest person here is my uncle Azura? The Azura Unicorn became furious and madly crushed it in Ye Qiu's direction again at a very fast speed. With the wind, the terrifying Rakido seemed to blow the air. Yes! Ye Qiu's reaction was very fast, from which angle the Azura Unicorn attacked. His arm would appear at which angle. Flowing water shattering rock fist, flowing water array. That's right, it's a flowing water formation, a watertight defensive move, and it's also mixed with the ability to burn fruit. In terms of brute force, there is indeed no way to compare it with the monster Azura Unicorn, so it can only start from the aspect of ability. Ye Qiu simply used the ability to burn fruit, and before encountering a fatal bombardment that the body could not resist, he directly turned his arm into flames. What kind of power is this? Genos looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Saitama held his chin and pointedly said, if he wasn't Ye Qiu, I would have thought he was a weirdo. This ability is beyond the normal range that humans can understand. After a pause, Saitama continued, but he is Ye Qiu. I can feel the passion for heroes in his heart. At least he is a real heroes, so he has such ability. Is not surprising at all. Novel brain circuit, but Genos accepted it anyway. What kind of abilities a real heroes possesses is not surprising. He is not a machine-transformed person. No wonder he's so arrogant, so he's not an ordinary person. The Azura Unicorn did not expect that a normal human's arm could actually transform into a flame, and Ye Qiu's physical skills gave him a feeling of impeccable, and there was no way to start. On Dr. Kino's side, after Ye Qiu showed the superpower of fire, his mouth was even more excited. No. This kind of sample is simply too perfect. If there is an existence that can control the flame among the evolutionary creatures he created, what a fascinating thing. Azura Unicorn, be sure to get this sample. I need the most perfect sample. Don't beat him to death. Kino said excitedly. If the S-Class Heroes is used as a sample, wouldn't he be able to create an evolutionary that surpasses the S-Class Heroes in the end? Which of those hypocritical guys would dare to question his research results? Sure enough, Ye Qiu is the savior of mankind, the heroes who saves this eccentric world. Any S-rank heroes, any heroes association, must submit to his feet. Are you ordering me? The Azura Unicorn glanced at Dr. Kenos, who was intoxicated with himself. After a shiver, Dr. Kenos immediately did not dare to intoxicate himself. Just kidding. Those clones of his before were rudely torn to pieces by the monster in front of him, and apart from his deity, none of them survived. No, I just want to make you stronger. Dr. Kino shook his head quickly. Don't you think that you are not as perfect as you imagined? If you are equipped with the ability of flame, in the whole world, who else will be your opponent? Ask for flowers. Azura Unicorn has always felt that he is the most perfect existence, but when he glanced at Ye Qiu, whose arms were in flames, a greedy look still flashed in his eyes. Yes, to become more perfect, this kind of flame ability is simply too much to his heart. If he can get it, it is not bad. For the sake of your ability, I won't kill you. Azura One-Horned Fairy said so, but it was a bit more ruthless. He wanted to defeat Ye Qiu in the shortest time, so as to make the sample perfect. Teacher, it's very difficult for Mr. Ye Qiu to deal with it. Do we need to help? That monster is too powerful. I can't think of how to deal with such a monster that is close to perfection. 0. Genos sneered a little. Not enough power. If his strength is stronger than he is now, he will definitely be able to help Mr. Ye Qiu, at least not let him fall into such a difficult situation. Saitama's bald head is still kind, but his tone is not worried at all. No problem. Ye Qiu hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength now. That guy can't beat Ye Qiu. Such an incomparably determined tone made Azura Unicorn very unhappy. 2 unsightly lower reptiles. Azura Unicorn wanted to bypass Ye Qiu's attack, so he first got rid of the 2 annoying little reptiles so that he could feel more at ease. Hey, the battle hasn't officially started yet. Where are you trying to escape? Did you ask me if I would agree? Ye Qiu's words were a little lazy. The attacking routine is really too simple, and the simplicity allows him to react quickly with muscle memory. Alas, what a waste of that terrifying power, speed, and flexibility. It is also a monster. The Azura Unicorn is much stronger than Nomu, but still weaker than many monsters in Ye Qiu's mind, such as Sharu in Dragon Ball. That kind of monster is probably biased towards perfection bar. Only monsters who can learn the way of human cultivation are worth making Ye Qiu palpitate. As for those who have no learning ability, no matter how strong they are now, Ye Qiu always believes that one day, he can completely surpass these guys. Small. The Azura Unicorn didn't care about Ye Qiu's opinion at all, and just wanted to use her strength and speed to instantly surpass Ye Qiu and attack Saitama and Genos. Ye Qiu would lose face if he just let this guy surpass him. Boom. Ye Qiu was angry. He would not allow a small character like Azura Unicorn to be so arrogant in front of him. 18 palms of subduing the dragon. The dragon swings its tail. The purest physical power, that terrifying power, through the move of the 18 dragons subduing palms, sent out an incomparably magnificent dragon roar and slammed into the sturdy body of the Azura Unicorn. It's improved again. Saitama is still very interested in the kind of moves that can perfectly control his Rakido when attacking. In his eyes, Ye Qiu's control of this move has improved a lot during this period of time. In the past, when he was attacking, he would have 9 points of Rakido, leaving only 1 point of Rakido for defense. Now it is basically a perfect score of 7 or 3. 3 points Rakido is used for defense. Ye Qiu's moves are almost impeccable. Is physical art so powerful? Genos looked puzzled. Apart from strengthening the body, does something like ancient martial arts really have any unexpected effects? This is something he has never thought about, and he will not think about it at all. In Genos' inherent concept, it is almost impossible to rely on Guwu to become a strong man. Guwu. It's still very strong. According to Ye Qiu, Guwu is a treasure for developing the potential of the human body. It can develop the power hidden in the human body to the extreme, and the power that everyone possesses is infinite because it is difficult for a person to develop the brain domain to more than 5% in his life. And when you practice ancient martial arts, the development of the brain domain will also increase, and the potential of the body will become stronger and stronger. Saitama explained to Genos according to what Ye Qiu usually told him. The most important thing is that there are some shackles in everyone's body. Whenever you break those shackles, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It is difficult for ordinary people to find a way to open the locks, Ye Qiu said. Ancient Wu is the key to open that lock, and it is the key that matches the most. Sounds awesome. Genos also felt that what Ye Qiu said might be right, but to him, it seemed that whether Guwu was able to unlock the hidden talents of the human body was not that important anymore. Alas, after all, it has become a robot and can only go one way to the dark. Ye Qiu doesn't know what Genos is thinking, otherwise he will definitely persuade him to work hard. After all, get a new body. With the strength of Dr. Genos, even if he can get a portal in the future, go to Uncle Snake to get some research is not difficult. It's just that, for now, Ye Qiu and Genos don't have any friendship, just a friendship with Saitama, but they don't think about so many things for Genos. But at this moment, the Azura Unicorn Fairy, who was hit by the 18 dragons subduing palms, was directly blasted away. Isn't your power very strong? Why do I feel that in front of me, that domineering power is not worth mentioning? Ye Qiu looked at the Azura Unicorn who was hitting the wall with contempt. It doesn't hurt or itches, but I lose my face. When the Azura Unicorn climbed out of the wall, the originally ugly face became even more ugly. As expected of a human S-level heroes, I underestimated you before. You are a good prey, and I will make your abilities stronger in me. Azura Unicorn Lisuo moved his neck. I feel excited. Excite me a little more, and let me see more of your power. Only in this way can I fully bloom my Azura mode. I want you, the humans on the ground kill all the weirdos on the top. In the whole world, only I, the Azura Unicorn, is the strongest. Don't turn on the Azura mode, you can beat him, sure. Dr. Kinos was about to cry. He is the body. The seeds and hope left in the end. If the Azura Unicorn was inexplicably turned on the Azura mode, the ghost knows if he will kill him if he loses his mind. Go away. Don't disturb me. The Azura Unicorn was not polite to Genos at all. Yes, no need to be polite. This kind of bony head, what kind of politeness? Just kill it when necessary. If this guy hadn't imprisoned himself here, the ground would already be his kingdom. Kinos saw the beast-like eyes that were ready to eat people at any time and immediately disappeared, and he didn't dare to have the slightest resistance. Yes, no need, don't care about this guy. With the strength that Ye Qiu has shown so far, it shouldn't be enough for the Azura Unicorn to start the Azura mode. Well, Ye Qiu, an S-rank heroes, ranked at the back after all, and would definitely not be the opponent of the Azura Unicorn. But is it true? The Azura Unicorn did not underestimate Ye Qiu anymore. Instead, she used her full strength to pour her fists and feet towards Ye Qiu crazily. It's a pity that during this period of time in the wild area, the flowing water formation of the flowing water and rock-breaking fist has been cultivated to the extreme. Vulcan style, dragon in the sky. Hold head high. Another roar of dragon roar, the roaring fire dragon mixed with the terrifying Nine-Yang True Chi, charged directly towards the Azura Unicorn. Come on, come on, come on. Let me see how strong your S-class heroes is. The Azura Unicorn was obviously excited. Her expression became extremely hideous, and her eyes stared like copper bells. Previously, Ye Qiu's arm turned into a flame, which just gave him a burning feeling. 3.8 He didn't think that just a flame that changed into a shape could bring him any substantial damage. Bila, here, Bila. The Azura Unicorn did not know that Ye Qiu's fire was not an ordinary flame. It was not only the essence of burning the fruit, but also the fusion of countless ancient martial arts. Among them, The 9-yang true qi, which was used as the fuel, was extremely mellow. Hit the stone with the egg. No matter how strong the body's defense is, there is a limit. Ye Qiu himself doesn't know how strong the burning fruit released by Jiuyang divine art as fuel is. Obviously, this intensity has already exceeded the limit that the body of the Azura unicorn can withstand. The high-temperature flame, mixed with the penetrating power of true qi, directly bit off a large piece of the body of the Azura unicorn. In the dark wound, the muscles were completely necrotic. It hurts. It hurts. It really hurts. Azura unicorn grinned in pain, but the pain made him feel even more excited because in his cognition, Ye Qiu's ability would become his ability in the future. It's good to know the pain. A brainless guy like you can only use pain to tell you whose fist is bigger. With a cold face, Ye Qiu chased and attacked the Azura unicorn once again. Vulcan style, Shenlong swinging tail. How is it so fast? Azura unicorn felt that he was ready to face Ye Qiu, and he didn't look at Ye Qiu like he used to look at ants, but he still didn't catch Ye Qiu's movements. Yes! Those eyes with excellent dynamic vision, under the acceleration of the wind and the fire, did not catch Ye Qiu's movements at all. Got kicked out again. So fast. Mr. Ye Qiu obviously doesn't look that powerful. Wait a minute, teacher. Genos came back to his senses and found that his teacher seemed to be the same as Ye Qiu, who didn't look strong at all, but under that weak appearance, he could always burst out with extremely powerful strength. It turns out that they're the same kind of people. No wonder they seem to have a good relationship even though they don't communicate much on weekdays. In a sense, Ye Qiu and Saitama are indeed the same kind of people, and they don't like to show their strength at inopportune times. There is absolutely no need for such a thing. Vulcan style, kamikaze hull. Ye Qiu obviously didn't plan to use the 18 dragons subduing palms. He wanted to completely destroy the Azura unicorn. The flame tornado directly blew the Azura unicorn into the sky, and the mournful mourning sounded very apprehensive. How can this happen? It shouldn't be like this. The glasses on Dr. Kino's face were about to fall off. Azura unicorn is his most proud work, but also the most dangerous work. According to his estimation, at least it has the strength of a dragon-level monster. The S-rank heroes are not the opponents of dragon-rank monsters. Ye Qiu did face dragon-level monsters before, but the official did not say that Ye Qiu faced dragon-level monsters alone. Rank? The ranking of the Heroes Association is killing people. Where are the last few heroes? It is clearly the strength that only the top heroes can have. Vulcan Flame Rock-Shattering Fist. Da. 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 Ye Qiu's hands continued to enter the flame tornado for the first time. When he turned the flowing water rock-shattering fist into the flame-shattering rock fist, the flame was full of penetrating power like flowing water, and the Azura unicorn was bruised all over his body. Why is it suppressed so badly? Azura unicorn himself doesn't understand why, but he obviously won't be willing to be suppressed, but the wounds on his body are getting more and more, and the flame is like a bone maggot. It was bitten in his body, and it couldn't be ruled out no matter what. Not anymore. I can't take it anymore. In the end, the Azura unicorn did not intend to continue this painful feeling, and the whole person directly turned on the Azura mode. Looking at the body that turned blue and purple, Ye Qiu shook his hand in disgust. It was really dirty. Fortunately, the flames were able to burn away the blood with strange colors. Otherwise, he really didn't want to fight this monster. The speed and strength have all increased by more than 5 times, and even the size has become more exaggerated and terrifying than before. Almost instantly, Ye Qiu realized that his eyes were no longer able to capture the figure of the Azura unicorn. And, because of the anger towards Ye Qiu in his heart, Ashura One-Horned Immortal used the anger in his heart to completely suppress the incomparably chaotic and tyrannical emotions. Kind of awesome. Since the eyes can't catch it, it can only catch this guy with breath. Genos, the robot, has been watching the battle after being beaten by the Azura unicorn. His eyes were indeed able to catch the Azura unicorn, but it was already very reluctant. Genos even thought about how Ye Qiu would deal with the Azura unicorn in this state. Can you get stronger? Can't I? Ye Qiu blocked the fierce attack of the Azura unicorn, almost relying on the ever-changing atmosphere around him. He could barely block Saitama's attack, not to mention the Azura unicorn who could be knocked out by teacher Saitama's punch. The Jiuyang divine art was quietly cultivated to the 6th level by Ye Qiu. The real battle begins. Under the blessing of the 6th level 9 Yang infuriating Qi, coupled with the full opening of the King Kong indestructible technique and the Dragon Elephant Bow Ruo technique, Ye Qiu's figure was also slightly raised, and he was about 2 meters tall. This level of change will not affect Ye Qiu's speed. He is still using his own speed to crush the Azura unicorn. Faster. Faster. From function legs to 18 palms for subduing dragons, even one-finger zen and fire-shattering rock fist, Ye Qiu used his own incomparably complicated moves to let the Azura unicorn's offensive feathers return time and time again. Why can there be so many complicated changes in an ordinary attack? Genos felt that his brain was not enough. Even if he was a robot, he couldn't analyze Ye Qiu's move data all of a sudden. Saitama said, "It's a strange aura, born in human beings, and able to gradually become stronger by absorbing the power of the outside world, and all of his moves can be said to be absolute control of skills. What is the use of mastery of skill relative to strength and speed?" Genos couldn't think about it at all. Ye Qiu, however, used his own timing to tell him what was between the square and the inch, without wasting any Rakido that he had shot. With the same attack, the Azura unicorn may spend a lot of strength and can only play a 3-point strength effect. For Ye Qiu, martial arts can increase his strength countless times. Even if you only have 3 points of strength, you can use skills, that is, a reasonable way of exerting force, to make these 3 points of strength into great strength or even more. Vulcan style, Konglong has no regrets. Ye Qiu showed no mercy after all. When Konglong Yui, the most domineering and the most basic one, appeared, half of the body of the Azura unicorn was directly torn into pieces. He was still moving, still looking for Ye Qiu's flaws, but he was horrified to find that he, who should have been invincible, was instantly defeated. "Impossible, impossible, I am the most perfect evolutionary. How can a mere human defeat me? How can it defeat me so quickly?" The body of the Azura unicorn was shaky. After all, half of the body was broken, and the entire center of gravity was almost completely lost. Under this almost desperate condition, the Azura unicorn launched the last madness and rushed towards Ye Qiu with red eyes, like a beast that was cornered. Again, Ye Qiu frowned. Originally, it means that half of your body was knocked off. Now it seems that the leg should also be knocked off, so as not to jump around in front of me like a flea. It is too weak. No, it's not that the Azura unicorn is too weak, it's that Ye Qiu has grown at an extremely fast rate during this period of time, and he didn't even realize it, because the people he came into contact with were Silver Fangs and others like Saitama. The monsters in the heroes, even with his ancient martial arts moves, body refining techniques, and even the ability to burn fruit are constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the end? Genos did not expect that Ye Qiu, who seemed to have no power at all, would have such an amazing reversal. With just one move, he completely destroyed the monster Azura unicorn. It's not over yet. As I said, let him stay with another leg. Naturally, you have to make your own words come true, so don't jump to conclusions so easily. You should know better than me how rigorous a group a robot is. Vulcan style 20 times one finger meditation. That sturdy flame finger, like a hidden weapon that follows the shadow, accurately hit the leg of the Azura unicorn and completely weathered its leg into ashes. Kino's glasses are about to fall off. How so? The confusion in his heart is no less than that of the Azura unicorn. First of all, it is about Ye Qiu's power. He can't understand it at all. He does know about superpowers, but this kind of ability to control flames is indeed not in his cognition. The most puzzling thing for him is that he has accumulated decades of time and strength. Why is he still so vulnerable in front of this group of pesky heroes? Is it that his so-called research is always just a joke? How about it? Have you considered cultivating heroes with me? Ye Qiu finally made his own invitation to Dr. Kino's. Talents are rare, especially in the field of genetics. It is even more rare. Can heroes also be cultivated? Isn't it because you S-class heroes have the strength to become S-class heroes because you are very powerful? The world has already studied me for a long time. If you deny it, you have completely destroyed my research, so there is no need to laugh at me like this. Dr. Kinos smiled self-deprecatingly. His most proud work, the Azura unicorn, was lying on the ground at this moment, humming constantly, and there was no trace of his masterpiece at all. I didn't laugh at you for your research ability. I only admire you in this world. Guys like Ashura unicorns are indeed not a waste. Some of the S-rank heroes are indeed unable to overcome this horror. Existence. It's just a pity that he met me. The pure body is powerful, and it is not so imaginable that it is indestructible. Ye Qiu's words were sincere. If you can treat that guy too. I kind of want to get him out. I have to work hard to run around by myself every day. Mount. Saitama and Genos were both stunned. They had indeed thought about why Ye Qiu didn't kill Azura unicorn. He had already beaten him to a super crippled state. This arrogant and full of bloody and violent guy killed, but at the last moment he left. A mount? Well, that seems more sad than killing the Azura unicorn. Who the hell are you insulting? Kill me if you want to kill me, Azura unicorn, but it's just a failed work. I believe that crazy guy will be able to create a more powerful existence in the future and kill you, a reptile. The same human beings are completely crushed. The Azura unicorn stared at Ye Qiu viciously. If it wasn't for the loss of 2 legs and 1 hand, he really wanted to eat Ye Qiu alive. That's right, even if he devoured this guy who had humiliated him alive, if it wasn't for Ye Qiu, he would still be the most perfect creature, still the most perfect existence. Mount? Do you want to make him even more humiliating? How is this possible? The Azura unicorn would obviously not agree with Ye Qiu's way of insulting the monster. You don't agree. Ye Qiu's performance was flat. For him, the Azura unicorn is just a byproduct, and the only thing that really matters is Dr. Kinos. So, I can only say sorry. Destroy it. Ye Qiu stretched out 1 hand, and a terrifying flame directly covered the Azura unicorn. After the fire, there was nothing but a pile of ashes on the ground. Today, it seems to be Saturday. When Dr. Kinos shivered, Saitama-sensei suddenly hugged his big bald head, and the whole person began to roar weakly. Ye Qiu was sweating profusely. The atmosphere that he finally created was interrupted by this bald head. If it wasn't for this guy's strength, he really wanted to teach this bald head a good lesson. Boom. Before Genos was shocked by Ye Qiu's strength, Xianli's, he was completely shocked by his teacher's inexplicable behavior. The strong people, how are they willful people? Could it be that only by becoming a self-willed person like the teacher and Mr. Ye Qiu can you become a real strong man? No matter what the powerhouses he knew before, anyway, in Genos' heart, whether it was Ye Qiu or Saitama, Quirks was clearly a bit powerful. How are you thinking, Dr. Kinos? Are you going to die with the Azura unicorn? Or do you want to study something more meaningful to humans and to heroes? Woolen cloth. Ye Qiu showed a smile that he thought was kind. It's just that in Kinos' heart, this guy's smile is as terrifying as the devil's smile. It's really scary. What else is there to sacrifice for love? How is this possible? Isn't it a joke? Are there any other options? A researcher like Dr. Kinos, who has lived for so many years, can still maintain his youthful appearance and can even live for a long, long time, continue his research, and continue his own ambitions. What can he do? Might be willing to die at this time. I promise. Dr. Kinos said weakly. Why do you want to die when you can live well? And Dr. Kinos also believes in one thing, that is, if he is by Ye Qiu's side, it may be easier to obtain Ye Qiu's genetic data. Unicorns want more powerful monsters. That's right, this is just a temporary compromise, and will definitely surpass this guy in the future. Dr. Kinos' obsession thought that it was well hidden, but in Ye Qiu's opinion, it was a bit funny, and he didn't intend to expose it. Without ambition, how could it be possible to develop a more powerful genetic medicine? Gone. Ye Qiu directly lifted Dr. Kinos' collar. Saitama's side also disappeared from Genos' sight at the speed of light. Saturday's supermarket discount day is definitely not to be missed. It's a crime if you can't get cheap discounts. Am I going to be this hero's? Genos was a little confused. Anyway, the two powerhouses beside him were Ye Qiu and Saitama, and these two people were really the same as the word heroes in the impression of ordinary people, and they couldn't even fight. Dr. Kenos, who was stopped by Ye Qiu, said that he was very uncomfortable, and it should be said that he was very uncomfortable. He wanted to open his mouth several times to talk to Ye Qiu about this problem, but when he thought of the fate of the Azura unicorn, he finally decide what to say is better. Dr. Kenos, who was being carried, quickly came to Ye Qiu's apartment. What shocked him was that the neighbor next to Ye Qiu's apartment was actually the king known as the strongest man. Of course, this shock is far from over, because after he entered Ye Qiu's room, Ye Qiu took him to open a door that looked like a decoration, but after entering that door, he came back to another room. Welcome to the world of heroes. I hope you have a good time in this world. Is the world of heroes joking? Isn't this world a world where heroes and weirdos coexist? Why dare to say that it is a world that belongs to heroes alone? Pd, don't look like that. When you see the world, you'll know what I mean. Ye Qiu didn't bother to explain to this guy. He just carried him and jumped off the balcony. Can you go to the front door? Dr. Kenos is definitely a fighting chicken in the tech house, but in terms of combat skills, he is not even as good as the 5 scumbags. Every time he flies around in the air, it will really give people a heart attack. You walk by yourself in the future. This is my home, but it's not a place where you can come. As for weirdos, there really aren't any here, but there are many heroes you can study. Ye Qiu loosened Dr. Kenos' collar, and Dr. Kenos sat directly on the ground. Is this what you call a different world? Dr. Kenos looked very disdainful at this time. Except for the new building, he couldn't see anything different at all, and he even wondered if this guy Ye Qiu had used some trick to bring him to the back of the apartment just now. Open your eyes and see, are the two apartments the same? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes. There may be some similarities in the style of the city, but if there is no difference between the cities in the UK world and the cities in the One Punch world, it is definitely impossible. Is it really different? When the architects on the ground have become so powerful, it is really unbelievable. Dr. Kenos rubbed his eyes vigorously, and at this time began to carefully look at the surrounding environment. It is indeed a little different. Come on, I'll show you the world that belongs to heroes. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth raised slightly. Weird? This world really doesn't exist. It's just that in this world where everyone can be a hero's, power is everywhere, but not everyone can make good use of this power. Therefore, the heroes of this world is more to maintain order, while the heroes of the One Punch world is more to protect the last hope of the entire human race. Still not cruel enough. Following Ye Qiu, Dr. Kenos really quickly discovered the difference in this world. In this world, everyone's faces were filled with calmness, comfort, and even happiness. That's right. The feeling of reassurance in secret is something he has never seen in the world of One Punch, because in that world, there may be weird people who can threaten the lives of all human beings anytime, anywhere. Why does such a place exist? Are the humans living here all relatives of the mighty heroes? Dr. Kenos looked at Ye Qiu with a dumbfounded expression. Ye Qiu said helplessly, "Look at some more people. Don't you realize that some of them have characteristics that humans don't have?" Okay. Under Ye Qiu's reminder, Dr. Kenos really found a difference. How so? There are actually a lot of people here who look a bit like weirdos, but why do these weird people look so calm? Even when someone and a human are walking on the street holding hands, they are talking and laughing as if they are lovers. Why? What the hell is this? Dr. Kenos felt as if his worldview was about to be turned upside down. Ye Qiu smiled indifferently. There's no reason, it's just that this world is just like that. As I said, the world you came from belongs to the world of heroes, and some have non-human characteristics, not the same. Weird people are just products of the evolution of this world. Progress evolve? Can humans really complete self-evolution? Dr. Kenos looked sluggish. He established the evolutionary family not just to realize his own evolutionary path for all human beings, but Ye Qiu really took him and saw the results of human evolution in his lifetime. It's just that these evolutions are a bit unexpected, but they are somewhat similar to Azura unicorns. Those non-human characteristics can basically strengthen certain abilities. This evolution, I call it the evolution of the quirks. Everyone gets the possibility of being a hero from this evolution. Ye Qiu said lightly. Evolution of the quirks? Kenos was stunned for a moment, obviously not thinking that in this world, there is an evolutionary existence called quirks. Etc., etc. What this guy has been emphasizing seems to be out of this world. Yes, it is this world. Could it be that I have come to another world? No, I will continue to see more about this world. I don't believe that I have come to another world. Although there must be parallel worlds between worlds, but the power to break the world barrier is simply it shouldn't be something that humans can do in their lifetime. Dr. Kino shouted frantically. People on the street, seeing this guy yelling, just moved away from him and looked at him with pitiful eyes. These days, there are always a few abnormal people. Just get used to it. You can't cast a contemptuous look at them. That's impolite. Okay, stop yelling. The evolution of quirks here is like superpowers, and part of the superpowers I have acquired are just the barriers that allow me to pass through the world, but there is a lot of price to pay. Already. Ye Qiu spread his hands. Pay a lot to see? Isn't it just a door? Anyway, when he passed through that strange decorative door, Kinos didn't have any sense to travel through space, so this made him feel that everything was so unreal. Well, it's not real at all. This world, including everything Ye Qiu said, is so unreal. It's so unreal that people can't believe it. Let's go, I'll take you to meet. All of them will become heroes academies in the future. I believe there should be people you are interested in. In my world, you can't use quirks casually, so Ye Qiu still took a taxi. Take a taxi. In the world of One Punch, because it is too dangerous, there is no taxi business for a long time. Cars are only those who have the courage to drive out casually. I hope it really gives me some motivation to study. Dr. Kinos looked a little non-committal. For him, when the Azura unicorn was defeated, the research results of his lifetime were already denied. Ye Qiu smiled slightly. He believed that Dr. Kinos would definitely be very interested when he met Xionging students. Looking around in the taxi and looking at this world, Dr. Kenos finally confirmed one thing, that this is really not his original world. Absolutely not. Here, everything seems so comfortable. There is no trace of weird people, even in various occupations. Everyone lives the most ordinary and peaceful life, even if they have completed the evolution beyond human beings. They have no imagination in such an inexplicable fight scene. It's still a society ruled by law. Looking back at the history of One Punch Man, Dr. Kenos can't remember exactly how many years ago they were in this comfortable state. Mr. Ye Qiu, I don't want to go back. Having seen the terrifying power of Ye Qiu and the terrifying power of Saitama, Dr. Kenos deeply understood that when he returned to the One Punch Superman world where there was no legal system, he created some monsters similar to Azura unicorns. If he is hated by the group of strong men, he is afraid that he will be directly implicated. Rather, it is better to accumulate and develop one's own strength in this relatively stable world with legal protection. Well, when an evolutionary person who is far more than the Azura unicorn is cultivated, no matter which world he is in, he will not be the existence of the Earth Tyrant. Compared with a world full of dangers, with Ye Qiu, a powerful S-rank hero with the ability to travel through space, he should do research to be safe. The taxi didn't drive fast, but if you're home, it's still quite close to Xionging High School. The two of them arrived at their destination in less than 20 minutes. Today has been a busy day. Ye Qiu sighed helplessly. I solved the matter on the dead wooden handle hanging and went to the house of the evolutionary again. I originally planned to stroll around in the world of One Punch Man for a while, but I didn't expect that because of this guy, Ginos, he returned to my English world. Toss back and forth. But after Dr. Kino settled down, Ye Qiu felt that he should be able to settle down for a while. On my side, those little devils have fully realized their own lack of strength. I believe that with the help of Dr. Genos, they should have a bunch of things that need to be exchanged for credits in a short period of time. Ask for flowers. Advisor Ye Qiu. Why did you bring someone here again? All Might sat on the chair and looked at Ye Qiu helplessly. It's all talents. Are you not satisfied with the wolf I brought back last time, All Might? Ye Qiu stared at All Might with a playful look on his face. All Might cleared his throat. How could that be possible? Apart from the fact that his brain is a little abnormal, this kid definitely has the qualities to become a top hero. Moreover, he is simply relying on the talent of ordinary human beings. Just keep rubbing those little devils with heroes' qualifications on the ground. After a pause, All Might looked at Kenos suspiciously. It's just, this should be an ordinary person without any quirks. You also know that although our Xionging High School has general subjects, even if it is a general subject, teachers all are heroes, this age seems to be. Point zero. Facing this kind of questioning about his age, Kenos really wanted to recreate the Azura unicorn and give this guy a hard lesson. He is in his youth right now. Where are his eyes? What are you thinking? I can tell you, in this school called Heroes High School, this Mr. All Might is definitely something you can't mess with one of the existences. Because I'm not sure if I can beat this one. Ye Qiu said bluntly. All Might laughed. Young man Ye Qiu, you're just joking. Who didn't know that you showed your amazing combat power again today? If it wasn't for your help, those little devils wouldn't easily destroy them. League of Villains plan. It's not that serious. They have been really hard recently, and they can expand the war to this level. That has nothing to do with me. Ye Qiu said, and looked at Kenos. I think it's better to introduce him formally. He is a doctor of genetics. Compared with this one, my medicinal bath package is really worthless. The S-rank heroes valued himself so much, and Dr. Kino's back was straight. This is a treatment that has never been received before. Is it a PhD in genetics? Did it study quirks? Those are all national talents, and there is no way for our Xionging High School to privately own them. All Might said helplessly. That's not true. Didn't I keep saying that? In fact, quirk strength does not necessarily make him a really powerful hero. So this one's genetic research is to develop the limit of human potential, just like a medicinal bath. Same package. Can genetics exploit the limits of human potential? All Might is a little unbelievable. If there is really such a talent, they have been recruited by the country long ago, and Ye Qiu is still available. But for him, Ye Qiu, the special advisor, has indeed brought miracles to their Xionging High School time and time again. Anyway, I have trusted Ye Qiu many times, so I will trust him again, and there will be no loss anyway. 850, okay, since you have said so, I will arrange a position for this Dr. Kino's in the academy. However, as an ordinary person like him, he does not need to teach students, and his monthly salary will not be very high. Hi. All Might pondered and said. Ye Qiu waved his hand indifferently. It's enough to cover food and shelter. As for the money for his research, I will pay it myself. Genetic medicine. Thinking about it, it makes one's heart move. Ye Qiu is very willing to spend the money earned from the medicinal bath package on Dr. Kino's. Anyway, for Ye Qiu himself, I really don't know how to spend the money in my British world. Hundreds of families are considered to have a lot of savings, and part of the medicinal bath package is divided into Ijia and her uncle. As for Yuheshui, she is also a good girl who can earn money to support herself. There really is nowhere to spend money. Alas, after thinking about it, Ye Qiu felt that his money could only be spent on Dr. Kino's. Mr. Ye Qiu, rest assured, according to the ideas you said on the way, I will definitely combine the characteristics of traditional Huxia medicine and your medicinal bath package to make a genetic medicine that satisfies you. Dr. Kino said excitedly. Okay, you can go to get 10 medicated bath packages later and show me the characteristics of them. As for what knowledge of traditional Huxia medicine you need, just search the internet directly. If you still can't solve it, you can come here. Ask me for a medical book. Ye Qiu said casually. By the way, All Might, hand over the body parts of the monster Nomu to Dr. Kino's for study. Maybe they can find a way to completely restrain that monster. Speaking of this topic, All Might instantly became serious. Ye Qiu, that is a monster created by AFO. Every part of his body is the deadliest weapon for us humans. Such a weapon, only one is enough. I will never allow anyone to study this thing again. You think too much, All Might. You think I don't know? That monster was created purely because the AFO guy stuffed a bunch of quirks into the body. You really think Dr. Kenos is it also an AFO? Even if you give him Nomu's organization, he can't put that mess of quirks into a person's body like an AFO. Ye Qiu shrugged. Then you mean? All Might has some doubts. This Dr. Kenos has developed a monster that is even more terrifying than Nomu. What kind of existence of Nomu has a very powerful place in vital signs? If we can study it clearly, we can make a genetic medicine that can improve physical fitness. That would really benefit the hero's world. Huh? Did this doctor create a monster more powerful than Nomu? All Might looked at Kenos with some vigilance. Being able to create a monster that is more powerful than Nomu, doesn't it mean that this person is also a dangerous person, and not a dangerous person that is much safer than AFO? Don't worry, that monster has been killed by me. Dr. Kenos is just not recognized for his previous research results. In fact, his research is beneficial to human beings, so I arranged for him to come to Xionging High School. Ye Qiu said as if pointing. Almost instantly, All Might understood what Ye Qiu meant and arranged Dr. Kenos at Xionging High School. Part of the reason was that he wanted them to monitor Dr. Kenos. Okay, I'll arrange for him to come down first. All Might nodded. After confirming the whereabouts of Dr. Kenos, Ye Qiu took the doctor for a walk in Xionging High School. Hey, Ye Qiu, didn't you let me teach here? Why do you see no one every day? The wave spiral stared at Ye Qiu angrily. Ghostly guy. Because of the agreement with this guy, Wave Spiral didn't go to the hero's mission during this time. I'm used to the bonuses of heroes' characters, but it's almost gone all of a sudden. I'm really not used to it. Can't buy snacks, can't buy cosmetics, can't buy beautiful clothes. You? Don't know how to earn more credits and then go to the gravity room and Wooden Man Alley for training. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Those juniors of yours, their cultivation is better than your employment. The wave spiral was annoyed. Ye Qiu, this B***************** D doesn't allow herself to take tasks outside the academy. How can she earn any credits? What am I? Give me a good practice. Ye Qiu said badly. By the way, it happens that I have something. You cooperate with Dr. Kenos, and I will draw some blood for him to study later. What? The wave spiral scroll looked dazed. This is a doctor of genetics. I want him to study the genetic medicine that can make heroes stronger without any side effects and develop human potential. Ye Qiu said directly. Is there really such a thing in 3.8? The strength of strength is not linked to cultivation. The wave spiral was a little unconvinced. A few days ago, Ye Qiu had been instilling a concept in her that the strength of strength was obtained through hard training. But what this guy is saying now, isn't it contradictory to study the genetic medicine that can directly become stronger? You're wrong about this. Strength really requires constant practice to get more. But for us, genetic medicine can give you a good foundation. I asked Dr. Kenos to study it. Gene potion, just to make your foundation better. As for strength? If you don't fight, do you think you can become a qualified hero if you have powerful quirks? Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. Whatever you say is yours. Well, you're the special advisor, you're right. Even so, should you care about me? After all, I'm also a student of Xionging High School, and it's not just those first-year brats who are the ones you're responsible for. You're a special advisor, and you're the one who is responsible for all students. Kind. The wave spiral roll said with some taste. Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, and it was indeed true, and as a member of the Big Three, the talent of the wave spiral scroll is indeed very strong, and it should be taken care of. Or, throw it to the trembling tornado to see? Anyway, quirks and superpowers are similar. Among the people Ye Qiu knows, the one with superpowers is definitely the shivering tornado. Okay, you first draw some blood for this Dr. Kenos, and I will take you to find a suitable teacher tomorrow. Ye Qiu thinks that Big Three is a battle team. Why don't you get a battle team yourself, or the hero's office? In order to protect Xionging High School from the wind and rain, the name of a special advisor is not enough. This kind of name is only useful for the interior of Xionging High School. Yes! I have to set up a hero's office. Ye Qiu's heart suddenly became hot. After thinking about it carefully, He realized that this matter was actually not as simple as he thought. First, to set up a hero's firm, it must be a hero's recognized by everyone, which is obviously unqualified. Second, the membership of the hero's firm. Whether it was Bai or Ijia, there was definitely no time. After all, they were the first-year students of Xionging High School. As for Yuheshui, a person who stayed in the original office very well and has colleagues who can cooperate. The other one works in Xionging and has the task of teaching and educating people. Obviously, these two cannot enter the office. The wave spiral is one, or should I also bring Hung Dongmei? That little girl who seems to be quiet and quiet is not quiet at all when it comes to things like her and her dear brother. And as far as Quirks is concerned, the quirks of Hong Dongmei are not weak at all. Well, the woman from Hell Blowing Snow can also consider it and let her join it when the time comes. After all, she is a talented girl, and it is because of the pressure of her own sister that she is completely unable to cash out her talent, which is still a bit of a headache. On Dr. Kino's side, he can't wait for his research. After getting a tube of blood from the wave spiral, he is a treasure. Okay, I'll bring another person to draw blood for you tomorrow. As for the other students, you can draw blood for whichever you value. 1 tube of blood is 10 credits. You can just talk to them like this. Ye Qiu looked very generous. Anyway, the things in the exchange room at present, even if these guys sell all the blood, they can't exchange much. After settling down Ye Qiu, the wave spiral scroll is full of hope for the future, and this day can be regarded as a busy and particularly valuable. Early the next morning, Hung Dongmei, whom Ye Qiu had contacted, appeared on time at the door of Xionging High School and started chatting with Wave Spiral. It's all here? Then come with me. Ye Qiu greeted him directly, then turned around and walked towards the place where he came, without any intention of chatting with the two women. Hey, Advisor Ye Qiu, do you know that you are not a gentleman? The Wave Spiral was very unhappy and chased after Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu ignored her. As a martial artist, the most important thing was his character. If he was so easily shaken, he would probably reveal his flaws before villains during the battle. Hung Dongmei quietly pulled on the sleeves of the wave spiral roll, motioning her not to provoke Ye Qiu. Compared with the wave spiral scroll, Hung Dongmei and Ye Qiu have been in contact more often, knowing that this guy is a person who likes to act more than talk. Moreover, Ye Qiu is very rational and is rarely influenced by emotions, so Hung Dongmei thinks it's better not to mess with such people. Although he is much older than Ye Qiu, every time he talks to Ye Qiu, Hung Dongmei is naturally a little scared. Arrived at the place. Yesterday, Ye Qiu still felt that it wasn't a good idea to put any door in Yu's house. After all, he sometimes took some people out of bounds. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Qiu finally felt that it would be better to change the location of any door at any time. Anyway, he is not making less money through the medicated bath package, so he simply rented an apartment. After a few months, if you change another set, you can change the position of any door, and he still has the money for renting. What can you do with us in the apartment? You don't think that way, do you? The vigilant look on the face of the wave spiral. She was drawn a lot of blood by Ginos yesterday. If it wasn't for the special training that Ye Qiu said, the wave spiral scroll would not be willing to donate so much blood to that weird doctor for research purposes. The ghost knows whether that weird doctor will research something strange through his own blood. Powerful criminals these days are not scary. The most scary thing is those scientists who are full of strange thoughts, because they have powerful powers. The mortals don't understand what they are thinking. Ye Qiu glanced at the wave scroll. Don't worry, I have no interest in you for the time being. Your character is bad enough. Chat, add a little arrogance. Well, anyway, Ye Qiu thinks that he is definitely not someone who can eat grass. He wants 850 to control himself. He was not angry at all, but smiled and said, "That's the best way. I'm really a little afraid that you won't choose food." Hong Dongmei was a little speechless. It seemed that the wave spiral scrolls had been standing outside for too long. This Huxia idiom is used, isn't it, to belittle herself? The two followed Ye Qiu into the apartment, and they really didn't believe that Ye Qiu would do anything to them. Let's go and see the world of heroes full of monsters. When Ye Qiu opened a strange door, the two were a little curious, but stepped in anyway. It's just another room. It's a bit too much. Go out and see. Ye Qiu made a gesture of please. Mr. Ye Qiu, you. Standing in the corridor, the king looked at the soothing scenery and looked at Ye Qiu with envy. Is this the first wife? No wonder Ye Qiu's S-class heroes looks much more normal than other S-class heroes, so what's abnormal about him is that he has many, many beautiful wives. Can normal people take it? Anyway, King thinks that some love is good, but if he wants to fight countless girls in reality and spend time with this group of girls every day, it is enough for him to drink a pot. Ye Qiu, join our Fubuki group. I guarantee that your status in the Fubuki group is below 1 person and above 10,000 people. No one will give you any orders except to exchange opinions with me. No, there's a little sheep downstairs, and it will not be long before it will fall into Ye Qiu's claws. That's a B-level heroes, the #1 Helbuki shuddering tornado, his sister. I didn't expect to run downstairs to invite Ye Qiu to join the organization all day long. Obviously, his S-rank heroes is much ahead of Ye Qiu in the rankings. Why did a beauty like Hell Fubuki not want him, the king known as the strongest man on earth, to join the Fubuki group? Confused, King can't figure it out. Of course, he feels that he is much better than Ye Qiu in terms of appearance and temperament. As for his face full of man hockey, the scar that proves the merits of a man is simply countless girls. The perfect template for worship. A while ago, every time Ye Qiu saw hell blowing snow, his first reaction was to run, but today is indeed a little different. Under the very surprised eyes of the king, Ye Qiu landed on the ground with the two girls floating with a playful look in his eyes, staring at hell blowing snow. Here it is. As a woman, Wave Spiral is obviously much more sensitive than that guy from Kinos. After entering the world of One Punch, looking at the dilapidated buildings around and the dangerous atmosphere in the air, her nerves it was immediately tense. This was definitely not the world she was familiar with. The same is true for Hung Dongmei. It is too dangerous here. It is so dangerous that it makes people feel stagnant. What's the meaning? Hell Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu in confusion and embarrassment. With two women by his side, this guy thought she was attracted to this B*****************, D, so she would pester him every day and let him join the Fubuki group. Ye Qiu shrugged. It doesn't make any sense. I think your management skills are good, just as I'm going to set up an organization. The name can also be called Fubuki Group, but it's called Fubuki Office. What do you think? Or it can be called Jigaku Fubuki Office, which is an office specializing in heroes' activities. Are you really going to join the Fubuki group? After pestering Ye Qiu for so many days, Ye Qiu suddenly agreed to the first Fubuki, but she couldn't believe it. She couldn't imagine why Ye Qiu agreed to join her Fubuki group. There must be a conspiracy in this matter. It's not as simple as I thought. After all, when this black-bellied guy was dealing with the Earth Dragon leader, he didn't act like a teenage boy should play the Earth Dragon leader who had been hidden underground for countless years in applause. It feels really scary. Ye Qiu was a little bit dumbfounded. Is this woman thinking too much? I said it, you just want to build a thing that engages in heroes' activities, and there are not so many strange reasons. I have no idea, and you think I am an S-class heroes. Is it necessary to count against you? It's definitely not as simple as I imagined. You, a guy, are often surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women. It's hard to guarantee whether you are plotting against me. The men of the Fubuki group, when they heard their boss say this, the password was surrounded by their boss, and they stared at Ye Qiu, the B*******************************, D, with extreme vigilance. This guy won't rely on his status as an S-rank heroes, so let's join them in grabbing the team leader. These guys agree 100% for Ye Qiu to join the Fubuki group, but they will never agree with the man who wants to be their boss. Thinking too much. Look at your figure. Can you compare to this little girl, Holuoju? Let's look at the appearance. Our family's long silver hair, how noble and elegant. Don't look at her a little silly cute, but definitely full of aristocratic atmosphere. Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. After these remarks, the girls were stunned by what they said. Hung Dongmei's face was even more blush. She didn't even know when she became a member of Ye Qiu's family. As for the wave scroll, She was completely stupid, and she did not expect that the special training that Ye Qiu said would be such a boring thing. This guy Ye Qiu didn't plan from the beginning. Let her and sister Hung Dongmei help this guy reject other women, right? Although those compliments sounded pretty good, but for some reason, I always felt that I didn't have the well-received wave snail rolls that those elementary school younger brothers and schoolgirls received, and I still had a bit of a snack in my heart. Humph. For the sake of being so right, I forgive you for the time being. Fubuki was staring at Ye Qiu with a face that wanted to eat people. She didn't want to be attracted to this little rascal. Only, are you really that bad? She is hell-blowing snow. No matter her appearance or figure, it is first class. How could she be defeated in front of two little girls? Is it really an office thing? Jigaku Fubuki asked while pressing his inner efforts. Ye Qiu shrugged. Of course yes, otherwise there is nothing else to do. Just before I confirm the establishment of the office, I have to find the proud sister of your family. These two still need your sister's training. A bit. Not everyone can be trained by my sister, and I don't want to see her. Fushue turned her head arrogantly. A trembling tornado? Humph. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see Pine at all. Why are you so afraid of seeing your sister? Miss Fukiyuki, don't forget, although my rank is relatively low, I am also an S-rank heroes. I will support you, your sister, Qianli's. If sister dares to teach you a lesson, I will beat her to avenge you. Just you. Fubuki didn't look down on Ye Qiu. The same S-rank heroes, even the third-ranked Bongu, would not dare to say that she was her sister's opponent. That woman, once really angry, the horror level will make people feel suffocated. Hee, don't look at me like this. Maybe I'm not her opponent now, but maybe after a while. It's not that I haven't played against that little lowly before, I know I still lack something. Ye Qiu said this with confidence. Because he has gone his own way, Ye Qiu is not quite enough for the use of burning fruit. Jiuyong Shengong is an internal method, as well as other external methods, which are all about gradual progress. Even if there is a support from heaven and earth, Ye Qiu does not dare to break through too fast. Danger of enchantment. Wait a minute, give me half an hour. I will give you a huge surprise after seeing your sister. Don't worry, with my support, your sister's little lowly will never dare to put on airs in front of you again. Ye Qiu said very easily. Little Lolita? You just dare to call him that in front of me. If you say that in front of me, I'm afraid you will be directly beaten to death. The hell-blowing Snowskin didn't smile. Obviously, he didn't take Ye Qiu's words into his heart. How could he become stronger in half an hour? Besides, everyone is indeed an S-class heroes, but the gap between them is like a gap, and I am afraid it will be difficult to cross in this life. Okay, I'll give you half an hour. Anyway, as long as you join the Fubuki group, I'll give you half an hour or an hour, but if you see my sister's annoying woman again, you won't if you can't suppress her words like you said. Then join me obediently in the Fubuki team. There is no room for negotiation. From now on you must only listen to me alone. I Fubuki let you go east. You must not go west, and if you go west, you must not go south. Fubuki put on a very arrogant posture. Now the wave spiral seems to understand why Ye Qiu, such a strong guy, still asks her and sister Hung Dongmei to reject the woman of 850. This woman's arrogance is too arrogant. No problem, I'm happy to accept your challenge. You wait a moment, I'll go back to the house to get some things. During this time, everyone can communicate with each other. After all, they will become colleagues in the future. Ye Qiu said to the three daughters. As for whether they will reveal to each other completely different things between the worlds, it is not a very important thing for Ye Qiu. After all, whether they can lead to another world, only he has the final say. The thing is created by him. Anyone who wants to operate it, Ye Qiu will have a sense of blood. After all, the level of this thing is too high. Only with the consent of Ye Qiu, the arbitrary door will lead to another world, so even if the arbitrary door is obtained, not everyone can go to other worlds. As for how to improve the strength at this stage, Ye Qiu already had a rough plan. After all, it was dominated by the fire attribute, so let's continue to strengthen this attribute. Ye Qiu would never have created another devil fruit with the fire attribute until he had not tamed the devil in the burning fruit. After thinking about it, he felt that it was more suitable for him at present. One was a fairy. Natsu's dragon slaying magic in the tale, but it should be impossible to create. After all, there is no written practice secret book. The next best thing is the Zanpakutō in the Shinigami, Ryurin Ruohuo. That's right. Ye Qiu, after thinking very carefully, still felt that it was a very good decision to create the flow of fire. The power of qi and blood has reached a peak after such a long period of gestation, and has the ability to create such high-level items, and Ryurin Ruohuo in his hands is not able to reach the solution from the beginning. Only it is necessary to reveal the initial soul-slaying knife, and to achieve the solution later requires specific cultivation, so the consumption of energy and blood should not be as terrifying as imagined. Ryurin Ruohuo is the strongest and oldest Zanpakutō of the flame type, possessing the strongest attack power of all Zanpakutō. At the beginning of the solution, the temperature of the flame is like the surface of the sun. After the solution, the temperature of the flame is like the core of the sun. It was used by Yamamoto Motoyuza Shigekuni, the former captain of the Godai 13th team. When Ye Qiu created this Zanpakutō, he clearly felt the terrifying ancient will from the Zanpakutō, which made him understand one thing: if he wanted to completely control this Zanpakutō, there is still a long way to go. However, the extent of the loss of qi and blood this time is under his control. Only half of his hair has turned white, indicating that the loss of qi and blood is only half of what was required for creation at those previous times. D. It seems that cultivating internal strength is an extremely correct decision. Only by cultivating more powerful internal strength can his qi and blood become stronger, and, when creating other things, it can become easier. Huh? Didn't you say you can become stronger if you give you half an hour? Why don't women get stronger, but their hair turns white? What does this mean? Does it mean that when your hair turns white, people become stronger? Hel Fushue looked at Ye Qiu's half-white head with some incomprehension. This guy will not be a second-year junior. He thinks that his eyesight will become stronger after the hair color changes. Thinking about it, it is really possible. Judging from his age, he is the age of a second-year junior, but his strength is a little stronger. If he wasn't a junior, how could he ignore his own charm and not join the Fubuki group? Ye Qiu showed a mysterious smile. You're right at all. For others, if you become bald, you will become stronger. But for me, the color of my hair has changed, which means that I have gained more power. You don't need to doubt this. Don't you see something different about me? My hair has changed. Hel Fubuki said as a matter of course. Oh, not this. Ye Qiu was a little speechless. He now knows why he has such a powerful superpower, Hellblow Snow, and is still willing to stay in the grade of B-level heroes, which is simply a problem with his ability to observe and judge. I see, Mr. Ye Qiu, you didn't have anything on your body when you went in, and now you have a knife behind your back. On the contrary, the Eyes girl Hong Dongmei was the first to notice the difference in Ye Qiu. Yeah, it's really an extra knife. Isn't your quirks very powerful? There's no need to use weapons at all, and I don't think heroes would choose to use weapons unless it's quirks related to weapons. Wave Spiral commented with a puzzled expression. Ye Qiu had a relaxed look on his face. Those are for others, but for me, this knife can maximize my abilities, and I am afraid my strength will increase by at least 5 after having it. Times and even more. Is it so exaggerated? It's really such an exaggeration. The temperature of Ryurin Ruohuo is already very high. If it is coupled with the ability to burn fruit, a slash from Ryurin Ruohuo will bring terrifying heat. And for the use of the ability to burn the fruit, there is no need for such a high consumption. Okay, whether you will become so strong with a knife, I don't know. And I don't want to know now. Don't you want to see my sister? Then go with me now. Let's go see him together. After you see him, I hope you can realize every word you say. Otherwise, you should know better than me what will happen. Infernal Blizzard's face paled. Although he doesn't like to see his arrogant lowly sister, but for him, if Ye Qiu loses to his lowly sister, he will be able to get a powerful help, and a B-level heroes. The Fubuki group under the leadership of the group has joined an S-class heroes, which will become a big topic. In the future, more like-minded people will definitely join them and identify with them. After getting into hell-blow snow, Ye Qiu and the others quickly left the city after their car. Doesn't your family live in the city? The less areas outside the city are much more dangerous than the city, filled with all kinds of unknown weirdos. Even with your sister's strength, in case you encounter any unknown, the danger is also very likely to be dealt with, not coming. Ye Qiu's face was extremely serious. Fubuki was a little helpless, I know this kind of thing, but for him, as the second-ranked heroes in S rank, it's impossible to stay at home all the time. I want to solve the problem before the change, but I always feel that he is too individualistic, strong, but some things still need to be discussed with the Heroes Association. Anything at the seaside? Is the Deep Sea King coming out? However, if Ye Qiu remembered correctly, after the Deep Sea King arrived on land, his body suffered a great decline in strength because he was not adapted to the environment and climate on land, and instead became easier to deal with. It's not a wise move to go to the seaside to look at the Deep Sea King now, but it may give that guy an opportunity and cause unnecessary influence. Sure enough, he is a strong person. Sometimes he will have blind self-confidence and have a wrong estimate of his own strength. Ye Qiu estimates that in the end, the guy from the Sea King went from the sea to the land smoothly. One possibility is a shuddering tornado, and he didn't find the right position for the Deep Sea King to come out of the sea. Another possibility is the Deep Sea King. It caused her a lot of trouble. No matter which possibility it is not good news for Ye Qiu. That guy from the Deep Sea King is really a disgusting and intentionally delayed existence. If possible, Ye Qiu would like to meet this guy earlier. This not only made Saitama notorious, but also infected countless human beings. A bloody demon-like existence. Murderous spirit in you. Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Did you have any conflict with my family before? If there is, I will try my best to help you resolve it. There is no need to have such a serious murderous intention. Everyone is an S-level heroes, no matter what she has done to you. I hope you can forgive her for the sake of us fighting side by side. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, and then his breath completely subsided. Don't worry, I'm not angry with your sister. It's just some weird people I really want to kill, and I really want to kill. If possible, I will not hesitate to slaughter those weirdos. This guy is unlike any other heroes. As the first heroes of the B rank and the second-ranked sister of the S rank, Fubuki, it can be said that I have been in contact with all kinds of heroes, and I know them very well. But heroes like Qiu, he is the first to meet because this guy is so weird. The strange thing about Ye Qiu is that even though he has become an S-rank heroes, he always takes the initiative to find trouble with weirdos. No matter what kind of weirdo, as long as he sees it, he will destroy it at will. The Heroes Association only has his record with the dragon-level monster. That's because the Heroes Association wants to hold Ye Qiu up and make him an awesome hero's image. Such heroes, yes, does not need ordinary battles to set off. The record he needs must be impressive, and only a dragon-level eccentric is worthy of becoming the opponent of Ye Qiu, a supernova. But through the various remarks on the internet, it seems that the acceptance of this guy, no matter what the circumstances are, he is basically killing strange people, and there are no other entertainment activities, such as having a meal with friends, or go shopping or something like that. For flowers. A killing maniac. Well, that's why Hellblow Snow is more urgent, and the reason why they want to get Ye Qiu. The real combat power of the other people in Cui Shui's organization other than him is not too strong. They urgently need such a strong combat power to become the signboard of the Fubuki group. It took about half an hour for Ye Qiu and the others to come to a simple hut by the sea under the guidance of Hell-blowing Snow, and outside the hut, a trembling tornado was floating there, looking alert, staring at the sea. There seems to be a strange force fluctuating under the sea. Why bring these people here, especially the kid over there, although he has some strength, but I hate him very much. The trembling tornado was still so domineering, so Fubuki didn't really want to see his sister, because every time she faced this sister, she would feel an incomparable headache. Point 0. Without waiting for Hell-blowing Snow to speak, Ye Qiu greeted him with a smile. Anyway, my hero's test is also your responsibility. Anyway, everyone has a fate, there is no need to be so ruthless. You really hate it. The trembling tornado commented unceremoniously. It doesn't matter whether I hate it or not. I don't care about this kind of thing. I just want to ask you for help this time. Help me train the new generation of heroes. Their talent is very high, but if they are strong, I am indeed a little disappointed. I hope you can do your best to help. Ye Qiu said politely. Why should I help you? And talent? I don't think there are other people in this world who have super talent besides me. Of course, if you can find it, that S-class who doesn't know where to hide heroes first, that's another story. The trembling tornado said proudly. I'm not very used to persuading others to do things, so let's use the easiest way to solve this matter. I think you've been staring at the big trouble here for a while, and you're a little unhappy in your heart. Otherwise, the two of us will fight each other and draw out the monsters below. Of course, the winner will be divided. If I win, you can help me teach the two girls. Ye Qiu stared at the trembling tornado confidently. Small. You have the confidence to beat me? The trembling tornado looked at Ye Qiu with contempt. It's not that she can't afford Ye Qiu and S-level heroes, but she recently learned that Ye Qiu is training martial arts with Banggu. Even his teacher Gu Debong is not her opponent. As a disciple, Ye Qiu can have how strong? Ye Qiu shrugged, spread his hands and said, How can you know if you don't try something? Anyway, I have nothing to lose if I lose to you. If that's the case, then I'll fight and let me see myself. How far is it from the second-ranked heroes in the S-class? Do you want to die so much? Let me tell you first, I will not be in contact with people. If the command of life and death in battle is not well controlled, you will die in my hands. If this is the case, do you still want to be with me? Do I learn from each other? The trembling tornado calmly said 850s to Ye Qiu. I think it's better to forget, you are indeed an S-class heroes, but there will also be huge differences between S-class heroes. Just above the S-class heroes, there is no other heroes level. Don't try to use your name to prove a thing, it's unfair to you. Fubuki quickly discouraged. If you don't want to, you can do the bet we made before. There is absolutely no need to prove anything with your own life. Is that little lowly so strong? Why doesn't it look like it at all? Whether it was Wave Luowan or Hung Dongmei, there was a look of doubt in their eyes, and they couldn't understand at all just how powerful a tornado that was suspended in the air would be. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth rose. I can decide my own life. If it is true that my skills are not as good as others, I will die in your hands. Anyway, your strength is strong enough. I believe that all people in this world will eventually die. In your hands, of course, I don't think you have the ability to kill. Elementalized? It's really not that easy to kill. But for the trembling tornado, Ye Qiu has seriously provoked her. Can't kill, can't kill. But for this kind of guy who provokes himself, the trembling tornado decided to punish him slightly. At least let this guy know who is the one who can't be offended. Let's start. The trembling tornado floated directly above the sea. If it weren't for her incomparable strength, the group of guys hiding in the sea would have climbed onto the land long ago and invaded the place where human beings live. This battle, if it can make those guys take it lightly and think that their strength has declined, it may not be a bad thing. The sea is also a place full of unknown dangers for the trembling tornado. Even with her strength, she does not dare to enter the sea easily to destroy the group of monsters, and only wait for the large group of monsters to come out of the sea. It is possible to wipe them out. Ye Qiu is also the same. Because of the burning fruit, the existence of the sea is an extremely terrifying existence for Ye Qiu. Among the deep sea kings, the eccentric who can easily control the sea water is his nemesis, but he still came. No need not to come. All the weirdos who want to destroy the continuation of the human race are villains of the opposite to him. No matter how strong the villains is, Ye Qiu will not retreat easily. He has to overcome his own weaknesses just above the sea, so he can test out the strongest power of Rua Ren Rua Hua. Otherwise, he would really not dare to use Rua Ren Rua Hua and burning fruit in the city. All abilities are maximized. After all, these two powers are no longer just 1 + 1 greater than 2. When they are combined, they will definitely produce terrifying power. Only, Ye Qiu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't stand in the air at all. Fingxian's legs are very good, and he can walk in the air, but the shuddering tornado wanted to give him a dismount, and he directly floated in the air of several hundred meters. Thinking that the bottom of the sky is the sea, Once an arm stretches out from the sea and pulls him into the sea in an instant, it is really hopeless. The sea will devour all the power, and Ye Qiu will really be powerless to resist. And this weakness, Ye Qiu couldn't expose it to everyone. Do you need to use my abilities? Helfubuki seemed to see Ye Qiu's embarrassment. There's no way you can't tell. This guy is standing on the shore motionless. I'm afraid everyone can know what he's thinking. Ye Qiu glanced at her and finally began to stubbornly say, "No need. This is a battle between your sister and me, and there is no need for a third person to intervene. Isn't it just flying?" Ye Qiu thought for a while and came up with the most perfect solution. He put his hand behind him and activated Quirks to create a bamboo dragonfly. Cough, Sister Dongmei. Didn't you notice that guy's hair turned white again? The wave spiral said very sensitively. Hung Dongmei was stunned for a moment, and then she nodded her head in a certain way. It's true that it has turned white again. When Mr. Ye Qiu said that he was going to become stronger, his hair suddenly turned a lot whiter within half an hour. Do you think he suddenly became stronger again? Got stronger again? How is this possible? Helfubuki didn't believe it anyway, right under his own eyes, what Ye Qiu did to become stronger. The last time I was able to suddenly become much stronger was entirely because the blood on the Earth Dragon leader's body indeed contained an incomparably powerful medicinal power. But now? There is something that can make Ye Qiu stronger. This guy has nothing but an ordinary knife on his back. Etc. What is this guy holding in his hands? Helfushue's face was speechless. She suddenly saw Ye Qiu, who actually took out something like a 3.8 game in his hand. Is this guy crazy? Are you trying to shake my sister's resolve with something like this? Powerhouses like to play psychological warfare sometimes, but for Helfubuki, the psychological warfare of Tsundra's sister is still high level, and Ye Qiu's toy move is a bit too much. Everyone doesn't know what a bamboo dragonfly is, but in their opinion, it's just a child's toy, and there's nothing special about it. It doesn't seem to look down on my bamboo dragonfly. Ye Qiu sighed, although he didn't really think about it. For now, the bamboo dragonfly was indeed a good thing for him to fight. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Ye Qiu directly placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head. Is this an attempt to be the clown of the ancient organization, the legendary circus? Everyone was dumbfounded. But what happened next made them even more confused. What looked like a toy on Ye Qiu's head actually turned at a fast speed. The most terrifying thing was that Ye Qiu's body slowly flew into the sky with the rotation of the toy. Oh my god. Hell Buffy Snow opened his mouth slightly. What kind of new era technology product is this? Such a small toy can make people fly easily? Too much. Wave Luowan and Hong Dongmei were both shocked. They had no idea that Ye Qiu would have such a magical thing in their hands. With their knowledge of technology, they had absolutely no idea what the magical thing was. But Ye Qiu took it out, which is easy to explain. After all, Ye Qiu can even find a doctor of genetics like Dr. Kino's, and even a medicated bath package. What other magical things are he? Can't get it out. 12 is fair now. At least we can fight at a high level. I believe this battle will not disappoint you. Ye Qiu showed a confident smile and took out the Zanpakutō from behind. In terms of swordsmanship, he is really not good at it, but the ancient memories hidden in the flow of swords and flames have given him a lot of memories of seeing swordsmanship and less basic slashing. Enough. Based on his own views on the moves, Ye Qiu is very clear that these abilities are enough for him to use. Don't think that you are my opponent with a weapon, let you shoot first. The trembling tornado didn't care at all, and was still extremely proud. Knife? Even the atomic warrior's sword didn't pose any threat in front of her, let alone Ye Qiu's little devil's sword. Although this little devil's body technique has some ways, but it's only some way, it can't pose any threat to her at all, because Ye Qiu is too close to do it. I'm afraid the trembling tornado didn't know a word, that is, Sherbei should be treated with admiration for 3 days. The current Ye Qiu is no longer the Ye Qiu he used to be in the Heroes Association. Tornadoes are completely unimaginable. Vientiane everything. Flowing blades are like fire. All to ashes. When Luren Ruahua was held in Ye Qiu's hands, a terrifying scorching heat instantly filled the air. Tips for carving insects. The trembling tornado was a little disdainful, but it is just to show his superpowers with a knife. He thought that he would really use a knife, which is simply superfluous. Because the power of the fire is basically the same as the nature of burning the fruit, so from the shuddering dragon roll, Ye Qiu is selling dog meat at the head of a sheep, making so many preparations and saying so many words, it is just pretending. Burn the city. Ye Qiu shot directly. Anyway, the trembling tornado didn't look down on him very much, but it was better to be more refreshing. With a flaming palm with a high temperature of 6,000 degrees, it swept towards the trembling tornado with lightning speed. Hide! The temperature is indeed extremely terrifying if it is attacked. With the physical quality of human beings, it will definitely be turned to ashes in an instant. The shivering tornado is confident in his fighting ability, but he is not arrogant yet. Ye Qiu, an S-rank hero, is worthy of her recognition for his destructive power. It was a pity that the palm-like flames enveloped the trembling tornado almost instantly, giving her no chance to dodge at all. No matter how fast the superpowered flight is, there are also moves that can't be faster. It seems to have gotten stronger. Fubuki looked at the flame that trapped his sister at that moment. His eyes were a little stunned. Totally unexpected. The last time we met, Ye Qiu was indeed very frantic and violent, but most of his fighting methods were dominated by terrifying golden fire dragons. And now, with just a single knife, it is possible to cut out such a terrifying flame, and the strength is clearly not a little bit stronger. Gadu. The wave spiral swallowed his saliva. Sister Dongmei, you said that your father, the second-ranked endeavor, can be so terrifying as a pervert like Ye Qiu in terms of the ability of flames? Hung Dongmei smiled bitterly. If my father can achieve this level, then his current ranking will not be the second, but the first. No matter the temperature of the flame, the coverage of the flame, or the speed of the flame tool, Ye Qiu surpassed her father perfectly. This trick anyway, Hung Dongmei felt that her father was absolutely unable to do it. It's so powerful. It's scary. The most important thing is, Ye Qiu's age, and she and Ye Qiu have met several times, every time they are fighting, but every time Ye Qiu fights at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, breaking her feelings for Ye Qiu awareness of strength. Demonic existence. What hero's leaderboard? In other words, Ye Qiu was unwilling, otherwise, such a teenager would definitely shock the entire Neon Heroes world. What are you talking about, the second of the S-rank heroes? But my sister. As for the first and second of the A-rank heroes, I also know it. Who is Endeavor? I have never heard of it. Fubuki interjected. The wave spiral is also very puzzled. What S-level heroes? What A-level heroes? Isn't there only one heroes on the 850 ranking list? Where are you from? Fuxuexio frowned a little. Ye Qiu, how should I put it? This man feels so awkward to her. She always feels out of place in a place she is familiar with. Because every time they met, Fubuki chased away Ye Qiu, and there was no way to know anything about him. Now these two girls are obviously inexperienced in society, and Fubuki feels that they should be able to get some useful information from them. We? Xiongning High School. The wave spiral said naturally. Luo1, I am not. Hong Dongmei was a little embarrassed. What are you afraid of? Ye Qiu is the special advisor of our Xiongning High School. You were hired by him, and you have already donated your blood. When the time comes, let him directly assign you an identity. The wave spiral said carelessly. What? Blood donations are over. Looking at Hong Dongmei's little red face, Fubuki instantly thought of that kind of thing. Oh beast. As expected, Ye Qiu was right. Ye Qiu was just a beast, and there were girls around him before, but it was too much to harm the innocence of other girls. As for Xiongning High School, this effective information was instantly forgotten by Fubuki. In the sky, the power of Rua Ren Ruahua suddenly burst out, indeed making the trembling tornado feel a hint of threat. However, she did not know how many times she had experienced this kind of threat. Under Ye Qiu's somewhat surprised gaze, the trembling tornado used his superpower to wrap himself directly, instantly clashing with the 6,000-degree high-temperature flame. And this operation. As expected of the second-ranked woman in the S-class heroes, she really has two brushes. Even Ye Qiu didn't think of a way to break the flame barrier by fighting against each other with absolute power. After getting out of the siege of the flames, the trembling tornado immediately exerted his superpowers to the strongest state. The countless boulders by the sea fell from the sky like bullets and attacked Ye Qiu at a high speed. The people watching the battle on the coast in the distance could hardly find any gaps in the boulder community to dodge. If they were faced with this kind of battle, they would have been smashed into meat sauce by the boulders long ago. But for others, this attack mode is indeed extremely terrifying, and there is no room for dodging at all. But for Ye Qiu, this kind of air is not enough. Catch the shadows. In terms of dodging, I have Ye Qiu with Fengshen legs and a bamboo dragonfly on my head. After using Fengshen legs, my entire figure seems to be transformed into a breeze, and the incomparably handsome debt boulders float freely among the boulders. Those stones didn't even touch the corners of his clothes. How can there be someone in the world with such a perfect idea? If this is the case, wouldn't it be invincible? This also makes his opponent fight. Except for despair, there can be no other emotions at all. Already. The wave spiral said with a bit of astonishment. Helfubuki has a slightly different opinion. Actually, it's not that scary. Ye Qiu's ability is indeed very powerful, and he can dodge accurately and effectively in a very small space. Dodge is also, relatively speaking, if there is not even a trace of space to dodge, then no matter how powerful his movement technique is, it will not be of any use for a long time. How could there be no room to dodge? The wave spiral is a little dissatisfied. Helfubuki said rudely, "What I saw you was my sister's fighting state when she used her superpowers, but if my sister is replaced by Ye Qiu, with his sky-filling flame ability, do you think there is still room for evasion?" Although there are not too many people with this ability in the world, and they may even be able to count them with one hand, after all, those who can carry out coverage attacks still exist in this world, so Ye Qiu's movement technique not invincible. The trembling tornado was obviously aware of this, no matter how many stones he controlled. As long as that guy Ye Qiu's strength was not used up, he could easily dodge her attack. So the trembling tornado gave up using her superpower to pull more stones to attack Ye Qiu. On the one hand, she controlled larger stones and wanted to cover a larger area. On the other hand, the trembling tornado was directly trying to control Ye Qiu's body using his own psychic power. Sure enough, when he came into contact with the terrifying psychic power of the shuddering tornado, Ye Qiu's body instantly felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and he couldn't move at all. That is the psychic power that even meteorites can affect. Fortunately, Ye Qiu would also exercise in the gravity room on weekdays, otherwise the psychic force of his body would be instantly suppressed, and he could even be torn to shreds in an instant. This is the horror of my sister. Helfubuki showed such an expression as expected. Big boulders? If her sister really wanted to deal with Ye Qiu, she would directly summon a meteorite, and in a few minutes, this guy would have nowhere to hide, and it would turn into a grain of dust. The trembling tornado can surprise everyone, but that doesn't mean Ye Qiu can't do it. Although under the frantic suppression of the psychic power, the whole person looks extremely cumbersome, but he still has no idea of admitting defeat. King Kong is not bad magic. Dragon Elephant Boruagong. Give it to me. Under the shuddering tornado's surprised gaze, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on Ye Qiu's body, and his actions gradually became smoother due to the appearance of this golden light. How is this possible? What power is this? Under the pressure of his own psychic power, how could that kid still act so easily? Ye Qiu let out a sigh of turbidity. Fortunately, during this period of time, he had already cultivated the Vajra indestructible magic art to the 5th level. And the Dragon Elephant Boruagong had directly rushed to the 7th level because of the strong internal strength of Jiuyang magic. However, the Dragon Elephant Boruagong is very easy to practice at the beginning, but it becomes more difficult to cultivate in the later stages. It is not an overnight thing to improve from the 7th to the 8th. You have the power of mind. I have the power of Dragon Elephant. Under the blessing of the power of the dragon and elephant, Ye Qiu was confident that he could not be madly suppressed by the power of mind. This is obviously the case. The faint golden light on the body almost made the trembling tornado feel a little shaken. The most important thing is that the golden light is very strange. If the mind power comes into contact with the golden light, there will be a faint mental pressure, which makes the trembling tornado feel very uncomfortable. Kind of tricky. Among the strength of this guy's cultivation, he still has a mental attack, which is really much stronger than when we met before. The trembling tornado recognized the fact that Ye Qiu had become a lot stronger during this period, but did not think that a mere underachiever could easily give her the second position in the heroes ranking. Snatch. Still a long way to go. Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado both knew that this was a battle against time, and they had to seize every opportunity. Otherwise, if they made a wrong move, they would likely fail. Torch. Ye Qiu drew his knife again, and a terrifying flame tornado, Qianli's, instantly took shape, rushing towards the trembling tornado at an extremely fast speed. Think motivation. The trembling tornado didn't show weakness at all, and directly used his telekinetic power to shake Ye Qiu's flame tornado. Boom! A terrifyingly hot air wave exploded in the air in an instant. The seawater was blown up, and countless faint water vapors were transpired, which suddenly made the form in the sky unclear. Vulcan-style Yuanlong has regrets. The solution of the flames was still not available, and the trembling tornado could not capture his location, but Ye Qiu was able to instantly find the location of the trembling tornado by relying on his breath. A terrifying fire dragon instantly rushed in the direction of the trembling tornado. Tips for carving insects. The trembling tornado had already seen the Vulcan style, and she didn't think that such a move would be of any use to her. Song. Is that useful? It's really useless. The attack of the 18 palms of dragon subduing has changed in addition to Rakido. Even if the power of burning fruit is added, there is still no advantage in long-range attack. Ye Qiu's Fengxian's leg movement speed and angle can be called top-notch, but the speed of the trembling tornado power is not bad at all. Dodge. Dodging the trembling tornado, he once again used his terrifying psychic power to oppress Ye Qiu's body. Dragon Elephant King Kong. Hold me up. Ye Qiu naturally didn't plan to use the Vulcan move to defeat the trembling tornado. Muscles are getting stronger. At this time, Ye Qiu's figure has risen from 1.8 meters to about 2 meters. He is like a real giant King Kong, catching a dragon with his left hand and holding an elephant with his right. On. The oppression of the psychic power was like a layer by layer of barriers, and Ye Qiu was smashed away with incomparable ruthlessness, and at an incomparable speed, he chased in the direction of the trembling tornado. So violent. Healthabuki also had to admit that Ye Qiu's strength is enough to rank in the top 5 among S-rank heroes. So horrible. It was really terrifying. It was the first time she saw that someone used such a violent and arrogant way to decipher the psychic power of the 850 sisters. Consultant Ye Qiu, he is really strong. I thought that Ye Qiu's quirks were nothing more than flames at most, but I didn't expect that he was really an unpredictable existence. Beyond the flames of endeavor. As for whether the power surpasses All Might, or can be compared with All Might, it is unknown. But at least, Ye Qiu's power is still terrifying abnormal. In any case, he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to achieve the terrifying power of Ye Qiu. Your Majesty, are all human S-rank powerhouses so powerful? Under the surface of the water, the deep-sea clan who watched the battle between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado were all curled up and shivering under the water. That's right, just shivering. Those two incomparably terrifying coercion directly made them a group of small fish and shrimp, unable to hold their breath. So horrible. Even their great king, known as the strongest in the sea, the deep-sea king who is invincible among monsters, is probably a little bit worse than these two guys. The deep-sea king's face was extremely gloomy. Because P'ti agreed with the messenger of the Weird Association, he must invade the human world within this month. Before the change, the deep-sea king would not care about this Weird Association, but now he is extremely jealous of the Weird Association. Big Snake, the president of the Monster Association. A strength that completely overwhelmed his existence, as long as he dared to have a little idea of resistance, no matter where he hides in the earth, Any terrifying guy from the big snake will find him and then kill him. Don't worry. Human beings do have a few monster-like existences, but not all heroes have the strengths of the two of them. And if the two are fighting, there will be a wound. You're king, my strength is also not weak, a mere S-rank heroes, what can't be killed. The Deep Sea King forcibly quelled the minds of all the Deep Sea clans. Strong. Strong. However, if the home of the battle is the ocean, then he has absolute confidence to defeat any of the two. It is not a terrifying existence like a serpent, but a human being. There is no human being that he cannot defeat in the deep sea. It is a good thing to have self-confidence, but unfortunately, due to the water vapor, the Deep Sea King couldn't see the battle between Ye Qiu and Ye Qiu too clearly, and he didn't know the strength of the two of them. In the water vapor, Ye Qiu, a humanoid monster, was not affected by the increase in strength at all when he used his function legs. It is still as fast as a gust of wind, and even with the increase in physical strength, the speed becomes faster. Strength, in fact, sometimes is also part of the basis for speed. What a great speed! The trembling tornado was very afraid of Ye Qiu's speed. She knew that Ye Qiu's melee combat was very terrifying. After all, he was a man valued by Silver Fangbangu. No melee combat. Her advantage is telekinesis. If Ye Qiu gets close to her, her only fate will be failure. Because the trembling tornado has to keep moving at a high speed, the consumption of psychic power is naturally not small. It's not just that she can't get close, she can't even play the battle of attrition. The ghost knows what the limit of that kid Ye Qiu is. Quick fight. He couldn't let the group of weirdos under the sea take advantage of it, let alone let the D Ye Qiu defeat him, or even defeat the group of weirdos under the sea with his hands. Ye Qiu also seemed to have guessed that the trembling tornado was under such high-intensity oppression that he must have adopted a quick solution. So, Ye Qiu intends to do as she wishes. Then let's fight fast. Getting faster and faster. Ye Qiu just thought for a moment, and then catalyzed the 9-yang true qi in his body to the extreme, and chased behind her at a speed faster than the trembling tornado. Because of the influence of water vapor, the trembling tornado was not so clear about Ye Qiu's position, and her telekinetic power could not capture Ye Qiu's figure and position all the time. I got you. Ye Qiu's voice suddenly sounded behind the trembling tornado. Humph. The trembling tornado was startled, did not expect Ye Qiu to come so soon, but the S-rank hero's second. After the first disappeared for so long, how could a truly invincible woman be so easily defeated by Ye Qiu? Think motivation. The terrifying power of thought burst out completely at close range, and that terrifying power was even capable of tearing steel into countless pieces in an instant. Ye Qiu's body glowing with a faint golden light. Under the pressure of this terrifying rakido, the sound of the dragon elephant continued to emit. And what terrifying monster voice! Whether it was Long Yin or Xiang Ming, it affected the trembling tornado's will to a certain extent, making her psychic power unstable. But the more this is the case, the more shuddering tornado will not admit defeat. A little devil, it is impossible to lose. This lowly royal sister really wants to kill me. Ye Qiu was extremely terrified. After the trembling tornado was angry, the terrifying power that erupted in an instant almost completely destroyed his body. If it weren't for the 9 Yang's true qi and the ability to transform into elements, it would really be dead. Seeing Ye Qiu, who instantly turned into flames, the trembling tornado was even more unpleasant. You be ****************, D, because of his special ability that can be elementalized, do you look down on me so much? I see if your elementalization ability can last forever. As the anger in the trembling tornado became stronger, the psychic power finally became more and more terrifying. Isn't Ye Qiu able to be elementalized? The shuddering tornado directly made the psychic force become oppressive, filling every inch of Ye Qiu's body, and did not give him a chance to condense the entity again. Cruel little lowly. This is clearly to kill them all. So, I would rather offend a powerful villain than offend a small-minded lowly, especially this lowly is a powerful villain. Ye Qiu was in a state of flame, and his head was also thinking rapidly. At least for now, in a state where he could not condense into a solid state. Even if he was already close, there was no way to deal with the trembling tornado. Sister lowly does any damage. It seems that it was a correct decision to fight this lowly royal sister with Rua Renruahua. It's time to flex your muscles. As long as Lu Renruahuo can hold it, he can perform the move of the beginning solution. King Kong style, Dharma phase world. Ye Qiu, who had only one flame of will, directly used the terrifying Buddha nature of the dragon elephant Bo Rua Gong and the King Kong indestructible magic to stabilize his swaying flame will, turning it into a shorter flame figure. It's really not giving up. The trembling tornado was also stunned. He never expected that Ye Qiu, who was unable to condense his body, could actually use that mysterious golden light to hold his flame under the pressure of his high-intensity psychic power. Cannot condense entities, flames can also be transformed into limbs. In battle, there is no need to stick to one form. If the mind is rigid, the chance of victory will often be ignored. Hot hell. Between swinging the knife, dozens of terrifying pillars of fire instantly appeared in the void, madly gathering towards the location of the trembling tornado. This guy, it's really scary. Helfubuki did not expect that the elder sister, who should have solved the battle in an instant, was actually caught in a hard battle. Ye Qiu is really strong. Really very strong. Strong and safe beyond her imagination. The strength has almost doubled since the last time they met. Could it be that because of his youth, his strength is still on the rise, so he was able to give himself such a big shock in a short period of time? However, judging from the expressions of the two little girls Wal Yuajuan and Hong Dongmei, it is obvious that they also do not know that Ye Qiu's strength is so powerful. Play pig eat tiger. This kid must be an old hand of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Helfubuki continued to complain about Ye Qiu in his heart, but his eyes wanted to see how far the battle in the sky was going through the water vapor that made people unable to see clearly. What can be seen now are only 10 terrifying pillars of fire that are soaring to the sky, gathering in one direction. The person who used fire must be Ye Qiu without a doubt. As for the target of the attack, there would be no one other than her sister's trembling tornado. Your Majesty, when are we going to shoot? It's so hot. The seawater near the coastline became extremely terrifyingly hot due to Ye Qiu's use of the flowing blade. The deep-sea king under the sea, this is also completely did not think that he is watching the battle under the deep sea and will be affected by such terrifying. Two terrifying humans. It seems that among the human S-level heroes, there are still one or two strengths that can make him, the king of the deep sea, feel a slight threat. But since one party's ability is flame, and it also interferes with his ethnic group, then don't blame him for being ruthless. The deep sea king sneered. The skin on his body ignored the agitation. His hands and feet like fish fins instantly set off countless undercurrents of the deep sea and rushed up into the sky. With Ye Qiu's move, the trembling tornado originally planned to use the old method, wrapping his body with psychic power before he was surrounded, and then rushed out of the flames. However, the temperature of the flame this time is really terrifying. The shivering tornado used psychic power to oppress Ye Qiu's flames, and Ye Qiu is now using the flames to burn the shivering tornado's psychic power. It has already added the power of burning fruit. For flowers, with the ability to burn the fruit, it has been improved exponentially. Ye Qiu is almost certain that the temperature of this trick is tens of thousands, or even a high temperature of 20,000 degrees. This kind of temperature, the continuous flame, even if it is the power of the mind, it is not easy to completely block it. Logia's power is not as simple as imagined. Just when Ye Qiu thought that the trembling tornado did not continue to open up the distance, and when he was about to win, the icy undercurrent of the deep sea emerged from under the sea, but the flames were instantly extinguished by a pillar of fire, and the trend of being surrounded. A small gap appeared. If it was someone else, that small gap would have no chance of escape at all, but for the trembling tornado, that small gap was enough for her to escape. Damn it. Spicy chicken deep sea king. You idiot, ruining my close victory, I will turn you into deep sea sashimi and throw it directly to the weirdo. Ye Qiu was furious in his heart. He almost couldn't hold back and went straight to attack the sea. Fortunately, he knew the threat of the seawater to him, and he was also taking advantage of the trembling tornado to escape and instantly recondensed his body. Boom! Another water column. The water column under the sea began to attack indiscriminately, and there were countless water columns between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado chase. Ye Qiu sneered. The deep-sea king destroyed his lure blow, but also brought great trouble to the trembling tornado. Sister Lolita's psychic power, after such a long battle, was much more depleted than her own. Power is powerful, but unfortunately it can't be like internal power, which can last forever. It is an absolute cheater in protracted battles. The Key 9 Young Divine Art can also become the fuel of any kind of power in Ye Qiu at present. Vulcan style, catching the wind. Ye Qiu, who was making a fire under his feet, immediately surpassed the trembling tornado with a speed that was hard to grasp with his flesh and suddenly appeared in front of her. It's over. When you enter a protracted battle, you are doomed to lose. In the face of absolute power, I am indeed not your opponent, but unfortunately you have not begun to show your absolute power. Ye Qiu's 18 dragon subduing palms is already ready to go. Small. The trembling tornado defended at the fastest speed, and the power of his mind completely covered his body. Unfortunately, he didn't know that for Ye Qiu, the internal skills he practiced were not as simple as external skills. The inner strength of the internal power pays attention to a penetrating power, and the Jiuyang Jinqi instantly penetrated the defense of the psychic power through the palm force and was directly washed into the trembling tornado body. Even though Ye Qiu had already left Rakido at the moment of his appearance, for the trembling tornado, the damage of his internal strength was still very terrifying. After all, he had never done any physical training, and the power he mastered was only just a kind of motivation. The water vapor in the sky gradually disappeared, and after everyone's vision became clear, it was natural to be able to see the battle between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado just now. Who was the final winner? 850. Let the hell blow the snow. What is completely unexpected is that above the sky, Ye Qiu is still flying, but holding the petite figure in Ye Qiu's arms, it seems to be the tornado of his sister's trembling. And there is a trace on the corner of her sister's mouth. The blood and breath are also very weak. It seems that the result of that battle is very obvious. The winner is Ye Qiu. Your Majesty, you are indeed the smartest person in this world. After the battle between the two heroes, S-level heroes of the Heroes Association, one of them should have been seriously injured, while the other was under your interference. We have to do our best, and we should be almost exhausted at this time. If we can take advantage of the situation to eliminate the S-level heroes of the two Heroes Associations, presumably our status in the Weirdo Association will rise. You will become the second weirdo under Orochi, the leader of the Weird Association. The compliment from his younger brother made the Deep Sea King very suitable, and he felt that it should be the same. With his own Deep Sea King strength, the most top-level terrifying existence, even if it is not the opponent of the monster, Orochi, it should be far superior to the eccentric. Above the other eccentrics of the association. That's right, when the king and I become a weirdo, the second in command will definitely let you eat and drink spicy food, and enjoy the delicacy of human beings to the fullest. The Deep Sea King laughed arrogantly. Thank you, King. King. The mighty King Haki is unparalleled in the world. One day, in the heavens and the earth, even the serpent who is the sole honor of the king will become the king's younger brother. All kinds of compliments were shouted from the mouths of the Deep Sea King's younger brothers in an instant, which made the Deep Sea King quite useful, and his self-confidence swelled to the extreme. The whole person rushed out of the sea like a sharp sword, ugly palms and sawls. Under the wave, countless deep-sea undercurrents flew towards Ye Qiu in the sky again. Damn it. Still coming. Ye Qiu didn't expect that a shameless guy like Shanghai Net would attack so quickly, holding a little lowly like a trembling tornado. If fire. Wrong. I don't have a hand anymore, but the flame that burns the fruit condensed is not the same as being able to create another arm. Ye Qiu's heart froze. Although he was extremely hard on the disgusting guy, the Holy Sea King, he still had to thank the Deep Sea King in his heart. If it wasn't for the Deep Sea King, he probably hadn't thought of using the burning fruit's ability to manipulate the flow of water. Blades are like fire. However, even using the ability to burn the fruit to control the flames, Ye Qiu found that the flames of the senior sister were almost ineffective against the Deep Sea King. Above the sea, his control of the seawater had reached a terrifying level. It is almost a momentary thing. The countless seawater is able to put out the flames swung by Luren Ruahua to extinguish Ye Qiu's burning fruit and Luren Ruahua. They are indeed incomparably powerful, but if they can fight against the entire sea, they are still for the time being impossible. Damn it. This guy has to take the initiative to go ashore. If he is in the sea, I really have no way to take him. Ye Qiu also found the crux of the problem, but the Deep Sea King at this time had no intention of discussing because he saw the terrifying battle scene before the two. No matter how Ye Qiu seduced him, he never gave up the idea of fighting on the sea surface. On the contrary, he waved his big hand, and countless eccentric little brothers hidden under the sea hoisted and controlled the power of the sea with him in order to deal with Ye Qiu, the fire-type heroes restrained by the sea. Facts have proved that this really has a little effect, even if it is catching the wind, adding bamboo dragonflies, burning fruit, and Jiuyang infuriating. Ye Qiu's speed has reached the extreme, but facing the crowd coming from all directions, it is overwhelming. In the end, Ye Qiu couldn't dodge the huge waves. B******************** D. Hell-blowing snow. Her complexion was a little pale, but she knew very well that a monster of the level of the Deep Sea King was not something she could face. Ye Qiu also shouted at them when he was dodging, "Don't shoot. Once they shoot, those younger brothers of the Holy Sea King can go ashore directly to deal with them." These what the hell are monsters? Even the undulating spirals turned pale at this time. Definitely not Quirks. The Deep Sea King and his younger brothers have almost completely lost their human characteristics, and they are full of evil auras. Luowan and Hong Dongmei absolutely do not believe that such an existence will be someone who has quirks like them. It must be an alternative creature. Dragon-level weirdo. No wonder that arrogant woman will stay here for such a long time. It turns out that there is such a terrifying dragon-like weirdo hidden in the deep sea. Helfubuki looked ugly. Mountain monkey, you are now retreating from other people, and here is me. Leader. Nonsense, don't say more. This situation is not something you can deal with. I have the strength of A-level heroes. Rest assured that if there is any difficult situation to deal with, I will take these two little devils to withdraw 3.8 retreats together of. Helfubuki gritted his teeth and ordered. Although the members of the Fubuki team are helpless, they also fully understand that once she speaks out, the decision she makes will not change. As for why he didn't let the two little girls around him retreat with his team members, because Helfubuki felt these two little girls, even if they saw the horror of the Deep Sea King, they didn't show any fear, just a little bit of fear. Just a look of shock. And being able to take Ye Qiu with me and recommend it to my sister for teaching must be because some of the strength is still related to superpowers. At this time, once there is any danger, there is no way to guarantee the quality of ordinary physical skills. I have superpowers. It may have a little effect, and even bring some changes to the war situation. Dongmei, use your quirks to create ice surfaces for me to walk on the sea. Once those ice surfaces are destroyed, you will immediately create new ice surfaces for me. If the quirks can't be maintained, please do so in the first place. Time will tell. Ye Qiu shouted loudly. In the face of countless monsters in the sea, Ye Qiu had no way to use the power of the flames and burning fruits to kill them. Long-range attacks were really unrealistic. The challenge of the whole sea. At this moment, only melee combat can solve the problem. It's just a monster in the deep sea, even though the body is polished to be very strong due to the pressure of the sea. But after all, there is no physical training method and inner strength mental method. No matter how strong the body is, there is a limit. I don't think my physical strength will be lost to these monsters. With the blessing of the 18 dragons subduing palms, Ye Qiu firmly believed that in close combat, he would be able to completely destroy this deep sea group that threatened the existence of mankind. Under the astonished gaze of Helfabuki, Hung Dongmei 12 directly activated her quirks, and instantly countless ices condensed on the sea, paving an ice path for Ye Qiu. Really bold. Obviously, sponges are completely unfavorable for human beings to fight, but this guy has to use the superpower of that girl to create a path that can fight. Crazy. Helfabuki thought for a while, and if it was himself, the long-range attack was useless, and the most powerful method was almost completely restrained, so the first thing that came to mind must be retreat. Aoyama is left without worrying about the lack of firewood. Anyway, a monster of the level of the Deep Sea King is not something that an S-level heroes can solve. After my sister has rested, it will not be a matter of minutes to solve the weird person who dared to emerge from the sea. Ye Qiu, a lunatic, chose the most difficult way and insisted on solving the battle above the sea. The trembling tornado that was held in Ye Qiu's arms, with a faint breath, was directly used by him as a hidden weapon and was thrown in the direction of Hellblow Snow. Damn. This be D kid. When I recover, I must teach him a hard lesson and never give him any chance again. The shivering tornado is a wrath. Although she is the age of Sister Yu, she looks a little colder, but she has the appearance of a lowly no matter what. Aojiao is a little bit arrogant, but the trembling dragon scroll is still very happy when he hears others compliment him sometimes. Ye Qiu is different. Not only did he not mean to praise her at all, he was not gentle with ladies at all, and he had never seen a guy like him who just threw himself out as if he despised himself. Obviously, at Ye Qiu's speed, it only took a few minutes to get back to the shore. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the ice, directly put away Lu Renruohuo. For the time being, he didn't need Lu Renruohuo. So arrogant? The Deep Sea King did not expect that a hero who used flames as his ability would dare to face himself, a dragon-level monster from the deep sea. Is it self-confidence or arrogance? In addition, Ye Qiu had experienced such a big battle before, and the Deep Sea King was even more certain that he must have encountered a human powerhouse with a poor brain. Little devil, if you want to die, don't be in such a hurry. The Deep Sea King grinned. You guys, go and test the strength of the human S-class heroes. After all, he is a cunning fellow, otherwise he would not have curled up under the sea just because he felt the breath of the trembling tornado, with no intention of attacking the human world at all. Let the younger brother come to die first? King Kong, Dragon Elephant. The two major refining bodies condense golden light again, and the terrifying giant incarnated by Ye Qiu instantly rushed into the group of the deep sea monsters. Do you really think he's a ranged crispy mage? For Ye Qiu, only melee combat can bring out the fighting spirit in his heart. With the defense of the broken rock formation and the terrifying physical defense brought by the body refinement, Ye Qiu is like a human-shaped tank. 10, hundreds, or even thousands of weirdos, as long as their strength does not reach the dragon level, they are all vulnerable opponents to him. The flying dragon is in the sky, the dragon is swinging its tail, the dragon is in the field, and the dragon is fighting in the wild. The wind blows the building, the kamikaze howls. 18 dragons subduing palms and Foshan legs have now become real machines, reaping the lives of eccentrics terribly. Some of the weirdos who wanted to break through the ice to make a sneak attack were also smashed to pieces by Ye Qiu's unceremoniously delicate flowing water rock-smashing fist. Monster. In today's world, who is this guy's opponent in melee combat? Helfushue stared at Ye Qiu in astonishment. There really is. Whether it's Saitama or the spaceman Boros who will come to Earth, Ye Qiu is not their opponent at all. Not at all a level opponent. Perhaps the trembling tornado could fight Boros for a while, but Ye Qiu definitely couldn't, and this was a matter of mastery. The wave scroll was also smashed. She always felt that she had somehow become the most useless one. There are so many powerful enemies, but she doesn't seem to have to do anything, so Ye Qiu alone takes over the battle. The Deep Sea King was very dissatisfied with Ye Qiu's slaughter. He didn't want to become a bear commander. In that case, how could he fight against the 863 Orochi guys in the future? Human heroes, die for me. The green-skinned Deep Sea King rushed in front of Ye Qiu at a very fast speed and punched Ye Qiu fiercely. Boom! Ye Qiu turned around and was in 18 palms for subduing the dragon. The roaring palm force pierced the Deep Sea King's palm in an instant, but Ye Qiu was also knocked back by the Deep Sea King's incomparably huge Rakido. Damn it! The ability of this monster is really unbelievable. Ye Qiu felt a mouthful of blood in his chest. He almost couldn't hold it back and spit it out. Too strong. Although the Deep Sea King was killed by Mr. Saitama with a punch, he can instantly exist as an S-class heroes, although the sexy prisoner is the existence of the tail of the crane among the S-class heroes, but not Genos. And that's still when the Deep Sea King is standing on the land and his strength is losing. Look down on this guy. If Lu Renruohuo could solve it, Ye Qiu would be sure to kill this guy instantly. But now, there is not much certainty. The power gap between the two sides is too terrifying. Fighting really can't be said that one ability can be eaten all over the world. At least in the case that Ye Qiu plans to go to many worlds to experience life in the future, his strength is still a little single. The trembling tornado side was obviously happy to see Ye Qiu suffering from cancer. Whoever let that stinky bee ********** D hurt her inexplicably. Sister, do you want to help him? Helfubuki looked at his sister with some worry. The strength displayed by the Deep Sea King is really terrifying, and Hell Blow Snow feels that the Elder Dragon cannot be compared with the Deep Sea King at all. It doesn't matter, this guy's strength has not been fully exerted. Don't worry about him. It's not that easy to die. I can't kill him. The trembling tornado didn't have a good airway. The mere king of the deep sea, a monster that was not in the eyes of the trembling tornado at all, but if it could cause Ye Qiu a little trouble, the tornado that had just been inexplicably defeated from Ye Qiu's hands would still be very happy to see. Helfushue was a little helpless, knowing that he had no way to persuade Tornado. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no one could change his sister's will. Ye Qiu's side is indeed a little uncomfortable, but in terms of melee combat, because of the group of small fish and shrimp, he has no way to compete with the Deep Sea King for the time being. But this also has an advantage. The guy in the Deep Sea King wants so many younger brothers to stand in front of him as a scapegoat. It is precisely because of this that the Deep Sea King will be a little restrained when he makes a move. Instead, Ye Qiu uses the group of monsters of small fish and shrimps to spread the function legs, and while killing, he avoids the attack of the Deep Sea King. Cunning guy. After watching the tornado for a long time, he found that apart from the fact that the guy from the Deep Sea King caused a little obstacle to Ye Qiu at the beginning, he did not hinder Ye Qiu at all after that, and he felt very unhappy. The idiot of the Deep Sea King thought that he had an advantage in numbers, and in the eyes of Tornado, this was simply giving Ye Qiu time to recover. It's just for some little minions, and for their existence at this level, it is used to restore combat effectiveness. After killing 100, the Deep Sea King was not so strange, but when he killed 1,000, or even more younger brothers, he completely realized that something was wrong. The cunning human heroes is simply too despicable. I didn't expect that as an S-rank heroes, you would be shameless enough to attack the weak for a long time. The Deep Sea King shouted at Ye Qiu angrily. Ye Qiu replied somewhat leisurely and elegantly, "Did you consider this question when you attacked those human beings who were powerless? To me, you're not weak, but villains, that's it. Heroes for weirdos, there is only one word: kill. 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 About there." The younger brother next to this guy, the Deep Sea King, has almost been cleaned up by Ye Qiu. Lu Renruohuo was held in Ye Qiu's hands again. It seemed that he felt the terrifying killing intent in Ye Qiu's heart, and Lu Renruohuo was willing to temporarily lend some of his power to Ye Qiu. Of course, being able to use part of the power of Rublifier is entirely because Ye Qiu is the owner of the burning fruit and, to a certain extent, can resist the side effects caused by the excessive use of Rublifier. Solved. When Ye Qiu temporarily relieved Lu Renruohuo, a terrifying pressure immediately spread to the hearts of everyone present. Depressed. It's so depressing. Even the tornado is very uncomfortable at this time. That kind of depression comes from the soul, which makes people completely puzzled. Where does this power come from? Not good. The knife in that guy's hand is weird, so he can't be let go. The Deep Sea King suddenly realized something was wrong. With an order, countless eccentrics from the deep-sea clan rushed towards Ye Qiu at the fastest speed from all directions. Remnant Fire Sword, Nani Huahua 10 Trillion Dead Great Burial Array. Insert the blade of the Remnant Fire Sword into the ground. The high temperature of the Zanpakutō will wake up the ashes of the deceased who died under the sword of Genryuzai in the past, and turn them into a charred skeleton army. Object. For a time, countless skeletons transformed into black flames appeared on the ice surface, madly rushing towards the deep-sea king and his subordinates. This is a move full of resentment. Fire can be masculine or feminine. Ye Qiu didn't choose a more feminine move after Luren Ruahua was resolved, but chose this move that felt unusually infiltrating because today he was going to exterminate the clan. That's right, genocide. A scheming weirdo like the Deep-Sea King, I don't know how many human beings have been harmed. Before he continues to bring his own people to the ground to harm mankind, Ye Qiu will destroy them first. The 9-yang true qi in the body was exhausted, and even the power to burn the fruit fell into a short slumber. Ye Qiu was breathing heavily, and the guy from the Deep-Sea King was very angry and wanted to rush in his direction. But can it really come over? Those charred skeletons, whenever they encounter any villains, the terrifying flames can instantly incinerate their skins. Ye Qiu couldn't enter the seawater, otherwise he would lose his strength completely. But these skeletons completely ignored the seawater. This was the power of the fire, not the power of burning the fruit. Who the hell is the weirdo? Seeing such a scene, Helfabuki only felt her scalp go numb. She never imagined that someone else could have abilities similar to those in the comics. Is this a necromancer? Or some kind of alien summoning? Perhaps the name of his hell has been changed to Ye Qiu, more appropriate. Ye Qiu of Hell? This is his true face, right? Damn. That guy's information is not accurate at all. What human S-level heroes can't threaten the dragon-level monster at all? He is the top existence among the dragon-level monsters, and his body is already wrapped in countless black skeletons. The black flames were burning his body continuously, even if the Deep-Sea King dived into the seawater. Qian Wanghao, those skeletons were like maggots of bones, and they would never stop unless they killed him. That dragon-level monster is finished. Ye Qiu solved most of this guy's younger brothers by melee combat and suddenly used a strange method again. This method was impossible for the Deep-Sea King to resist. On the blackened ice surface, there was nothing but a pile of ashes. For a while, the whole world seemed extremely quiet, except for the sound of the waves, as if the only sound left was the heavy breathing of Ye Qiu falling head-on on the ice. The power of solution really cannot be used indiscriminately. The power of the god of death is based on the soul. Ye Qiu's current soul is not strong enough at all. After performing a solution, the whole brain seems to be in a state of crash. Really don't want to experience it again. Dragon-level monsters are still difficult to deal with. Rain. Hung Dongmei's face was already pale, and she used quirks a lot, making her almost the same as Ye Qiu's overdraft state. But it was all worth it. Those monsters didn't look like a good thing. They actually attacked when Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado were fighting. This kind of existence must be an extremely evil race. Because of Ye Qiu's terrifying strength, Hung Dongmei has become a little fan of his younger sister. After all, the momentum and determination that this guy burst out in battle can always shock people's hearts. Ye Qiu, who had returned to the shore, had no strength left. After the battle with the trembling tornado, he went on to fight the clan of the Deep-Sea King. The strength in his body was completely exhausted. At this time, even a weak monster can easily kill him. Miss Tornado, I think I won the bet just now, so please give me more advice in the next period of time. I'll leave the cultivation progress of these two to you. You have also seen one of them. The ability is ice, and the other one has not been used, but I can tell you that her ability is a spiral, which is also a rare ability. Only under your guidance can they develop their ability to the extreme. When did people with superpowers become so many? The trembling tornado looked surprised. She had never thought that the superpowers of those two girls would be so special. She originally thought that there would be no more than 10 people in the world with superpowers. 1 month. Up to 1 month. As for the strength of the two of them after a month, it's up to them. I don't need to give you an explanation. The trembling tornado said unceremoniously. Ye Qiu shrugged his shoulders. No problem, then I will pick them up in a month, and they will be by your side during this month. Don't worry, these two little girls are very eager to learn. 1 month is enough time for them to grow into qualified heroes. Is this to throw them here? No matter how strong the shivering tornado showed, but after all, she was just a fake royal sister with a cute lowly appearance. To say that the two of them were allowed to rest under her supervision for a month, the hearts of the two of them were really awkward, and they didn't think that the trembling tornado was someone who was easy to get along with. And your bet on the Fubuki group, let's see it from today, but I will set up the office as soon as possible. After the office is established, you can go to work in the past. I believe that you will lead the Fubuki group. It's not a big problem to be able to hit you with an office. Ye Qiu and Hell Fubuki said. It's not a big problem to hit you with an office, but Jigaku Fubuki has great doubts about the place, Qiu said, and she feels that the place where Ye Qiu wants to set up the hero's office is definitely not something she is familiar with 26 cities. Hey kid, how can I contact you in the future? Hell Fubuki shouted to Ye Qiu's back. You don't need to contact me. I will contact you when the time comes. Don't worry, it won't be too long. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's time to chase new powers. Ye Qiu has clearly felt the lack of his own strength, so he plans to recover a little. After this period of time, after Jiuyang Divine Art has completely broken through to the 6th level, he will start a new one. Open any door to find new powers. No way. The terrifying strength displayed by this guy, the Deep Sea King, made Ye Qiu deeply understand that whether it is the coming cosmic visitor Boros, or the leader of the weird association Orochi, is far from his strength. Competitive, so it can only be to find new power. D. As for the group of rats crossing the street in League of Villains, this woman from Hellbuki will give them a surprise. With the strength she has cultivated, let those guys know that the light of heroes is enough to destroy them completely, those dark mice. After finding a quiet place at random, Ye Qiu entered the retreat. After about 10 days, a red light burst into the sky from the secret corridor, attracting the surrounding weirdos. Come. Huh. I finally broke through to the 6th level of the 9-yang Divine Art. With the blessing of a large number of heaven and earth treasures, I was able to practice the 9-yang Divine Art in such a short period of time. The 6th level is no longer easy. It is impossible to cultivate to the state of great perfection within a few years. But this feeling of power is really wonderful. Ye Qiu clenched his fists tightly. I don't know how much stronger it was 10 days ago. If he were to face the Deep Sea King again, of course, he would still not be an opponent, but he didn't need to borrow the power of the fire to fight against that guy. Fight the war of attrition. If it is not an opponent to fight hard, then rely on the super recovery ability of Jiuyang Divine Art to fight this guy for a long time. I believe that the person standing at the end must be Ye Qiu himself. Hey, it's only been 10 days since I didn't make a move. Those little gangsters don't know how good I am anymore. It seems that if you want to travel, you have to get rid of all these little gangsters first. Ye Qiu shook his head slightly. 10 times and 1 finger meditation. The strange people gathered outside, surrounded by a circle, looked densely packed, but when Ye Qiu's terrifying flame fingers directly destroyed the building, those strange people couldn't escape if they wanted to escape. It was dark all over the place. Time to create the next arbitrary gate. When Ye Qiu thought about it, the prototype of a door kept appearing in front of him. Because of the appearance of this door, the qi and blood in his body was also rapidly decreasing. Sure enough, to create an arbitrary door, it needs to overdraft the qi and blood and the source of life. It cannot be created continuously in a short period of time. When arbitrary sect appeared again, Ye Qiu's hair had turned silvery white again. If it wasn't for his inner strength cultivation, his face would have aged a bit. However, the creation of the arbitrary gate this time was a bit unexpected, perhaps because the qi and blood needed to create an arbitrary gate with a designated world connection was too great, even to the extent that the vitality was completely overdrawn, so Ye Qiu and did not choose to continue to impose arbitrary gates of the world. Behind this arbitrary door, he does not know where it can lead to, but for him, Any unknown world has the possibility of becoming stronger, so he does not mind going to an unknown world. If that world is too dangerous, just come back directly. According to Ye Qiu, original intention was sure it was going situation of the world. Among the world situation, whether it is the blood that can instantly improve the body repair a panacea or phoenix blood, we are able to let his power surge in a short time. And if the world situation in the early words, his strength in the world of self-preservation, it is absolutely no problem, but also to get some more powerful exercises is indeed the best choice. But now there was a little unexpected, even the autumn, and do not know where in the world leading to the door. Hope is enough to surprise the world now. With a trace of volunteer and hope, Ye Qiu took a deep breath, be directly open the door to anyone. Ah, you are. Among Ye Qiu's sight, there is a huge monster. Yes, if that is the huge monster talking, but the monster's voice sounded like a girl full of British gas. It is really amazing. Ah. How can you speak? Ye Qiu did not make immediate defensive posture. The other seems to be no animosity once. Boom. Bang, a huge monster is actually flew directly to the side. This time Ye Qiu only see the original monster under the body. There is actually a red hair, wearing armor woman. Why am I not speak? Do you think I'm dumb it? AI Lusha some silent watching Ye Qiu. Could it be that men are so no head? And the group of guys really like inside their own guild, simply unable to communicate. My name is Ye Qiu. May I ask how to call? Where else here yes? Ye Qiu asked some expectations. It now appears that this is not a particularly dangerous in the world. At least he did what the hell the devil liked to place. My name is AI Lusha. Here is the kingdom Fiancé. AI Lusha. Fairy tale. Ye Qiu somewhat surprised watching this pretty girl armor. Dangerous world No, it cannot be said to be too dangerous in the world, but this world had been in a fight. Just Ye Qiu carefully thought for a moment, as if here and nothing could make him strong to completely change things. Some door any loss Forget it, now is not the time to care about these things. Cannot say fairy tale can bring some different things. Mira Jane. Ye Qiu for any kind of magic, even if it is off the dragon magic have not the slightest interest, but for the reception of Jane Mira magic, but it has a very strong interest. Demon soul? I do not know if I could learn to accept magic, and demon's contract if it can, then, with his own existing capacity, the strength is bound up a notch. You know fairy tale? Know me? AI Lusha when Ye Qiu think, very wary of looking at Ye Qiu, even in the hands of the sword, also pointed at the tip of the chest Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu Rai smile, do not be so nervous, I did not malicious, just a simple fairy tale and you know nothing, after all S-class mage, you are still very famous in the kingdom of Fiancé. Just in the end is how you appear? What is your magic again? AI Lusha is still very wary. If it is the group of guys from the Dark Guild, once they cast magic, they can easily find traces. Magic? A flame instantly appeared in Ye Qiu's hand. This is my magic, I wonder if Miss Urza is satisfied? Ye Qiu looked at Urza with a smile. Fire? I didn't expect it to be flame magic. There is only the smell of ordinary fire, and there is no other uncomfortable feeling. It should be unlikely to be a member of the Dark Union. However, it still takes a while to observe. Even I didn't feel the appearance of this kid before, so his strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Ye Qiu didn't know, because of her inexplicable appearance, Urza was extremely wary of him. Alas, traveling with a door is a bit inconvenient. After the Fairy Tale Guild, we must create a storage ring, hoping that it will not consume too much vitality and blood. Miss Urza, I don't know if I can go with you to Fairy Tale. I really want to ask Miss Mira Jane about magic. Ye Qiu said straight to the point. Elsa thought for a while, if this guy is really a spy of the Dark Union, it would be better for the elder to take a look. She still likes things like self-defense. For flowers. Of course, Urza didn't think that in the Fairy Tale Guild, a mere member of a dark guild could really cause any destructive damage. Okay, let's go. Urza agreed very simply. Ye Qiu took the door, and Urza cut off the long horn on the head of the huge monster. This combination's eye-catching ability is top-notch. The two spent less than a day returning to the town where Fairy Tale was located. Mainly because Ye Qiu felt that Urza was wasting her time with such a huge horn, so she simply showed off her terrifying body training strength and punched the huge horn herself. Stand up. I have to say that it is still a bit heavy, at least 3,000 pounds or more. If it weren't for Ye Qiu's numerous abilities, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat a monster of this level of weight. Sure enough, the physical fitness of the people in the fairy tale world is monster level, so it is no wonder that any type of magic attack comes and goes, and there are not many guys whose bodies are shattered. Elsa also admired Ye Qiu's physical fitness. Not everyone has a monster-like physique. People with strong physique are not weak to a certain extent. Arrive. Urza looked at the door of Fairy Tale, her eyes full of emotion. It's like this every time. Every time I come back, I have an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. Maybe this is the feeling of home. Completely different from the architectural style of Minecraft and One Punch World. After passing through a few towns, Ye Qiu still prefers the scenery and architectural style of Fairy Tale World, which is obviously more suitable for living. That is, it would be better if there were no messy events. Boom. After Urza pushed open the door of the fairy tale, Ye Qiu threw the huge horn directly on the ground. AI, Urza. Natsu and Gray, who were still making a fuss just now, it should be these two guys. They have very distinct characteristics. No, they have become obedient, and they have begun to fall in love with each other. You didn't pay much attention to it. He swept around in Fairy Tale and found that Fairy Tale Guild's sister paper was really top-notch, and he couldn't find fault. Elsa is still very intimidating in Fairy Tale. After everyone fell in love with each other for a while, they discovered that there was a young man with short silver hair standing beside Elsa. Ha ha ha, our S-rank magician Urza has also grown up, and she knows she can bring men back to the guild. On Makao's side, the wretchedness of the middle-aged man was restored. Elsa's eyes swept towards him fiercely, and now the other middle-aged and old men's groups did not dare to talk nonsense like Makao. People will die. Is the president not here? Urza's eyes fell on Mira Jane. The president has gone to the meeting. He has just left, and he will be back in a few days. Mira Jane said with a smile. Ye Qiu sighed with emotion. Mira Jane really forcibly changed her quirks, and she couldn't see any disobedience. This kind of 863 woman is the most dangerous. Elsa, I want to challenge you. Natsu, who had just settled down for a while, challenged Urza. Although I am still afraid of Urza's strength, and I have never gotten a little bit of advantage from Urza's hands when challenging, but for Natsu, it is over and his strength has increased a lot. If he does not challenge AI when Lusa touches it, she always feels that something is wrong. Natsu, I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you right now. I got a piece of information about the Dark Guild. If I don't stop them, there may be a big problem on the guild leader's side. Urza said with a serious face. Is this the beginning of the Iron Forest plot? Ye Qiu was still confused about the timeline, but now he fully understands that Urza, a woman, actually hides it from him, and only said such a thing when she arrived at the guild. It seems that she doesn't trust him at all. Natsu, Gray, I need your help. Urza really invited Natsu and Gray to form a team. This made Ye Qiu a little helpless. Should he go with Urza, or should he go to the Fairy Tale Guild to learn from Miragen and receive magic training? Interrupt, Miss Urza. Look, can you give me an introduction? Ye Qiu scratched his face with his fingers embarrassedly. Urza only remembered Ye Qiu at this time and pulled him directly in front of Mirajan. The kid who suddenly appeared on the road should be pretty good. There doesn't seem to be any other guild's label at the moment. You can check it in detail. The purpose of Fairy Tale is to meet you. See me? At this time, Mirajan looked at Ye Qiu curiously. The appearance, how should I put it, is more capable and masculine than words like handsome. It really doesn't look like the kind of guy who hides in the dark. It's just that a magician who Urza thinks is not weak, but doesn't have a guild. Why would he come to Fairy Tale to see him? Wow, I didn't expect our Mira Jane fans to be so enthusiastic. The uncles began to cry again. Trouble. Drinking wine, Kana's face was red, and she was obviously used to the fanaticism of Mira Jane fans. Fan. This identity is really frustrating. Ye Qiu was speechless. He really wasn't a fan of Mirajan, but it was a misunderstanding. It was better than being treated as a spy of the Dark Guild. Do you want to join us? Natsu looked at Ye Qiu familiarly. My name is Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu introduced himself easily. By the way, if you want to do the task, you can just leave. As for whether to join Fairy Tail or not, I still need to think about it. Hey, that kid named Ye Qiu, what kind of strength are you? Our Fairy Tail, the president of our Fairy Tail, Mr. Makarov, is a member of the Holy Ten. In the magic guild of the entire Feely Kingdom, why? It's also one of the best, don't go too far. Uncle Macau spoke up. The middle-aged men of Wakaba also started booing. Who could have heard that Ye Qiu, the stinky brat, didn't take the addition of Fairy Tail to heart at all, as if he had an indifferent attitude. Compared with the kid Ye Qiu, the newcomer Lucy is much cuter. Not only is he yearning for Fairy Tail, but he is also beautiful and has a good figure, which is simply the welfare of the uncles. I'm sorry. If there's anything wrong, I'll apologize first. I'm just more afraid of trouble. After all, joining the Magic Guild is a task, and I don't like to fight the weak just because of money. In fact, if I say that my magic is the most powerful, it should be rich. Ye Qiu said indifferently. The medicated bath package has been popular in the world recently. Ye Qiu doesn't know how much money Ye Qiu has now. Anyway, the richest group of people in the UK world are heroes. Ye Qiu made money from them, and naturally he became the richer person. I'm scared. Watch him. Spicy chicken, B*****************, D, scumbag. It's amazing to be rich. Can the money be compared to their fairy tale? Whether it's Natsu, Urza, or someone else going out on a mission, it's not like they can destroy a town casually. The value of a town starts from a loser. Well, Elsa twitched the corners of her mouth, not thinking that the Ye Qiu she brought back would be such a wonderful person. Millicent covered her mouth and snickered. Ye Qiu was really interesting. If he was really his fan, that would be fine. But for people who don't even care about joining the fairy tale, Mira Jane doesn't think Ye Qiu will be her fan. Mila, this guy still needs to be observed for a while. I think it's better for me to take him with me in case someone gets mad at him. Urza directly grabbed Ye Qiu's collar. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Hey. You guys are going to carry out an important mission to fight against the Dark Guild, so it's not good to take me as an outsider. It doesn't matter. Our strength is strong enough. It doesn't matter if we take you. No matter what you want to do, there will always be someone who can deal with you. Urza said unceremoniously at 3.8. Ye Qiu shrugged, expressing very helpless. Urza really thinks highly of the so-called strongest team of their fairy tale. Forget it. Don't care about women. Ye Qiu wasn't interested in the plot of the Iron Forest, but he was still a little interested in Eli Goer. Fairy Tale's words, it's not that it can't bring him any benefits. Magic elements are the closest to nature. Rather than comprehend the illusory heaven, it is better to directly experience the use of elements by the magicians here, which may help his practice. Ye Qiu thinks about it. Let's start with Eli Goer and see if he can make his Fengshen legs go further. After all, the training time is still short. Ye Qiu can only use some special means if he wants to become stronger quickly. Bring it. In front of the station, Urza directly reached out to Ye Qiu. What? You had a blank look on his face. Money. Didn't you say that your strongest magic is money? Shouldn't you use your own magic at this time? Urza said naturally. No money. Ye Qiu's answer was straightforward. I just left the world of fairy tale. How can I make money from this world? Even if I can make money, it will take a while. Hee, it seems that what you just said is all bragging. Elsa smiled a little bit. It's better if you don't laugh. Ye Qiu shivered. Since it seems that what you said before was a lie, then I hope you will not be a little bit quieter, or you will have any accident, and I can't guarantee it. Urza said coldly. Gray also looked at Ye Qiu maliciously. Only Lucy was kind, and she was not very suitable for this weird team. Ye Qiu doesn't really care. By the way, your door, it's best to leave it to us for safekeeping. You can take it with you wherever you go. It should be something valuable. AI-12 Lucy added before stepping on the train. Speaking of this question, Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm sorry, some things can't be given to others. As for money, don't worry, I'll tell you when I get on the train. why I own the world. The richest super magic. Lie? No, no, no. After a while, Urza saw whether she was lying or not. I can't even get the money for the train ride, and I can't talk about my strongest magic being rich. Do not believe. The group of 5 people seemed a bit strange, but for the sake of the money they gave, the ticket inspector had no choice but to let them get on the train. Just after getting on the train, Natsu, who was still jumping on his front feet, suddenly disappeared, and he just fell there half dead. Look at, oh. Now I will show my magic and tell you why my strongest magic is money. Ye Qiu glanced at everyone. Sure enough, after he spoke, everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Rich magic? They've never met before, so let's get to know them. Only Urza's brows furrowed a little, and she was secretly vigilant, but she knew that Ye Qiu's magic was related to fire, and he was on the train now. It's really hard to explain. Originally, the president had enough headaches because of Natsu's group, so he must not put more pressure on the president because of the inexplicable guy Ye Qiu. AI Lusha seems totally forgotten among the staff to Makarov into trouble, there herself. Ye Qiu still some heartache. To display quirks, it must be hair pulling. You say that the creation of any door or something pulled his hair, it is certainly worth it, but if for some other reason hair loss, it really made him feel sad. What do you pull hair? AI Lusha look of confusion. Other people are not very understanding when it was magic, and it is related to the hair pulling, really strange. Ye Qiu helpless, I cast magic of special conditions, pay attention to what you. The following is to witness the miracle of the moment. Among the 4 very surprised eyes, Ye Qiu in the hands of 2 human hairs is actually directly into a white-bearded old grandfather eating chicken 2 packages. In addition to Naz is a half-dead look, others smell the fresh taste of the chicken eating the old, suddenly be attracted in the past. Really, I did not think, there are people in this world of magic is conjured to eat. No wonder you can become the world's richest magic. According to the amount of fat Ye Qiu, AI Lusha estimate a bit, and if a change so many smells very good food, then it is surely able to get a few of the incredible wealth. If this was a group of the association beast inside No, they are certainly willing to own such a magic. And from Ye Qiu's confident attitude that seems, it can become dishes, certainly more than this one. Indeed rich magic AI Lusha looked deep Ye Qiu 1, thought she Sanhedrin enough strange, did not think the world is there a more wonderful person exists. Really big world full of wonders Taste, this food you usually eat is certainly not, even if there is no amount of money, but also cannot eat. Ye Qiu said very easily. Well then, do not eat this fast food, eaten for the first time, do not eat the demon tail members, we are given high praise. Mr. Ye Qiu, no wonder you are a fan of Mira, it seems your magic, not for fighting it. Gray touched enjoy belly. AI Lusha very strange looking, think of it this time asked for one Ye Qiu, you in the end how it is obviously the magic of fire, why was it able to conjure food? Could a person can practice many different magic? That's a good question, and no who cannot practice many different magic Actually fire? Gray eyes shine suddenly there, but his style of ice magician, for the fire department magician born with no small enemy ideology. Ice and Fire 863 has always been 2 opposing forces. Ye Qiu does not matter, said, the power of this stuff, I can have time to practice a lot why there is only one force. Facelift when you practice magic, not also practicing fencing well, although I look at you fencing little slag. What did you say? AI Lusha had no idea, Ye Qiu this audacious guy, actually dared to taunt him at this time. Just a glimmer of Ye Qiu against the idea of Gray. This time also had to admire the incomparable look Ye Qiu. This guy is really audacious Yes, that is audacious. Such a blatant provocation AI Lusha. Anyway, he is afraid of. AI Lusha Gray must be to go beyond the target, but before them, AI Lusha became the S-class mage. In the Demon Tail Association, it is the #1 strength that exists. No one wanted to play with AI Lusha was then, so sometimes still are not being gratuitously provocative AI Lusha better. Do you want to try a hand? We sit still. They exchange blows with fists, really powerful people. The effort will not be the weak hands. You guys have nothing to do with the shot. I was able to break through the defense. Even if I lost, time for me to join the demon tail as a cook. I do not have any comments. Ye Qiu proposed channel consistent with interest. Live well, can't you? Hearing Ye Qiu's words to provoke Urza again, Gray was dumbfounded. It seemed that this guy didn't even know how terrifying Urza was in Fairy Tail. However, what this guy said was really annoying. I don't know why, but he wanted to beat him, and even he was angry. Gray didn't believe that Urza would be indifferent at all. Very good, I appreciate your courage, but I shouldn't need to take action against you. The strength of every member of our Fairy Tail Guild is beyond your imagination. Urza stared at Ye Qiu calmly. On the contrary, Lucy showed an expression of sincerity and fear. Every member of the Fairy Tail Guild is indeed very powerful, but it does not include her. If someone who dares to provoke an existence like Elsa doesn't have any strength, she won't believe it. Go ahead. Ye Qiu didn't continue to fight with Elsa Shah. Sometimes it's better to do it directly than anything. Gray glanced at Elsa and saw that the eldest sister had no intention of taking action. After hesitating for a while, she simply did it directly. Originally, I wanted to see Ye Qiu's strength. Since I have this opportunity, there is nothing to hesitate. Fortunately, I shot directly. Anyway, this guy can't be counted on, and he can really bring a little threat to Ye Qiu. Only himself. Hey, I have to say that although Gray is an ice magician, he has been fighting with the most talented members of Fairy Tail all year round, and his close combat ability is not weak at all. The power and speed of the shot are amazing. Not bad. Ye Qiu admired Gray's moves. It was very simple, without any extra moves, and attacked purely by relying on strength and speed. But it's just admiration. In the eyes of other Fairy Tail members, Ye Qiu's outstretched hands are like white jade. Blocked. Gray's shot was very fast and his strength was very strong, but no matter what angle he attacked from, he was easily blocked by Ye Qiu. This makes the members of Fairy Tail feel speechless. The hands are obviously more beautiful than the hands of a woman, and they don't seem to have any skill at all, but they've created such a shocking effect, which is really shocking. After a moment of silence, Urza quickly made a decision. He could see it and begged this guy to come prepared. His skills are very powerful, and it is definitely not something that Gray can handle alone. On Gray's side, because of Ye Qiu's counterattack as if walking in the courtyard, a large number of fine beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. Isn't this person's melee fighting skills a little too exaggerated? Even though it looks like a move that is attacking his chest, but he can always attack other places from an incomparably weird angle, making him hard to guard against. The only thing that was a little irritating was that Ye Qiu could end the battle quickly, but every time he wanted to win, he chose to give up the attack. No, it should be said that this guy Ye Qiu never made a serious shot from the beginning to the end. Damn, are you looking down on me? Gray couldn't be more angry, but he knew that no matter how angry he was, he would definitely not be Ye Qiu's opponent. Fortunately, Elu, who saw that the situation was not right, chose to take action directly, and did not feel any burden because more people bullied less people. Lucy shoot. Elsa doesn't know Lucy's strength very well, so she thinks that one more person may have more strength. The angle is impeccable, and most importantly, there is no flaw at all. Urza considers herself to be one of the strongest melee warriors in the fairy tale, but she is very sure that she will never be an opponent in the wild without using a sword. The addition of Urza did not cause any trouble to Ye Qiu, and his expression was still extremely calm. As for Lucy, looking at the three hands that were constantly moving, his mind went blank, and finally he had an idea and came up with a perfect method. Since there is no way to trouble Ye Qiu with his hands, then he will use his own legs to create a little trouble for him, or at least distract him. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with me doing this. This guy is not part of our fairy tale. Lucy forcibly found a reason for herself, who was sitting opposite Ye Qiu. She stretched out her extremely slender legs and kicked Ye Qiu fiercely. Interesting. Ye Qiu said before that he could only shoot. That was to give them a chance. This little girl, Lucy, is afraid that she doesn't know. His strongest skill is not his kung fu. The palms were much more delicate. Ye Qiu's legs were like steel, instantly bypassing Lucy's unruly kicks and hooping her slender legs firmly. What? Lucy struggled a few times, but found that no matter how much she struggled, Ye Qiu's legs didn't seem to be very strong, but they firmly fixed her legs, and she couldn't move even half an inch. After about 2 minutes, Ye Qiu felt bored. Whether it's Urza or Gray, the attacks have nothing to say. They are all straight attacks. It's over. Ye Qiu turned his wrist and instantly broke through the attack of the two and slapped Gray's chest with one hand, and then another palm instantly slapped on Urza's chest. However, this blow is really a bit tricky. It's really hard. Well, as I said, you are not my opponents in melee combat. It seems that I don't need to be the chef of fairy tale for the time being. Ye Qiu touched his stomach easily. After the meal, the exercise is over. I hope I can see Qian Wanghao, some members of the Dark Guild later, otherwise this trip will be too boring. Who are you? Urza stared at Ye Qiu. There are too many methods, and she doesn't know how to completely see through the mysterious halo on Ye Qiu's body. How could it be so strong? She was an S-rank mage and a mage famous for her melee combat. How could she be defeated by Ye Qiu so easily? But if Ye Qiu really had such a powerful strength, he would definitely not be famous in the kingdom of Fiore. I am just a traveler. If you want to become stronger, I can help you. I am still very helpful. Ye Qiu said the rain without any hesitation. It seems that this guy still doesn't want to talk about it. He just hopes that this powerful guy will not cause any trouble when he will be a member of the Kendo Dark Guild. Hey, isn't it just losing a match? There's no need to be so frustrated. In fact, isn't it normal for you to lose such a match? This is a world dominated by magic. Everyone is thinking about how to improve their magical abilities, so naturally they don't pay too much attention to the ability to fight in close quarters. And many powerful wizards, will it be possible for others to get close? Ye Qiu said indifferently. That being said, the truth is the same, but inexplicably lost to Ye Qiu, everyone still felt a little unhappy in their hearts. Especially Urza, her eyes almost never left Ye Qiu's body. For others, magic can be used as an excuse to avoid the problem of failure, but for her, this is not possible, because she has been practicing swordsmanship since she was a child. I have learned countless melee combat moves, but I am still defeated so thoroughly. And for Urza, the most unacceptable thing is her defeat or the result of joining forces with her companions. I also beg this guy. The strength of melee combat may not be too strong, at least for now. She does not feel that in the kingdom of Fiore, there is no one who can match Ye Qiu in melee combat strength. After the matter is settled, I will return to the Fairy Tale Guild, and I will find you every day. Urza looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu was dumbfounded. Miss Urza, you're going too far. I'm not a member of your Fairy Tale Guild. Why do you go to me every day? I just want to be a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's just exercise after meals. You're going too far. Humph. Urza just turned her face away. Obviously, with her temperament, she wouldn't give Ye Qiu any leeway. Wouldn't she just go there every day to find this guy? What a big deal. Ye Qiu, I can't ask you, although I'm a magician in the shape of ice, but I don't fight with that guy less often. I think magic sometimes isn't the whole of the fight. The Lieutenant General has exhausted his magic power, so he must rely on his own strength to fight, so his own strength and magic power are as important to a magician. Gray said seriously. Ye Qiu nodded. I really didn't expect that you would have such an awareness. It is indeed a good idea, and for any magician, the body is like a container. Only the body becomes the stronger it is, the more magic can be integrated. Haven't you found it? Unless it is those who are gifted. Otherwise, any powerful magician has a good physical quality. Makes sense. Gray remembered that Ulu, his former mentor, was such a person. While teaching them ice modeling magic, he also emphasized the importance of the body to mages, so he would develop such an inexplicable habit of taking off your clothes. Be sure to ask Mr. Ye Qiu for more advice in the future. For the members of Fairy Tales Guild, there is no hint of age. The powerhouse is always admirable. The strength shown by Ye Qiu is indeed worthy of their respect. And Ye Qiu doesn't look like a member of the Dark Guild no matter what. The speed of the train was neither too fast nor too slow. Ye Qiu still keenly sensed an unpleasant aura on the train. This could be regarded as an extra ability he gained after he obtained the swiftness of fire. But is it to be reminded? Ye Qiu thought about it for a while and let it go. Destruction of the plot doesn't mean much to Ye Qiu, and these members of the Fairy Tale Guild, if they don't experience some battles, there is no way to improve themselves. Once they leave this world, they will change things, but they will become fairies. The reason for the weakening of the tale. Soon after the train arrived at the station, Erza and the others threw Natsu on the train very smoothly, without even noticing it. When he found Natsu, he finally discovered the Dark Guild Iron Forest's attempt to release the demon Larabai from the flute. There is only a limited number of people who can do the magic carriage. You are not our fairy tale. There is no need for the members of the guild to fall into the danger of this incident. If you want, please go back to Fairy Tale and wait for us. Wait for me. After this matter is settled, I will come back to you. Erza sat on the magic carriage, and the bracelet that entered the magic power was directly placed in her hands. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while. It's really unnecessary to take a carriage, but I have something to do with that guy Eli Gore, so if you don't mind, I'll go this time. Going for a walk. In the world of fairy tale, there is indeed no obvious way for me to become stronger, but I also hope that I don't mind opening another magic class at Xionging High School. Quirks often represent a person's attributes and talents. For example, elemental quirks like Shoto Todoroki may really be able to practice ice magic and fire magic. Squirt squirt. In this case, what the hell, League of Villains, what is there to be afraid of? When the power of Quirks is exhausted, it will directly cast magic power, and when the magic power is exhausted, Quirks will recover a lot. Persistence. In this way, the durability of the battle has been greatly improved. Ye Qiu didn't know how the students of Xionging High School were going to lose. What's the matter with you looking for Eli Gore? That is the president of the Dark Magic Guild, is a very dangerous person. Could it be that there is some deal between you and him? Erza stared at Ye Qiu tightly. No, I just want to make use of it. Eli Gore may be a very dangerous character for you, but for me, he is really too weak, and I don't do your magic. The carriage, just go with you. There is no way for me to recognize the way. Ye Qiu spread his hands. Humph. If you can keep up, just follow along. The magic power in Erza's body suddenly poured out, and the magic carriage drove forward at an extremely fast speed. According to Gray and Lucy's thoughts, if Ye Qiu wanted to catch up, at least he had to find another magic carriage, but if he went to find a magic carriage now, there should be little chance of catching up with them. It's a little slow. Just when the two expressed their regrets, they did not expect Ye Qiu's familiar voice to appear in their ears again. Erza, who was driving the carriage, was startled by Ye Qiu's sudden voice. You! Erza looked at Ye Qiu in shock. Keep up. Did you really catch up? And Ye Qiu didn't drive any magic carriage at all. He was running on his own legs. No, it can't be said to be running. This guy, Ye Qiu, didn't move his legs very fast, but his posture looked rather graceful, as if he was walking around in the courtyard. Too much. It was clear that he had been surging with magic power so hard to make the magic carriage drive at such a fast speed. But this guy moves his legs faster than a magic carriage. Ye Qiu, aren't you a fire magician? Why do I look at you, but you look like a wind magician? Gray stuck his head out of the carriage suspiciously. Speaking of which, there are really few wizards of the wind system. Eli Gore from the Iron Forest is one of them, so it is no wonder Ye Qiu intends to meet Eli Gore. Me? It's not actually a magician. This ability is the same as magic. It's an ability acquired through practice. I've told you, you probably don't understand. After you kill those guys in the Iron Forest, back to Fairy Tale, let me tell you again, I'm going to study in Fairy Tale for a while anyway. Ye Qiu had a relaxed expression even when he was talking to Gray. Magic carriage? That can be compared with his function legs. Now, if Ye Qiu runs the function legs with all his strength, the speed will not be comparable to that of a plane. At least it will be much faster than this magic carriage. Isn't it magic? Erza was a little moved. If Ye Qiu's footwork could be learned, combined with her own dressing magic, her combat power would be greatly improved in a short period of time. The speed of the magic carriage was not too slow, and it soon arrived at the railway station occupied by the Iron Forest, but Urza's handling was really a bit speechless, and what did not cooperate with her conductors was directly knocked to the ground by her one by one. "Don't be so cruel." Ye Qiu shivered. Gray, who had taken off his clothes, was accustomed to it. This is how Urza handles things, and it will be fine to get used to it later. Still, Lucy is gentle. Ye Qiu did not forget to praise Lucy. A few people followed behind Urza and rushed into the station. Sure enough, the inside was already occupied by the members of the Iron Forest. Just looking at the group of guys who looked like dragons really made Ye Qiu have no interest in making a move. This group of guys is simply better than the League of Villains, and even those weak eccentrics, but also make him have no desire to shoot. After saying nonsense, Eli Gore used his wind magic to quickly disappear from everyone's sight. Ye Qiu touched his chin. It's interesting, pure magic is indeed much faster than martial arts. Is this the reason for completely controlling the elements? What are you saying? Gray looked at Ye Qiu with a puzzled expression. Ye Qiu shook his head. I'm just studying magic. Research magic? Don't be joking. Anyway, Gray didn't see that there was something about Ye Qiu that was like a researcher, and he didn't think that the words just now had anything to do with magic research. Wow. Ye Qiu, right? I remember your name, and I also remember that Urza once said that you are a fire magician, and I am also a fire magician, so why don't we compare the villains more? Natsu, who was revived with blood, immediately waved his arms and shouted to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu shrugged. Although it doesn't feel very interesting, since you challenged me, I can only exercise. Get rid of these guys ASAP. Urza's eyes were extremely serious. A dangerous character like Eli Gore must not be allowed to leave, otherwise, once the Larabai magic flute is blown, black magic will take shape, and it is unknown how many innocent people will die by then. Is it the bedbug on the opposite side? That's really embarrassing. The Fairy Queen has already spoken. I can only follow her words, otherwise I don't want to be stunned to the ground by her like the conductors outside. Ye Qiu shrugged. In Natsu's hand, flames were already tumbling. Ask for flowers. Fire? Then let's see whose flame is more powerful. The corners of Ye Qiu's mouth rose slightly, and his body instantly took a stance. That stance seemed to be standing there casually, but no matter from which angle he looked, it looked like he had no flaws at all. Right? Just no flaws. Worried that Ye Qiu won't be able to solve the battle as quickly as Urza, they prepared themselves and Gray to go after the unpleasant guy Eli Gore first. But this momentum. Urza trusted her own intuition. The members of the Iron Forest Dark Magic Guild, who didn't seem to have the slightest aura, would definitely not be Ye Qiu's opponents. Vulcan style. Konglong has regrets. Point 0. Hold head high. In the horrified eyes of everyone in the demon tail, a terrifying golden fire dragon roared out of his palm in an instant, and the length of this fire dragon even stretched for dozens of meters. This is the cry of a dragon. Is it dragon-slaying magic? No. This dragon is completely different from the dragons I have seen. Why? What the hell is this for? Natsu scratched his hair in pain. In terms of his IQ, he couldn't understand the difference between the dragons in the east and the giant dragons in the west. Dragon? Except for Natsu, the other people in Fairy Tale have never seen the real dragon, but they have also seen the appearance of the dragon in the documents and illustrated books. And they are very sure that the terrifying flame that Ye Qiu hit back formed from the palm of his hand. The creatures were definitely not the dragons they knew. Although his heart is full of doubts, he can at least know one thing, that is, Ye Qiu will use the real fire magic system. Otherwise, how could any normal person shoot flames out of thin air in the palm of his hand? But if I read it right just now, when Ye Qiu activated the magic, did he not see any magic circle in the area? I don't want it anymore. Ye Qiu, aren't you too despicable to take action ahead of time? I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to rush. Natsu screamed, and the whole person rushed out, with a fierce flame in his hand, and directly swept the group of members of the Iron Forest. Small. Under the sweep of the golden flame dragon, the members of the Iron Forest quickly fell to the ground, and they didn't even have the strength to resist, and there were countless burn marks on their bodies. Not at all left. The members of the Dark Magic Guild usually treat ordinary people extremely ruthlessly, so Ye Qiu does not feel that he is not a member of the Magic Guild and needs to be merciful to this group of scumbags. On the contrary, the person who was knocked down by Natsu fell to the ground and groaned, not seriously injured. Of course, this was mainly related to Ye Qiu's instant shot, which almost defeated everyone. Let's go. Although there are still some small minions in this building, but don't worry about them. The strength is too weak. I also think that the members of the Dark Guild should be considered to have some strength to be able to be in your eyes. The subordinates are the king and hegemony, and now it seems that 880, you people from the Light Magic Guild deal with it. It is too gentle. Iron Forest? Anyway, in Ye Qiu's view, except for Eli Gore, everyone else is like a joke. That's right, the current Natsu and Gray combination are not too strong at all. There are still many people in the fairy tale whose strength can be compared with them, or the group members can compete with them. But even if Urza doesn't make a move, or even if he doesn't ask for it, the level of Natsu and Gray's teamwork is enough to sweep all the members of the Iron Forest except the president. In addition to the Dark Guild that is still hidden behind the scenes, the strength of these dark guilds on the bright side is simply not enough to mention. Natsu and Gray, the two of them took the initiative to clean up the remaining members of the Dark Magic Guild inside the station. There was nothing they could do. Just now, most of them were killed by Ye Qiu's one move to subdue the dragon and 18 palms. They finally met a few. The opponent's enthusiasm for hands-on has not been fully raised yet. On the contrary, after Ye Qiu, Urza and Lucy arrived at the roof of the station, they saw a terrifying whirlwind blowing outside. They tried to throw stones into the whirlwind, and the stones instantly changed. Became countless dust and ashes. Damn, this is Eli Gore's magic. If we have to force it, we will only be instantly shattered into pieces by these whirlwinds. Urza said bitterly. Soon Natsu and Gray also rushed over, and there were some signs of battle on their bodies, but it was obvious that the group of fallers were not their opponents, and they also brought a Xiaoxi from the Iron Forest. It's useless. Lord Elegal's magic is full of lethality. Unless it is to attack him, even an S-rank mage like Urza can't break through such a magic whirlwind. God of Death. Eli Goyle's name is Death. Ye Qiu felt that if it wasn't for Natsu's pig's foot halo, how could Eli Gore be defeated so easily? After that Brahma finished speaking weakly, Natsu and Gray attacked with their fire magic and ice magic respectively, and as expected, there was no way to cause any damage to the whirlwind, not even a single ripple. No matter what method we use, we must break the magic whirlwind quickly, otherwise I don't know what kind of dangerous things Eli Gore will do with the lullaby magic flute. With the current trajectory of action, it seems likely that he will go to the place where the presidents hold regular meetings. Urza's face was solemn. It's not that serious, right? It's just a layer of whirlwind. It's just wind. As long as your body is strong enough, or you can directly penetrate this layer of magic whirlwind, you can easily break through. Ye Qiu said lightly. After all, regardless of everyone's horrified eyes, Ye Qiu's right arm was instantly dyed with a layer of golden light, and when Urza had no time to dissuade him, he stretched his arms into the whirlwind. It's over. It's over. Ye Qiu's hand is gone. Hubby, the blue cat, was constantly flying in the air. Lucy was so scared that her face was pale, and Elsa directly grabbed Ye Qiu's collar and pulled him back fiercely. You don't want to die. Is this the time for you to be brave? Before she could teach Ye Qiu a good lesson, Irusa found out that she had an extra hand in front of her, and the owner of the hand was Ye Qiu. Don't worry, my hand is still intact, but the magic power of Eli Gore is really strong. Even I feel pain. You see, I still have a lot of marks on my hand. If the magic power is stronger, maybe I will really get hurt. Following Ye Qiu's words, Everyone saw countless faint red marks on Ye Qiu's arm, as if they were scratched by something, but they were not scratched. Everyone doesn't know what to say anymore. If they remember correctly, from the short time they spent together, it seems that Ye Qiu not only has a terrifying melee ability, but also has a powerful fire magic, and the speed is comparable to magic. The carriage, and now the physical strength, is able to withstand the magical whirlwind split of the Dark Guild Iron Voice Guild President Eli Gore. What kind of monster is this? It should be said, what kind of ability does this guy Ye Qiu have? Ye Qiu, with your physical defense, can you take us out? Urza looked at Ye Qiu nervously. Ye Qiu shook his head. That's definitely impossible. My body is strong enough to get out of this magical whirlwind that trapped us. But I can't take you out unless it's your body that can be caught by mine. The body is completely blocked. Hold? Well, a little unrealistic. Even if it was Lucy who looked a little petite, Ye Qiu couldn't make her hide in his arms completely. Actually, there may be a way, don't worry. Ye Qiu glanced at the whirlwind and said, this kind of wind is very inclusive, and it is not something that can be broken by ordinary attacks. No fire, no ice. Of course, ordinary swords and spears with 3.8 swords and halberds will not work either, which means that Urza must be helpless. But they couldn't do anything. It didn't mean Ye Qiu couldn't do anything. If it doesn't work, use the wind. Eli Gore's ability is the wind. Ye Qiu used the wind to break his ability. Urza can't wait a little longer, and Natsu is about to have a flash of inspiration and think of a way. Ye Qiu remembered correctly. According to the script's inertia, he should have used Lucy's heroic spirit to escape from the station. If that's the case, then let's get started. Elis legs kamikaze furious. The wrath of the gods is unstoppable. In an instant, Ye Qiu's aura became extremely terrifying. Those long legs brought a hurricane with terrifying might and slammed into Eli Gore's magical whirlwind wall. Colliding with wind and wind? What an inexplicable idea. Although you previously showed Qiu's very all-powerful enough to make people feel fearful, this move is also very destructive. However, Urza and the others obviously want to believe more. Facing this barrier made up of cyclones, it is obviously not a good decision to use it to solve the problem. It is very likely that it will be assimilated. It seems that the members of Fairy Tail look down on my skills a bit. Ye Qiu chuckled lightly. Hit it. The kamikaze howl directly collided with Eli Gore's magic. The two winds were fighting fiercely, but Ye Qiu finally kicked a gap in that barrier little by little. Get out now. If Ye Qiu hadn't shouted, Urza and the others would have been stunned. How is this possible? After Ye Qiu directly kicked the barrier completely and turned it into a breeze, the Big 12 gradually came back to it. How did you do it? In case of strength, strength comes. Ye Qiu felt Elsa's unkind face and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This girl's aura is a bit strong. Actually, it's because that guy Eli Gore has left, but I can continue to exert force. Anyway, everyone is using wind power. As long as my power is continuous, I can always kick the barrier. It seems to be a very simple matter, but Urza and the others understand better than anyone how strong Ihan's control of the wind element must be in order to break through that barrier. Go, hurry up and chase Eli Goyle. Urza knew now was not the time to delay. Happy, fly me over there. Natsu directly greeted hubby, and a person who made an assertion flew into the sky. I'll take you away. Ye Qiu didn't care whether Urza's armor was very hard, and directly hugged Urza by the waist. Catch the shadows. Hubby brought a Natsu, and the flight speed was not bad, but compared with Ye Qiu, it was still a little slower. Too fast. Gray looked at Lucy, and Lucy looked at Gray again. In the end, the two of them could only smile bitterly and go to the magic carriage. Otherwise, how could they catch up with the three people? Why help me? Urza did not resist, but her tone was still full of confusion. Fascinating person. All of Ye Qiu's actions are a bit wayward, so capricious that she doesn't know whether Ye Qiu belongs to a good person or a bad person. While this guy doesn't really want to join Fairy Tail, he's still helping them. Is he really a fan of that woman Mira Jane? I don't know why. Elsa is still a little jealous in her heart. After all, She has been with Mira for so many years, and the guy who wants to join the guild has no intention of joining, but she will help them because of Myra's reasons. Completing the task, this feeling really makes her, the Queen of Goblins, very uncomfortable. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. How about Eli Goyle? Do you want to consider abandoning the dark to the light? I can let you join my organization and become a real heroes. Organization? Ye Qiu's words instantly aroused Urza's vigilance. What is the origin of this guy? And what does he mean by an organization? But the word heroes can give people a lot of understanding. For example, this organization does not seem to be on the side of the Dark Union. Are you also a member of Fairy Tail? Eli Goer looked at Ye Qiu with some vigilance as the guy standing in the corner was a little unobtrusive, but he didn't expect such a guy to catch up with him in the first place. I'm not a member of Fairy Tail's guild, but I might join Fairy Tail or not in the future. It depends on my mood, but we don't seem to be discussing the same thing now. I wonder if you are willing to give up the dark and cast the light. Sorry. You hypocrites who live in the world of light will never know my ambitions. I am Eli Gore, the god of death. Today I will let you die here, whether you are a member of the Fairy Tail Guild or not. I believe that after I kill the Queen of Goblins, more people should know how powerful our dark guild, the Iron Forest, is. Eli Goyle seems to be very confident in his own strength. I come. Urza subconsciously uses her own dressing magic to teach this Eli Gore a little lesson and let him know how powerful an S-Class Magus is. Don't worry, how can such a small minion get you, the Fairy Queen, to take action? Just leave it to me to deal with it. I just want to experience his wind magic to see if the magic is that strong. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that they have followed and walked into the plot event, for the person who wants to improve his strength through battle at this moment, if he doesn't fight, wouldn't he be too sorry for the time he wasted? Only fight. Court death. Eli Gore's sickle waved a terrifying wind blade, and it swept in the direction of Ye Qiu. Not only Ye Qiu, but even Urza was also within the scope of the package. It's really a petty way of fighting. Is it necessary to involve a woman in this situation? Ye Qiu had already tried Eli Gore's magic power when he was at the station, which was an excellent weapon for him to polish his body. King Kong is not bad magic. Dragon Elephant Boruagong. 880. Ye Qiu directly displayed his two major body training techniques, and there was a faint brilliance under the golden light, which made Urusa feel sacred and inviolable. What kind of magic is this? When? Eli Goer's casual attack was just under Ye Qiu's defense, adding a few faint red marks to her skin, and it really didn't even leave a wound. Okay. Eli Goer is obviously very confident about his attack. He did not expect such a situation. His pupils are full of horror. How can the human body be so strong, even if it is legendary that has disappeared? Dragon, he also firmly believes that his magic can bring harm to the dragon's body. Isn't that the strength? It's not that I look down on you. Your control over the wind is too weak. It seems that my invitation to you is going to be lowered by a level. You shouldn't get too much salary in the future. Let you see what the real wind is like. Ye Qiu's tone was calm. Too weak. No wonder Natsu, in the early stages of the plot, can hang and beat Eli Gore at will. Not as powerful as hell-blowing snow. This point Ye Qiu can be very sure is in the use of wind. Avery Goer is several grades behind hell-blowing snow. Right on Eli Goer's side, Natsu and Hubby also rushed to the scene while they were attacking Ye Qiu's body frantically. Natsu, hurry up and help. Ye Qiu has been bullied. Hubby said eagerly. Elsa waved her hand. Don't take action for the time being. Just leave it to Ye Qiu to deal with it. Eli Goer should not be his opponent. What? Could it be that it was not Ye Qiu who was being suppressed? Anyway, in the eyes of Natsu and Harpy, Enegal was watching the crazy attackers, but Ye Qiu didn't seem to have any power to fight back. Gray and Lucy also rushed to the scene quickly afterwards. After seeing the situation at the scene, they were also shocked. I originally thought that Ye Qiu, that is, the strength of the arm, was a little terrifying, but I didn't expect that the whole body was 360 degrees up and down, and there was no dead angle. There is no harm at all. Everyone is here, so the show should begin. Ye Qiu suddenly burst out all the energy of Jiuyang's infuriating energy. Under the value of Jiuyang's infuriating energy, his chasing wind caught the wind of Eli Goer and instantly rushed to him. In front of you. So fast. Sure enough, Ye Qiu is omnipotent. Vulcan style, catching the wind. It really is fire magic. Ye Qiu's fire magic is so powerful, but why is it different from my fire magic? Natsu was excited and puzzled. I saw it again. Compared with the previous flame dragon, this move was more pure. The flame did not change into any other form. It just attached to Ye Qiu's legs and attacked Eli Goer. It's not that simple. It's not just fire magic. The fire magic also contains the power of the wind, and you thought it was the flames that wrapped Ye Qiu's legs, but what I saw was that guy's legs were directly transformed into flames. Urza's tone was extremely serious. Can the human body really enter the state of being able to become an element flower at the same time? Anyway, there is no such person in the fairy tale guild, and Urza does not understand this kind of magic. To be precise, everyone's magical talent is basically fixed, and she has never seen anyone who can display so many different types of energy at the same time, which is really weird. Perhaps the Larvae demon was not the key to their trip. Urza felt that it might be more important for the Fairy Tale Guild to understand Ye Qiu's details. Ye Qiu's performance was obviously not over yet. Eli Goer directly displayed his storm coat, wrapping a layer of gray-black storm around his body. He did not believe that Ye Qiu's melee attack had any effect. How awesome! The Windbreaker can destroy the existence of flames, and at the same time, it can also resist wind damage to a certain extent. Eli Goer waved the incomparably sharp sickle in his hand. The blade of the sickle looked very penetrating under the sun, as if it could cut Ye Qiu's skin at any time. Really think too much. Even the Deep Sea King can't use melee attacks to destroy my body's defense. It's just a weapon, hee. Eli Goer's sickle, with the blessing of wind magic element, looked extremely sharp, but in front of Ye Qiu's body, it was still useless. It's over. Ye Qiu's voice reached Eli Goer's ears calmly. 100 times 1 finger Zen. You can easily destroy ordinary fire, so what about the fire I burn with Jiuyang True Qi? The terrifying flame fingers ripped apart the Windbreaker violently, and Ariel Gao's body was also blasted out more than 100 meters by the huge Rakido. His chest was charred black, and his mouth was also he was spitting blood constantly. And he looked extremely weak. Is this defeated? Natsu touched the back of his head and looked at Urza. The strength of an S-class wizard. Urza said calmly. Ye Qiu, this be *********D, doesn't know what he was thinking, but he was holding his door while fighting. Natsu was scratching his fingers as he recalled how many people in Fairy Tale were S-rank mages. It seems that there are really not many. So, Ye Qiu is really amazing. Don't bother you, I will take this guy Eli Goer, he is still useful to me. Ye Qiu greeted Urza. B********************************************* D, what did you say? People from this dark magic guild must be handed over to the Magic Council to deal with. Urza directly summoned her long sword out of rage. I think too much, I'm not a magician. Why should I act according to the rules of the Magic Council? Goodbye. The following is your stage. Help me tell Mira. I will find time to see her. Ye Qiu made a seemingly solemn farewell. Oh. Urza stomped on the ground with one foot, and her body attacked Ye Qiu's direction at a very fast speed. You can go if you want? Eli Goel is too dangerous. Anything related to the Black Magician, Eli Goel can get it. Ye Qiu seems to have defeated Eli Goer, but in Urza's view, it may not be that he wants to get more things from Eli Goer. Suspicious. Ye Qiu had to stay and wait until everything was cleared up. In case the next time we meet again is villains, Urza does not know any way to easily defeat this comprehensive and powerful villains. I can go if I want. So, bye. Ye Qiu put the random door on the ground in front of everyone, then dragged Eli Goer, who was seriously injured and dying, and walked directly into the random door. Urza's attack arrived, but her attack completely hit the air. Eliminate, money lost. Ye Qiu and Eli Goer disappeared directly from everyone's sight, leaving only the dumbfounded Natsu. Then, what kind of magic is it? Natsu looked at Gray blankly. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Gray glared at him angrily. Elsa's expression was extremely solemn, and she had to find the guild leader. If the guild leader didn't know about this special existence, it might become a hidden danger for the entire Fiore kingdom. Let's go, let's find the president. Isn't it over? I'm not going to ride the carriage anymore. Netsu let out a soft sigh. Lucy's heart was also mourning. There was a powerful help, and the task was solved in minutes. Finally, she no longer faced any danger, but she didn't know why. A woman's sixth sense told her to follow AI by Lucy's side. More dangerous things will happen on the cliff.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.